Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning to all you folks there. It's Bill Quackenbush once again. My name is Knockdown Fence. That's my traditional name. It's easy by my Davis. Or as you guys out there affectionately know as my uncle. Yeah, okay, so there we go. So right now what I'm going to do is start the morning off here with yet another cultural exchange opportunity up here. Last evening we ended with a lady, I think she had been gifted a pinch pot, if I remember correct. If that lady who received that could come up here this morning and start it anew. All right. And all we have to do is she gets to come and pick her item up off the table here and speak a little bit about this item and why she set it on this table here to speak about it a little bit, and then gives it to the next person that she will draw that name out of this bingo thing. I don't know what they're called. And if she is not here, we can start anew. We don't need her, especially, although it would have been nice, right? And so we will pick somebody's name out of the hat, and they will come up here, and they will actually begin the process. So here we go. Cultural exchange. First individual this morning, it says Minnesota SHPO. Larry or David. Are they here? Here he comes, perfect. First person I see actually wave and jump for joy in the back room there. Breakfast in hand, that's what we like. So I'm gonna keep his sheet here, and he's gonna start out the process. He'll pick his item up here and explain a little bit about that, and then he will then draw a name out of that hat, and then he'll gift that to them. There you go, David.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. I was just getting my breakfast, and I thought, I bet he's gonna call my name, and he did. This is I work at the Minnesota SHPO. We're based in St. Paul, Minnesota, and this cultural exchange item is from our office. So yeah, we're in St. Paul, capital city, part of Dakota Homeland, and for decades and decades, whenever we have a little event in the office, like a new staff member starting, or a birthday, or just something minor celebration, we go and get treats at Candyland, which is a lovely little homemade candy shop downtown St. Paul. And so they make lots of good stuff, but including popcorn and Chicago mix, which is like a bunch of caramel and cheese, and it's good. Anyway, that's what we brought, and I will draw a name. Let's see. Lloyd Massa. Is Lloyd here? Hey, Lloyd. There we go. Enjoy.
All right. Nice to meet you. Wow, same here. Thank you very much. Well, what I got from, well, either you're fortunate or unfortunate, or I was fortunate enough to, well, I have to admit that I forgot about this thing, and so I got really lucky the day I was headed out just to go attend to some things. Our radio station from out home, it's KUYI, they were doing a promotional thing, and they were selling some of the shirts and stuff. And I said, oh, I need to get something for the conference. So I ended up buying the shirt, and it's probably not going to fit anyone, but I hope it does. But it's got our design that our ancestors kind of put all over the place when they went on their travels. It's a migration symbol. But on the shirt itself, it's got the migration symbol, and also some of the words Hopi words on here, so you can probably find the words in the online, because I think it's all online these days, and so it'll tell you what it means. And so this is what I've got, and then also a sticker. And this is of a sun, and the sun has the different rays of it during when it's coming out and throughout the day. So not a whole lot, but it is from at home, and this is from Hopi country. So let me go ahead and pick a name. Bingo time. Miranda Washiniwa Took, I think. There you go. How do you pronounce it? Washinwatuk. Wow.
Thank you. I really like this shirt.
There you go.
Thank you.
You bet.
Poso Maunuiak, Poso Meep. Hello, good morning, everyone. Nuiswin, Omat no Mane, Watsana Kuki Mashik, Watsa Kosana, Mashigna Takam, Miranda Washinawatuk. I have two Menominee names. Sorry if I'm speaking too loud. I'm hearing a really weird echo right here. But when I first arrived Earthside, I was gifted the name Watsa Kosana. In Menominee, that means little bright star. And that was gifted to me by my late uncle Kanesa, who since passed on. And at 21, I went through a life-changing event, and my grandmother was able to gift me the second Menominee name, which is Watsana Kuki, bright star woman. My family's last name is Washinawatuk, which means the caring ones. And I am Menominee Indian, Meskwaki, and I always say that I got a dash of Ojibwe in me somewhere. Today I brought with me Menominee maple syrup. This is liquid gold. Use it wisely. This comes from this past season, which was surprisingly, it arrived very early, and it was rather short for here in Wisconsin. But this is my family's liquid gold. Like, this comes straight from Menominee maples that have been on my family's land for, long before my grandparents were here on this earth. So it's really special because I've been able to see the maple sugaring process since I was a young kid. But it's really cool to see how we are able to still incorporate our old ways, using hand drills to tap trees. But now, being a little bit older, I totally appreciate the power and use of electric tools, because one season we were able to tap over 100 trees. That was a lot. But yeah, there's always a story when it comes to me gifting things, and so I'm in school down in Madison, and I wasn't able to actually harvest or carry sap buckets, but I won't discredit, like I've done my fair share. If you know anything about maple sugaring and hauling buckets, that's a lot of work, that's a lot of grit. And so I'll also add, there's one time a few years ago when I was a little bit stronger and better in my prime, at the peak of it, I was hauling buckets that were nearly brim full. And when you're hauling buckets, typically you use, anything above 3 gallons. And I think these buckets we had were 5. And there I was with my buckets brim full. And I was so strong, but my lips started to quiver. And pretty soon my arms started to shake. And I had to drop the buckets. And I had to laugh because I don't know who it all was of my family saw my lip quivering, but that's how you know, like, you were putting in the work. So I say that just to mention, the long process that goes into tapping trees to making this final result, this liquid gold. And I'll say about that much. Pick a name. Judy Begay-Taylor. Come on down. I would also add, try a little bit of this in some tea. Tastes real good.
Thank you, thank you. Oh, gotta get the mic. Good morning. I brought 2 magnets and a pair of earrings, and the 2 magnets are a fry bread magnet and a fry bread wrapped in 2 little hamburgers for your refrigerator. And I'm just happy to be here. And my family were really excited that I was coming. So the magnets are for my sister. She makes these magnets and sells them. She also makes other traditional foods that she sells you can stick on your refrigerator. Okay, and like I said, I'm just happy to be here, and I'll go ahead and draw the next person. Yeah. Stick my hand in here. Oop, that's blank. Shadow handbags. Shadow handbags, that's what it says. I guess I should say it's also called popovers down in Tucson. There you go. Thank you. You're welcome.
Okay, the next one?
All right, and I think we're going to conclude there for this morning for that. We have a couple more drawings yet throughout the week here, and we're going to spread the love out evenly here. So thank you once again for participating in that. As it goes when we tell stories and we share, processes there, it's 50-50, right? The person telling the story has to tell it accurate, has to tell it in a way that he can do it best. The other second half of that is the listening process there, because there's no use to telling people something if they're not listening. So I appreciate you folks. Take care.
Good morning, everybody. All right. Welcome back. It's Wednesday. Let's give ourselves a round of applause because it's Wednesday. We got to celebrate the small wins. I know that the conference season is here. Thank you for being here. You've all traveled near and far, so we definitely appreciate that. We understand that your week is busy. You're often checking emails, putting out fires back home, and so we appreciate the time and attention that you've given this conference. We definitely appreciate that. So as we get started with day 3 here, just want to revisit some of the housekeeping items here. I want to encourage all THPO and THPO staff to head, not right now, head out and go spend about 10 to 15 minutes getting an interview for a day in the life video, a day in the life of a THPO video. We really think that video is going to be special. A handful of you have gone. We want to encourage more participation. So please do that. If I see you and you have a THPO badge, we're going to pull you over. So you might as well head over there. The headshots aren't here today, but thank you for going to the headshots. Those are amazing. We definitely think that's going to be coming back next year. Definitely a great asset to the conference. And then lastly, before I kick it off to the panelists here, I want to recognize the tribal leaders that are here, those men and women that are leading our organization, our tribe, our tribal government. They're obviously extremely busy, but some of those are here. Some are pulling double duty. Some are here just to say hi. So at this time, if you are an elected official with your tribe, please stand up. I see one. Let's see. There we go. Yes, let's round of applause. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here. That goes a long way. Seeing tribal leaders here just kind of solidifies the important work that everyone's doing here. So with that, I'm going to turn it over here to Mr. Bill Quackenbush and this awesome panel. I'm not going to steal their thunder. I have been part of some of their work, and I will let them share, but it's very exciting stuff.
All right, good morning once again. Again, this is Bill Quackenbush. I work for the Whole Chunk Nation, obviously, and I serve as a Tribal Historic Preservation Officer. I've been doing that since 2005, where I transitioned over from our environmental resources into our cultural resources division. That said, it's been a long and dusty road out there, and hopefully the dust has always been behind me. That's what I try to feel to do. But that said, I'm really quickly going to be turning this over to Kristen Overland, and he sits here to my right, and he's going to kick off this presentation. So.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Christian Overland, the Ruth and Hartley Barker and CEO of the Wisconsin Historical Society, and it's a pleasure and a privilege to be with you here this morning. So the Wisconsin Historical Society, our mission is really to connect people to history by collecting, preserving, and most importantly, sharing stories. And that's what we're going to talk this morning about, how to work together to preserve and share stories. But we've been working with our tribal nations for decades, more than a century plus, right? So recently, we actually had an opportunity to work together, and this morning's story called Wisconsin's Canoe Conundrum is about how we collaborated to really figure out how to do something special for the nations, for the residents of Wisconsin, and we think for people throughout the world, which is actually what happened. That's part of the story. So everything we do of significance, the Wisconsin Historical Society, we do so in collaboration with others. And those are just not words that we say, they're actions that we do. We engage people's expertise, one of our core values, and it's not just our expertise, but it's others' expertise. And so this morning's conversation and this morning's panel is really focusing on how we do things. The what is fascinating and the what is, really great, a great story. But this morning is how. And so, Bill, did you want to say a few more words about the collaboration?
Yeah, so that collaboration is something that, Christian mentioned over here is It's been a long time in the making. I know for the last 20-some years, working alongside the Historical Society at different areas, this one case here, or this research project, I guess is how it's unfolding, was a catalyst to something that has really transcended into something for what I feel is quite big. I mean, it's not only important for our tribe and indigenous tribes of the Wisconsin area here to talk about and to be able to relate to our history, our extensive period of time living here in what we call, our ancestral territories. It also gives us an opportunity to really showcases our areas of expertise, and it's only together that we have the ability to do that. And as you see in the title there, it says Wisconsin's Canoe Conundrum, but also it says De Wangshik Hominik, right? And as we went on that tour, the first day there, we talked about that term day, meaning lake, right? And Wangshik Hominik is who lies there. And that's the name that we have called the largest body of water in the Madison area there, that Lake Mendota. And when those lakes were created by the last glacier episode, that watershed, those lakes, had never been there before that time. And we had a story of how these lakes had been created through a series of processes. And those stories are still alive and vivid in our oral history. And it's important for us to project that, in today, present, and also in the future. So that day, Wangshik Hominik, I remember Kristen asking me, well, we should put the name of that on this title, and this was over a year ago already, and it never dawned on me to do that, believe it or not, and because I'm just comfortable saying Wisconsin, right? Madison, this is that, but that's Teejop, that's De Wangshik Hominik. That's important now to see, for my tribal members and constituents and anybody that understands Ho-Chunk at all, that word is there, and that's been said there since those lakes were made. So yeah, thank you, Kristen.
Thank you, Bill. Through our presentation, we're also going to talk about the lessons learned, especially by the Wisconsin Historical Society. Did we make mistakes during this process? You bet. Did we ask about how to do it better? You bet. And so this morning's panel, along with Bill Quackenbush, who is the Tribal Historic Preservation Officer of the Ho-Chunk Nation, we also have Larry Plucinski on our panel from the Bad River Nation, and the state archaeologist of Wisconsin, Dr. Amy Rosebrough. And so we're going to walk through the presentation and hopefully have some time to answer questions too. Dr. Rosebrough, you want to start it for us?
All right. Those of you who aren't that familiar with Wisconsin's geography, so Madison, our capital city, sits in between these two lakes. So to the north is the one that's on the maps, is Mendota, and as Bill notes, Te Wangshik Hominik. We have this diver. Her name is Tammy Thomsen. She's an award-winning diver. She works for our team, mostly in the big lakes, Lake Superior, Lake Michigan, doing schooners and shipwrecks, but she lives not far from the shore of our lake on the north. And so one day, on this beautiful day, June in 2021, she's out there messing around. She says she was chasing fish and picking up garbage, diving, because she spends more time underwater than she does above ground. And her dive partner, as they're working their way along what's called the wall, a spot where the shore dips down and all the fish congregate, her diver got to the halfway point on her air and signaled that they needed to stop and head back. And she looks down. At that moment, I'm sitting across town at a computer on a gorgeous Saturday, wondering why I'm working on a beautiful day, and I get this phone call. Because when she looked down, she saw a canoe right below her. And it's hard to read. She took a picture of her notebook, and it's dugout canoe, exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point. And she shows it to her dive partner and says, points. And the dive partner's like pointing at her oxygen, like that's important. Yeah. And they head back. And she tries to get the dive partner to go back, and the dive partner's boyfriend's got a basketball game or something like that. So I get this phone call. Amy, come out on the lake, I found something. And I'm thinking, am I gonna regret it if I say no to this? The answer would have been yes, I would have regretted it a lot. Okay. This is what she's seeing. So a dugout canoe emerging from the lake sediments, and inside there are these rocks. This is how she put it. There are these rocks. They're all the same size. They're all different colors. I don't know what this is about. I think this is a canoe. So I get out there. We head out on the boat. I say, okay, show me the rocks. Up come the rocks. Okay. I say, okay, put them back. Back they went. It took me a while. It was that night before I'm like, wait a minute, I know what's going on here. It took me a while because these are not formal tools like archaeologists often see. It's a set of net weights or net sinkers. Some of them have been chipped and shaped by humans. Some have been picked up probably off the beach just because they were fine the way they were. Some just have one little chip. Just something to put a little groove or a little notch on each side to hold down the bottom of a net. So probably gill net or drift net in the lake. So this is fishing gear. And we kind of filed this away and went, oh, this is interesting. But we were in between state archaeologists at that point. So they just kind of had to hold off there. And when our new state archaeologist came in, this guy, Jim Skibo, Dr. Jim Skibo, he said, is there anything I should know about? And we said, well, Jim, there's this canoe. And that's kind of what got it started.
So Dr. Jim Skibo came up to my office and he said, you know, Christian, we found this canoe, we just don't know how old it is, and you know, we're trying to figure out. And I said, well, how do you figure out? And he said, well, we need to carbon date it. But he said, my team said you're not going to allow us to spend that money. And I said, well, what do you mean? And they said, well, traditionally they said, you know, we don't expend that amount of money on these type of projects. And I had just been there for 3 years at the Wisconsin Historical Society, and I said, so what does carbon dating cost? And I think he said like $800 or $900. I said, well, let's go, you know, figure this out. Because we didn't know if this was something from the 1950s or, you know, was a University of Madison professor's project, you know, which there's a couple canoes that were made by some of the professors. We just didn't know it all. And so he came back and said, after the carbon dating, well, Christian, it's from 770 to 892 AD. And this really changed our thinking because at the best at that point in time, the team was thinking about, this might be a 19th century canoe, these things don't survive. And it's whole, right? It's 15 feet long. And so that began this journey, really thinking about where we were going with this and how to go on that journey. And that's where we were starting to think about, okay, who do we talk to about these things? And so this is the summer, and it took us a while to figure things out. Of course, we ended up talking to my partner here, Bill Quackenbush, about it, but this is one of the lessons learned, right? You know, we were thinking about this stuff, and we actually contacted Bill, in my opinion, a little bit late in the game. However, we did, and we started pulling people together. And then we started moving forward to figure out, what does this really mean? Bill, want to talk about this part?
Yeah, so I don't have the luxury of creating such beautiful artwork and documents and timelines of here. I use a rope, right? We noticed that on the first day. But looking at the timeline on here, you can see the various periods of time working its way forward to present, right? And I pulled out that rope over there at Devil's Lake, and we utilized that. And I remember a few of these people out here that stood on that rope, and it was no different. And on that rope had those two ribbons on there. One at this time is 1,200 years before present. And you can see on here the timelines and the changes and adaptation of us as humans, right? The whole chunk indigenous to the folks, and how we've adapted our even up to this day here. But that timeline is important for us to tell because it now supports our oral history and our connection to this area even more. So.
And so now they go out on the dive, and this is Jim along with Tammy Thomsen, who couldn't be here this morning. She's currently out on, was it Lake Michigan? You know, on a dive right now. And couldn't get relieved from that. They started working on pulling silt away from it, really slowly pulling the dirt away from the canoe down below. Jim then engaged another person, and I kid you not, this doctor's or this professor's name at down in Texas, Dr. Fix. And Dr. Fix is a boat conservator, a wooden boat conservator. So he's the best guy to figure out how to fix these things and conserve them for the future. But one of the things that Jim did is he talked to Dr. Fix about how do you, once you recover something like this, how do you sustain it? How do you conserve it physically, the material aspect of it? And so this is very old, very fragile. And so Jim is building actually a tank at the State Archive Preservation Facility, which we just built this building in 2018. So it has a conservation lab in it. And so the idea was Jim, the team were gonna recover this canoe, bring it to the State Archive Preservation Facility and submerge it in water immediately, put it back in its natural environment so we could figure out how to steward it into the future. Now we move into Recovery Day.
Okay, so it was cold. It was really, really cold. Tammy made a deal with the Dane County Sheriff's dive team that if she taught them how to find guns people tossed into the lake, they'd help find the canoe. So we had them along. Okay. And then Bill shows up with coffee and donuts.
Yeah, about 100 donuts.
Yeah. And that was welcome. We had a few press there. It was supposed to be this real small thing, just a couple of members of the press, Bill, a few other interested parties. And it was COVID. So all the people are outside trying to get fresh air and walking their dogs, and they see the cameras and they see people gathered, and they start asking, what's going on? I said, oh, they were pulling this ancient canoe out of the lake. Okay. And then they got on Facebook, and they got on their chats, and they got on their messenger. Next thing we know, we had like 150 people gathered there watching this canoe come in. So out they go. So you see our vessel, the Dawn Treader, along with dive team. They got floats attached to it, let it lift up real quick. They didn't bring it all the way to the surface. They wanted to keep it under the water as long as possible, and it came in real slow to the beach. Everybody watching it and waiting for about an hour or so. And then this is the picture. It made the news. It was everywhere. And we didn't expect it to go that far, but like I said, it was COVID. It was a lot of bad news, and people wanted good news at that point, and this was good news. And so away it went. We started getting calls from everywhere. But the press wasn't the big thing. The press was getting the canoe ashore safely and making sure that the people involved were able to tell the story, that we could help them do that.
Yeah, at this point, when they brought that dugout canoe out of the water, and you saw the locals there gathering around, and they had a few cameras that some dignitaries had been speaking to regarding the significance of this. It never dawned on me, even at that moment there, of what this would entail in the future. But I did know that it was important, and I knew, although I had just a short period of time between two other projects that I stopped in between, it was important for I to ask Kristen to come over there and take a look at this real close. I said, we're never going to get a second chance of this. That's what I had thought. And we knelt down that, and for some reason I wanted to touch that dugout canoe. 1,200 years ago, one of my ancestors, our indigenous folks, had made that by hand, never realizing, right, that 1,200 years in the future, they'll be looking at his handiwork or their handiwork, and what an important role it's going to play in our history and culture and our heritage, and how to perpetuate us and learn from our past, so we can conduct our ways right in the present, right, and how we can do better in the future. But that's important. And I reached down there and touched that dugout canoe. Of course, you have the coffee cup in the background with Kristen and I sitting down there. And I think that image right there is something that I'm proud of, my children are proud of, and hopefully my children are proud of, that we were there together for that. So.
It was an extremely special moment, and of course this photograph went viral around the world. And some people misunderstood this photograph too. I think that was one of the lessons learned too. Actually, some people said, what are the two white guys doing with the Native American canoe? And so people straightened it out, the community and online straightened it out. But what had happened after this is that we were starting to get calls from Europe, across the state here, of course, across the United States. It went viral into newspapers. The Guardian in England did it. We had archaeologists calling us from Europe and in Africa and Asia. And so this thing, that started at this moment of time, this canoe recovery, we had to figure out how to get it back through Madison safely. And so this is the recovery team. And I think this is another thing about engaging expertise, right? This is the Dane County Sheriff's dive team, rescue team, with our underwater archaeology team, and Dr. Rosebrough's in the picture as well too. And we were thanking them. Bill and I are, taking this picture at the moment, thanking them for doing this. But they also provided this really nice trailer that could go slow through the city, and the mayor provided a police escort. So we went 5 miles an hour through the city with a police escort to make sure that it did not get damaged when it got to the State Archive Preservation Facility. Survived the ride. This is the State Archive Preservation Facility, and this is in Madison. We built this in 2018. The front side that has like 4 windows on it facing what looks like a little knee wall, that's actually the Tribal Care Suite, and that was designed with the Native Nations here in Wisconsin. They actually helped us with the design, the Menominee made the furniture, the choice of materials were picked out, and it's all about how the Native Nations are stewarding their collections at that facility. So this is where we brought it. We opened up the facility, like I said, in 2018, and we never really had a live conservation project until this point. So here it is coming in. This is the canoe. It has sand on it at this point, silt that came out of the lake. And again, it's 15 feet long. It's all there. And that's Tammy Thomsen, the person that we're talking about who actually found it, our maritime archaeologist, and began the recovery for it. So this is part of the long haul. We started pulling up pieces of sand and dirt before we put it into the tank. Now, the tank that Jim was building, you saw it as wood. We lined it with rubber, and now it's filled with water, iodized water, and it's rotating a polyethyl glycol element through it to stabilize it. It's going to be there for another 1.5 years. We also worked with the University of Wisconsin engineering school to image this. And so this is also available to take a look at for research purposes. What's fascinating about this is it still has all the charredness. It's oak too. It's an oak canoe, so very hard wood, but making an oak dugout canoe and that technique still has the burn marks there. This gives you a little idea of what happened. And it just started going across the state immediately. But the real thing that threw us off is there's a TV show on the BBC in Great Britain called Time Team. And they were on hiatus because of the pandemic at this time and, coming out of the pandemic. But they popped this out as one of the top 10 amazing stories in archaeology across the globe. And so you can Google this, and the video is great because it's like, something happening in Ireland, the Celtic dug, or Roman this, and something in Wales or Asia, and then it goes, in the United States, Wisconsin, Lake Mendota, Madison, and then they talk about the canoe. So it made the top thing there. And that then hit as well too. People started calling us again. And really this launched the story in a way where we started realizing that we probably should have talked to more of the Native Nations. And this is another, lesson learned through this. We were working directly with the Ho-Chunk, and we also just started working with Red Cliff a little bit on this time. But then we realized it was really, this is as Larry keeps saying, Larry keeps talking about, this is the ancients of ancients canoe. This is our ancestors, and before the tribes, what we have today. And so that connection to that, these are their ancestors, made it really more important for us to reach out to all the nations in Wisconsin and actually in the UP as well too, the Ojibwe and Minnesota. And Bill was doing his own project at that time too, and I'm going to let him tell that story.
Yeah, so it just so happened, the reason I first became interested in what they had discovered was I was doing some research within our whole tribal communities and working with Dane County on a project there. in a town called McFarland there. They were putting in a bicycle trail or a multi-use trail, and it just so happened on that trail there was several large cottonwoods that were in the way of the trail, right? The trees are always in the way of stuff, right? So they were going to remove that and discard them, no profit in cottonwood. And we were talking, I was multitasking once again. I had some university folks with me, and I was going to yet another project, and I stopped in there. And I said, well, and as we were talking about it, I said, well, what are you going to do with those trees? And that was back in 2000, I think in 18 or something like that. And he goes, oh, we're going to discard them. There's no, we're just going to, send them off. And I said, well, don't throw them. There's always a use for something, right? And it never dawned on me on what that meant, but at that moment. But I says, well, and he says, well, what do you want to do with them? I says, well, we'll make a couple dugout canoes out of them. I was kind of like shooting off the shoulder a little bit there. And out of the stories, though, I had an oral handshake with this gentleman, Chris James, his name is a project planner for the county. And I said, well, I'll make 2 dugout canoes. You make the first one, I said, like that, and the first thing I'll do to honor that, I'll take it down the 4 lakes of Madison, all the way down the Yahara River. I said, like that, and it was kind of a foreboding was what's to come, because, of course, 2017 and 18, they set it off in a park, McCarthy Youth Conservation Park, and there it sat. And it sat there for a good year, and I thought, well, now what do? I live 2.5 hours to the north, by the way, up in Barker Falls. It wasn't a very profitable thing to be driving back and forth, working on dugout canoes, something I had never made, never really had a plan for it, so it kind of lingered. And I would send staff every once in a while, go mow around in this park, because I obligated ourselves to it. We picked that log up and we hauled it up to Barker Falls finally with a lowboy from our DNR. And they dropped it off there, and they put it right in front of my office window. That building to the left high there is my office window. And so I had to look at it and look at it and look at it, and all of a sudden I finally realized the pandemic hit. And we had worked on it slowly. And I said, well, they reduced me down to essential workers. They took my budgets away, right? Everybody went through the same process. Our businesses were shut down, right? And so we thought nothing better to do than to mask up and start taking this log that sits out there kind of going to waste to our different tribal communities. And being an at-large tribe, logistics is terrible, right? You got to throw it onto a trailer, haul it all the way down to Madison, over to Nakusa, over to Green Bay, or wherever we had to take it there to work with our youth, 6 foot apart. And we worked on it real slowly. We ended up finally getting it taken care of. And so when you look at these images right here, after it was completed, we had to throw a date out there, 2022, that's all it is. And in the time in between that is the discovery of this other one was on there. So it just perfectly melded together that, if we put this dugout canoe in the top of Lake Mendota and take it across that big body of water to see if in fact dugout canoes are something that does cross those big bodies of water. You can see those Ho-Chunk in there, and Sunshine Bear that sits up here in the green. She's sitting in that dugout canoe. She's second from the front. We have ladies there, Ho-Chunk members, right, and relatives from Oklahoma. They come that far back here to sit in that dugout canoe. And our legislator, Sarah Lemieux, is sitting there just in front of me. And no, she's sitting in the middle. And Arvina Martin is sitting in there. I like to throw her name in there because she's a city alderperson from Madison as well. And we set sail, and it made some headlines because we started up there in the village of Wanakee, the watershed into Lake Mendota, because that's the most important aspect of that whole waterway, right? The head of the waters up there. And they had bought into a lock, stock, and barrel. We kicked off and went down through the 4 lakes and ended up going down the Yahara River and into the Rock River, then down the Rock River to South Beloit, Illinois, in that dugout canoe in a week with our youth and our families down there. It's in dedication of our promise to that Dane County individual, Chris James. So that said, when you look on here, we went through the lock and dam, and we felt it was very important to stop over the top of the very area that they removed those dugouts all there, because it made news. And we wanted to revisit that site there that our ancestors had been there. So, 1,200 years ago, a little deeper down, but they were there. And then in reality hit my tribal members sitting in that dugout, that we have been here a long time, continuous, and now we have further evidence to back our oral history of us saying that we've been here since those leaks were made. And little time difference there, but we definitely felt it was important for us to stop over that. Paddled down the Yahara. I think we stopped at the safe house there, in fact, with that too. And I don't know what the screen is on here, so I'm going to turn this back over probably to Amy or Kristen.
All right, so then Tammy went diving again. And she looked down, and deja vu. So I was with Jim Skibo out at Astaland State Park. We were given tours, and this text came in. And those of you in the back who can't read, it says, "Hi all, totally not joking here. Was out diving with Casey, and we ran into another dugout canoe. Seriously, not joking." She had to say that. Cindy coordinates in a minute, and then Caitlin, one of our other divers, like, "Holy what?" So I come around the corner, there's Jim sitting under a park shelter with a grin from ear to ear. He's like, "What?" And we thought, okay, another radiocarbon date, more money from Christian. So, let's see, it's going to be the same date, right? It can't be any different.
Right, and of course, I paid for the carbon dating again. And it turned out to be 3,000 years old. And so you're looking at, what, Amy, this is roughly 20, 30 feet away from the other one?
It was just a couple 100 feet down.
Yeah.
I mean, it's practically the same spot.
Yep. So looking at this then, this is where lessons learned on the first one, we're like, okay, let's go to Whitrick with the Wisconsin Intertribal Repatriation Committee, and Jim Skibo and Amy did that. And then they had a conversation with Bill and all the THPOs about this. And, Larry, do you want to talk about what happened after that point?
I was told I was supposed to just come up here and scratch my chin and smile and nod at Bill a lot. Yeah, when this happened, when they got hold of us, we're at, I found out at a Whitrick meeting from Bill and he asked if I'd be interested in coming down and helping out with this. And at first I had to, try to grasp what he was asking me. And then once I started thinking about it, I go, wow, that was a no-brainer. So I jumped at the opportunity, and it just reminded us of our migration route from when we're all indigenous people from the East Coast to down to St. Lawrence, and when we got to the Great Lakes, where we had people were dividing, trying to find the passage to where the food grows on the water was supposed to be our stopping space. And then it ended up being about a 500-year journey, but that's when other tribes and that started branching off and became the whole chunk, the Potawatomi, the Menominee, the Ojibwe. But before that, we were just one indigenous people. And I go, this fits in with what our prophecy was. And I was all on board for that. And ever since then, I've been with these fantastic people, learning. Every time I go out, I learn something new. I thought we were finding a lot of objects under the water one time with Bill when he was doing his ground penetrating radar stuff, and come to find out all they were sailboat moorings. I go, well, this ain't gonna work out.
So we weren't going to recover the canoe by ourselves. We made the decision, we're doing this together. And so when Whitrick said, let's all do this together, and they said, work with the various tribes to do that, and they'll circle in and out, some of them, but to keep everybody informed. Then we redid the whole process of this. Everything from the communications to kind of decision-making. This whole framework that moved forward was hand in hand with all the nations. And I would say this, that when we even got to the level of the recovery of it, we started moving into, better understanding about this canoe and what it could do educational-wise. And we'll talk about that a little later. But both canoes, we see as a great opportunity to share stories. And Wisconsin Historical Society is actually part of this, is helping to be a platform for the Native nations to tell their own story, where it's not us to tell that. We're actually helping them steward it, preserve it, and then in the future, care for it and exhibit it. So it became Recovery Day 2. And again, we're on the water. This time it's not in November, is it, Amy? This time it's not in November? We're a little earlier, a little warmer?
We made sure to pick a nice, beautiful, warm day, that second one.
Because, they spent a number of hours under the water in November before. It was very cold and hard to shake off that cold later. But it again, rose to the surface to the recovery. Again, this is the canoe coming out. And you can see it's a little bit different rather than a sling. They have it on a float this time. And then Bill, I'll let you tell this story.
Yeah, so our past administration's president right there is Marlon White Eagle there, and it was important for us to bring tribal community members, local, tribal, any individual or indigenous folks within the Great Lakes region. Basically, we should have been there and invited because it's all of our stories to share. And we had, I think there was no less than, for sure, 5 different tribal representations sitting in a group photo that we had at one time standing around this. And Marlon, I mean, he was hesitant to touch this thing, but I said, you better go and at least touch this dugout canoe. And I remember them saying, well, this is like spongy cardboard, wet cardboard, so you gotta be very fragile. And that's why they took the caution to bring it on a less windy day. It's wrapped in this, this stiff object there to get it there because it was pretty fragile. But nonetheless, Marlon and our tribal members were there. Larry was there. We had other members. We have a Menominee lady that spoke about her culture gift earlier. She was there, and it was kind of nice. It was a good feeling for us to see that. So here's the group right here, an image of that. Again, it was something that was important for us to assure that we had some tribal representation there for sure. So.
And that's Larry in the Badger jersey there. Something that happened too, when Bill was bent over with President White Eagle and a few of us were watching them coming in. Amy, you saw that with me. Do you want to tell them what happened?
So the canoe has just hit shore. And, at this point, we're kind of breathing one sigh of relief because, divers are up safe and the canoe is on shore safe and people are greeting it as they should. And I kind of did that thing and looked up, and a bald eagle had come and dropped down just over the crowd, passed over us down the shoreline. And I've been in Madison for a while. You don't see bald eagles there. So that kind of shocked me a little. I'm like, hey, did anybody else see that? I am awake, right? That happened. So then, everyone, the cops again, got bundled into its truck, and they took it across town real slow, and everyone's trying to get out of dive gear and get the boat packed away and get back over to our preservation facility to meet it. And I pull up in the car, and I've just missed it being unloaded into the building. And someone turns and says, hey, did you see that eagle? And I said, yeah, it came down right over the beach. And they blinked and they said, no, the one that swooped down just as we opened the door to the truck. I'm like, okay. I got a few shivers down the spine there on that one.
Yeah, special moment. So we brought the canoe inside the State Archives preservation facility. And this is Tammy, maritime archaeologist with Larry. And this moment, this is again where we started doing things more in tune with everybody's expertise compared to the first one. We actually started working on the canoe, and it was a great moment for everybody on that. Here's Bill with his son. You gotta talk about this.
Yeah, so one of the things, my son works in our division as well. I was mentioning to somebody yesterday evening, how would you like to work with your dad in cultural resources? And so that's got to be one of the most patient persons I know on the earth right there. But we brought him in here. He was very excited to come and take a look at the dugout there, and they asked if we would help begin cleaning it there a little bit. And I thought, this would be an awesome time, and so we sat down there and we assisted. I think we actually were standing right across from the dugout from Larry here on the other side of us there too. This is not a job for me. I don't know how those guys have the patience and wherewithal to do this. I mean, grain by grain, taking it out of there. It just wasn't something that I was able to do. So, and that is a toothpick right there, and that's how they worked on that dugout canoe right there.
But wait, there's more.
So when we're pulling up the first one, you saw the pictures of doing the dredging around it and kind of working around it. So the divers started finding these pieces of canoe. Now, one end of that first canoe is really degraded. It was the end that was sticking out of the sediment, and it had been exposed to biological activity and oxygen in the water. It was starting to kind of eat it away. It's why we need to preserve it. And these pieces of wood kept coming up. And Jim would look at them, and he'd get a little puzzled. And he said, well, this must be part of that end of the canoe. Maybe they fell off. And they're a little bit better preserved just because they fell off early. And we'll save them, and we'll fit them back on the canoe once we got everything into the preservation facility. And then canoe 2. Divers are down there. We had 4 divers working on each quadrant of that canoe, doing the same thing, real carefully fanning the sediment away, making sure there aren't any fish hooks or any other artifacts down there. And 3 divers finished. They got the canoe freed from the sediment, and they went up, and they're looking around, and diver number 4 is not coming with them. So they waited around a while, and then finally someone said, oh, what's taking them so long? Let's go down and check that out. Down they go, and he's still working. Now, this didn't get into the press, because this is the moment when everything kind of changed for us. They got down there and got down and realized he was still working, because he didn't realize, with all the sediment and the silt kind of stirred up and the visibility in the water, he didn't realize that he'd finished canoe 2. He was working on canoe 3 underneath it. So we had a canoe on top of a canoe. And when word came up, we're like, all right, we've brought up 2 canoes. We need to stop and think about this a little bit. And now we also need to think about those pieces that came up with canoe 1. Was that canoe on top of another canoe? So more radiocarbon dates were sent out, various pieces that were in the tank that we thought belonged to canoe 1. Tammy and divers went back down. They started finding more charred wood, and they were getting more samples. And out they went. And it turns out that we've got at least 10 to 11 of them. And those dates came back. And one of them was almost 4,500 years back. All in one little spot of the shoreline. Like, all right, we got to stop recovery for one thing. We got to talk to the tribe, see what they want to do. Because now we don't just have 1 or 2 chance encounters, we have a site, and a very, very important one at that. All right. And now we've got preservation issues. So we've got 2 canoes and bits of others that need to be conserved. Okay. We've got this polyethylene glycol, non-toxic, kind of like a wax. So let's see, how many people here have ever had the misfortune to need to take Mylanta or Miralax? Okay, you've drunk this stuff then. Or in a better way, how many people have eaten a Skittle? Okay. You've eaten this stuff. It's non-toxic stuff. Basically, it seeps into the wood. All that's holding the cells in the wood up right now are the water that's soaked into it over the millennia. And if that water dries out and goes away, the canoe, the wood collapses. So we're letting this PEG, this polyethylene glycol, kind of soak into these for about 2 years. And at that point, it's going to be stable. Okay. So we've got Scott there. He's adding the PEG in. The water's nice and clear in this picture. And right now it looks like Elmer's glue because the concentration's getting high and doing exactly what it's supposed to do. So people say, can we see the canoes now? Like, no, you can see the tank, but the canoes are kind of hidden at the moment.
Sure, so now it's going to be there for roughly another 1.5 years. And then what we're going to do is we're going to take this back down to Dr. Fix at Texas A&M. That big container with the circle on it is a freeze dryer. And so it's going to be in there for close to 60 to 90 days, and that will stabilize it. So that's going to preserve it. That's where people can see it up close, and it'll be out of the water at that point in time. Next slide. Amy, you want to talk about the context of this, or Bill? Bill is.
Yeah, sure. So what you're looking at here is an effigy mound form. It has been outlined, I believe, with some type of lime or chalk there to make it stand out for this image, obviously. But the period of time that these earthworks were being created around Madison, they had been adapted from those conicals and lingers all the way up to the latter portion of the periods when they were being created, you know, into effigy mound forms. And this here, I believe, is what they called a, was it a goose? It's at the confluence of where Willow Creek enters into Lake Mendota, close proximity where these dugouts were even brought. That first dugout canoe that was brought out there 1,200 years, that was in close proximity of the times when our people, you know, lived comfortably around that lake in great amounts. And these earthworks that were around there is just one portion of our cultural connection to that region. And Eagles Heights, right? We have the fasting sites, we have the springs, we have the medicines in those. And that area there, Yarahera, means basically, in short, you know, that's where, you know, the waters come from. You know, that's the spring water. That's our life's blood, right? The earth life's blood. And that's what his gift's us for. Madison's well known for those springs. And so life was good there. And we always have this, you know, saying that, you know, we didn't survive through thousands of years. We thrived for thousands of years. And Madison is a classic example that give you everything you need and more to live there. And that's why you still find these major complexes that we adapted to bring in agriculture up the Nichade, that big Mississippi River, up into here and transform it into what grows in ours through the raised garden beds that surrounded these lakes. You know, these effigy mound forms and our village complexes there. And undoubtedly, we use those lakes to great effect, and these dugout canoes are a testament to that process there. So that first dugout canoe came into that. The second dugout canoe that they brought in there is even before agriculture came in here and transformed us and adapted us to who we are today. So some great content there for us to take back to our tribal members and constituents, right? And tell them how long we truly, really have been here. And here's proof positive of that right here.
Go ahead, Amy.
All right, so here are the two that were recovered. So canoe one, and what archaeologists would call late woodland, so about 1,200 years old, white oak. Okay. Second one, about 3,000 years back, what archaeologists would call late archaic here, ash tree. About the same kind of look to them. They're shallow, they're about 15 feet long, almost kind of a paddleboard kind of thing. The one has a little damage just from degrading, from being exposed. The other one, you'll see kind of a chunk out of the middle, and it's in quite a few pieces here. That chunk is one of the reasons we're going to have to think hard about this site. Is there fishermen? Tammy was chasing the fish there, so they dropped their anchors overboard. And we think one of those anchors went through this canoe. You can see a couple places where there's some recent strikes to it. It's one of the reasons we wanted to get these more intact ones up and kind of out of the way in the first place. But we're also going to have to think about now, how do we protect, so we're not going to raise everything, everything's going to stay put. How do we protect what's down there? And you put all these canoes into kind of the environmental picture, compare it to the pollen that our UW Center for Limnology has pulled out of the lakes. They've kind of come up with this environmental story of the lake, where you've got the ice age, you've got glaciers, it's cold, temperature's real low, then the temperature rises, moves up. You can see that graph, that line going up, and then it kind of plateaus for a while. It's called the altithermal or hypsothermal. It's a period of real high temperatures in this region when the place was kind of naturally oak savanna. And then the temperature starts to drop again. Okay. That's the cycles kind of moving everything back towards the next ice age. And now, you know, human mistreating the earth are kind of putting that out of the picture. But you see all those canoes are kind of in that downward slope there. And these canoes are telling this story of environmental change. The oldest ones are elm. So a tree that in that kind of environment grows tall and straight, so you get a nice big trunk out of it. And then it shifts as the environment is changing, the forests are beginning to return. You see the cottonwood, then the ash, and then the white oak, and then the red oak. So the canoes are telling that story of the environment changing and people adapting to it and doing what they need to do as the world kind of moves around them. Bill, do you want to talk about, since you've done it?
Yeah, so again, we go back to this one timeline graph here, and then so you can begin seeing a pretty nice, beautiful picture here of history. Important to note, you know, with these dugout canoes is that when she was mentioning that timeline of the different types of materials that these dugouts are made out of, and much of our history relates to after the last glacier episode we see to the north. It doesn't leave you a pretty picture. It's scarified ground, you know, and you can see the drumlins and the issues. And as the earth, our mother, begins to reclaim herself and take care of herself, we adapted to live right alongside that. You don't live on top of ice, right? You live alongside it. And as it receded to the north, we followed back to what we call in our whole chunk history, Moga shoots or red banks. And this is really important right here. And I'm gonna say this for Amy. They began doing their research and studies out there. And at the time, I think there was only maybe at least a dozen canoes that we had knowledge of. When I say we, you know, in this area here, Wisconsin. But as they began to do the research going out there and documenting dugout canoes, they started finding more and more dugout canoes attributed to our region over here. And what is the number, Amy, that you have now at this total? That we're only second to this southern state of Florida down there. So we can take great pride of this. How many?
We've got over 100. So Sissel Schroeder, raise your hand out there. Jump up and down.
There she is.
Over there. So she knows the exact numbers, and we've got, what was it?
105.
105 we're up to. They're still coming in. So Tammy just went and saw one. I got a nice picture of a nice cat sitting in that canoe on someone's collection. So if you want to see these, come to the Wisconsin Historical Society table out there. I got a slideshow running, so you can see all these canoes that Sissel and Tammy are documenting out there. All right, so the study that Tammy's doing with the University of Wisconsin-Madison, looking at these canoes and collections, is they're finding that the wood type is kind of what you'd expect for the region. You go up north in the North Woods where there's a lot of pine and hemlock. The canoes are mostly made out of pine and hemlock. You come south into the area where the oak savanna hung on. Okay, that's where you see the oak, where you see the hickory and the hardwoods there. And the few occasions where we've had a canoe kind of pop up in the wrong spot, it turns out it's usually from the other area. So we've got a canoe down in Villa Louis that's made out of the wrong kind of wood for the region, but it actually came from up north. Okay. So we're starting to kind of put all these into perspective. You know, some are at tribal museums. You know, how were they made? You know, how do they change? How do they compare with what was found earlier? Okay. And the goal, for that study, you know, combined with our work, you know, with the tribes, is to try and get this kind of history of canoe use in this area written up, okay, so that we can talk about the continuity. Now, I say this a lot. I can show people a 10,000-year-old spear point when I go out to do educational things, and they stare at it and like, that's neat, but they don't get it. But you show the same person a canoe, and suddenly the past is people, the past is alive, because they can picture themselves in a canoe. They can see that out on the lakes today. They can look right out to the spot and see people paddling. They've done it themselves, and it connects, it hits home. And we're also trying to use the canoes to tell another story, which is the story of the environment. Because these canoes are offshore, they're way out there. They're not right up on the current shore. So that wall we talked about, I've kind of highlighted it in red in this image. You can see it's sort of like a little bathtub ring that goes all around the interior of the lake. Okay. That's an old shoreline. And back when the temperatures were high, that was where the shore was. So probably there's a community there. Okay. which is why all these canoes are at this location out on the old shore. But once the temperature started to drop, the lake level should have come up. And what the environmental folks and limnologists are telling us is that if droughts get bad enough in Madison, the water that supplies this chain of lakes stops, and the lake dries up and goes down to that level. And we've got a capital city sitting right in between these lakes. This is drinking water for people. And we're trying to let people know that the canoes and the lakes are telling us that that's not a permanent situation. If things go bad, they're going to get worse. So down there, yeah, so we've got an image. So there's the Dawn Treader, nicely drawn in for scale. Got Tammy there in her hat up top. So this is how far down they are now. So 20-something feet. But back in the day, they would have been just right off the beach. And the next steps, yeah. So like I said, the canoes are in a tank. They are being preserved. That second canoe came up in 30-something different pieces. We got a puzzle box lid kind of put together. We'll get it back together. Okay. So now we're looking for a community site. Now we're trying to figure out how many other canoes are down there and more about this setting. So.
Yeah, so here we are, back together on the lake there. We had decided how are we going to attack some of this for the research, and just so it goes that our tribe, our Ho-Chunk people, have been utilizing GPR for since 1990, 1992. We picked up our first unit, CR2, GSSI, I'll pump that. We use their system all the time. But this unit that here, GPR equipment through ICE, I had never did anything of that nature. So I reached out to some folks that are really good at geophysical process there. I talked to an individual named Burke, and the last sentence he told me, he says he did some research through water and he goes, well, and I was telling him what antenna I was going to try to use and what equipment I had. And he goes, and the last thing he had said was, well, just so you know, just be prepared to be underwhelmed. That's what he told me. And I didn't quite comprehend what he was saying. I thought, man, this is, technology. I'd be able to see, a stone, 30 feet below the water, right? But in the period of time that we went there, the weather, puts ice on our lakes, and on top of that, it puts snow. And that's a lot of air. That's a lot of cavity to shoot through. And Jared was very right spot on. We were pretty underwhelmed with some of the material that we had gathered that first time, but we didn't want to give up. So, you got your screen? Is there another screen of GPRing? No, yeah, perfect there. So here we are on the ice. Tribal members, I think Larry is out there. We have the same Menominee lady that's over here. Some of my staff. There's Jim Skibo and there's Amy tucked in there somewhere, yep, behind that big woolly hat of hers again. And when she said it gets cold, it does get cold, and that was unbelievably cold and windy out there, so we went and acquired some of those. We have ice fishing shanties that I use. I have my own personal, I brought mine, and Jim bought his own out there, and we took shelter in there at times in there too. I did some scanning. I had what we call affectionately the thumper. Right there, that's a 100 hertz antenna. I thought if I'm going to see anything, I can see with that bad boy. And but it was hard to really get any gainful data out of the process there too. We still have this raw data. I want to go back and now revisit it. I kind of was thinking at a little different angle now. So, but in short, it was an opportunity for us to get together on the ice and spend some money and buy a lot of hot coffee. Yay. But it was interesting. You got to do what you got to do. You never know, right? But you don't know if you don't try. That's my mentality, at least, too. So with that, here they are. Fast forward. I'll let Amy talk a little bit about this, but we, in short, wanted to do it on top of the surface water. And that dugout I made out of cottonwood that sits down by the elevator in the backside on the first floor down there, that's the cottonwood dugout canoe my youth and our tribal communities made. And we were thinking, well, and if you put the antenna in there, add a little water to get rid of the air pocket underneath there and shoot it down through the dugout canoe, it's got to be one of the most stable. It was stable for us humans to go across that lake out there. So we put the antenna in there, and we got some great data out of that. Raw data yet, the compiling of that. We use GPS to start and stop the points. I want to go back again. I want to do it again because I have yet another antenna now I want to try. So And the research is never going to end, and I think the use of that dugout canoe is just kind of ironic that we're using a dugout to look at dugouts, so that's pretty cool. Larry. Oh yeah, so Larry is going to grab his chin on this one here. Here's some of the folks where we go back once again, and we're doing that work on there. We thought it'd be a great opportunity to be collaboratively work on there on this. What did we call that boat, Amy, that we were on? What is that boat? The Dawn Treader out there, and very nice vehicle out there. And this is where we were out there doing the survey with the dugout canoe as well. So I'm going to turn this one over to Christian because this is where I think it gets pretty interesting.
So I mentioned earlier that one of the collaborative things that we wanted to work on is sharing the stories after this is all conserved and we preserve the canoes, and also work on how do we preserve the site and so it doesn't get damaged more. So we are building and opening up in 2027 Wisconsin's History Center, and that is going to be right across from the Capitol in Madison. And that is a place where we're going to show the canoes. They'll be on exhibit. But also, we started working with our partners, PBS Wisconsin. So you see Bill, Tammy, and one of our historians filming the canoes so we can get it out across the state. And it's also being picked up in the Midwest, too. There's a closer look, working with PBS Wisconsin and our public historians. Inside the Wisconsin History Center, there's going to be permanent galleries and changing galleries. The Human Landscapes Gallery, and this is probably where, in the past we would call an agriculture and environment gallery, but we're talking about human landscapes because the canoes really shaped our thinking on how to present stories. And this actually, I'll tell you my own personal story with it, really prompted me to work with the Great Lakes Intertribal Council on how to create a structural way to do these things, not just the canoes being a one-off project, but truly create a collaborative structure. So the Great Lakes Intertribal Council put together what is called the Wisconsin Native Nations Council. It's a Wisconsin Historical Society's Native Nations Council. And we hired Dr. Rachel Byington. She's in the director's office of the society working with me to actually chair that council. But what's great about it is the nations, Native nations in Wisconsin, their presidents, chairpersons, chairwomen, chairmen, actually appoint cultural leaders and THPOs to that council. So it's a structure now that we have to work together, not just on the canoes, but also the Wisconsin History Center. And so that's a big part. And they actually are not just reviewing stories, but they're sharing stories and they're shaping how we do things together. And this is the human landscape concept drawing. And again, you can see to the lower right a boat, and then the canoes are there in the lower right near kind of a landmass. And this is going to, like I say, opening up in 2027. We're designing as we speak. The back side of it is actually a digital wall that changes, and the landscape changes very slowly, but then it articulates different places throughout Wisconsin on the stories that we're telling, whether they're agricultural, hunting, or whether it's about where we live and where we work or play. The black and white there. But the other thing too is we talked about people telling stories. This is a photograph of Bill in a kiosk, and he is going to be telling the story along with Larry about the canoes. So we really believe that we could create an opportunity for having community guides, and that's what we're calling them right now. People telling the stories from their community's point of view, the nation's point of view, and that's embedded in the entire History Center. And another close-up of how the canoes may be displayed. And, Bill and I wanted to end on this one and then open up for questions, but that's Governor Tony Evers with Bill and looking at the canoe, and that's actually President John Greendeer of the Ho-Chunk with me looking at the canoe. They're both committed to this. Our governor is highly supportive of our efforts, working with the nations, of course. And so this is the beginning of a story that's unfolding that we wanted to share with you. Bill?
All right, I guess, and to close this out, once again, even though John, our president, isn't able to be here at the conference for the most part, and one thing that maybe we had not mentioned, we just so happened to ran into a medicine dance this week, and so we have a lot of our traditionalists that were originally assisting us here and having their presence here. They elected, of course, to do what is right for them, and traditionally they're taking care of business at home. But that said, I know, as Colin has mentioned earlier, John sends his greetings and his love for everybody here as well. And as Kristen mentioned there, he used to be one of our executive directors for our heritage preservation. In between, he was president, executive director, and now president again. So he's really in tune, and he really is sharply aware of what his tribe is doing in the field of preservation out there. And he has our back on that, which is a really good feeling. Legislators, we had our vice president here yesterday. They all know that coming to this conference here was important, and having the conference held here in the Great Lakes region, we felt it also was important that all the tribes, from this region here had equal voice on this at the conference over here. And whether they grab their chins and sit alongside you here in silence, their presence is still known here, which I really appreciate that. So, any questions at all out there about the dugout canoe technology? Nobody from Florida, though, and I can say that. So, if you want to hunt us down after this session, by all means, we're going to linger around out here today, and hopefully you guys are around here this evening for the evening meal and cultural event over there too, and that'll give us an opportunity to sit down and formally we'll talk a little bit more about how we're working collaboratively with the Historic Society and the tribes of the state of Wisconsin. Well, thank you, folks. I appreciate it. We ending up on time, which is rare in Ho-Chunk country, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Good morning, everyone. We're going to take a 10-minute break. Please come back at 10:45. Shane Yellow Thunder is here, and we do ask that you please consider, as THPOs and THPO staff, going and talking to him in his video booth that is around to the right. Thank you very much. Again, please come back in 10 minutes, 10:45.
All right, everybody, if we could return to our seats, we'll get underway in about 1 minute. Give you a couple seconds here to wrap up your conversations, get your email sent, all the good stuff. All right, so we'll be mindful of time here. We've got another action-packed day, so we'll go ahead and get started here with our next panel. So we've got an exciting panel here today, Rights of Nature. If you guys want to load that slide presentation up. But we normally don't introduce the panelists, we've kind of hit and miss on that, but I want to take this time to introduce my relative, my sister, Samantha Skenandore. This topic is true to who she is as a person, professionally, personally, and also true to her clan responsibilities. This is right up our alley. So sharing the same clan. This is a topic that hits home and close to me. Being part of the Ho-Chunk Nation, working with Ho-Chunk over the years, watching this topic evolve and the level of sophistication that you'll see here is something special. So without further ado, we'll introduce the other panelists, but you got a real treat here, Samantha Skenandore, and we'll introduce the next panel.
And Lance Foster, if you don't already know him, and many of you do, he's on our board. You met him already this week, and we appreciate his service in that way. He's also on the board of Nature Conservancy and probably a handful of other things that I'm forgetting about at the moment. Lance keeps a lot of irons in the fire. And I knew when we added this topic to the agenda that I wanted Lance to talk about this. Yeah, I think you're really going to enjoy it. There's a lot of trainings that we keep threatening to put together with Lance. So enjoy.
Well, good morning. How are you doing today? Good. Is coffee kicking in? We were just joking about whether we're going to put you to sleep or wake you up. So I chose the wake up card, so you're welcome. It's good to meet you. My name's Samantha. As my brother Colin said, I've been practicing law for almost 20 years. I am the managing partner of a national native-owned law firm called Patterson, Earnhart, Reelbird, and Wilson. They are based out of Louisville, Colorado. I spent the bulk of my career in big law, so big law firms of like 500 or more. But I tell you, you are my people, because I didn't get into law, and the only reason why I got into law was for historic preservation. I used to work alongside Bill Quackenbush, which we just heard this wonderful presentation on the Canoes from Teejop, where I live. I've been living in Madison for almost 30 years now, so that's my hometown, where they're finding these canoes and preserving these canoes and reintroducing the Native community to the canoes and the things that they're learning as things are unfolding. So we get to live that in real time, and it's quite fascinating. When I was in cultural resources with Bill doing sacred site preservation and THPO work for about 4.5 years, we had a case that actually took place here in Wisconsin Dells, and it involved a sacred water spring site called Big Spring. And what happened that year was that the existing governor had invited water bottling companies to come into Wisconsin, since we're rich with that water resource here, and find out where in the state they could bottle and do high capacity wells. Well, Perrier Bottling Company entered the state of Wisconsin under that invitation from the governor and looked at 3 different water sources here in the state and picked Big Spring. Well, Big Spring is just down the road from where you're sitting now. We got a tip from an environmental group that this was underway and that the state of Wisconsin was changing its DNR rules on aquifers so that the Perrier could come in and see how much water they can pull out of that well. Well, why that mattered was that Big Spring site was actually the site where Ho-Chunks would go and get water historically for ceremony, and that was a special site. Even in the deed to the property, the original non-native owner was written in there that the Indians would come in anytime they wanted to collect water, and that all around that space of that spring, that there was to be nothing built, that only cattle could come in and graze, and some fencing could be up, but nothing could go up in that space. Well, this old man passed away, and his children took over the property, as they do, and they got this outstanding offer from Perrier to see if this could be the new big spot for them to pull water and sell Perrier water. So of course the tippers called Ho-Chunk and said, this is going on under your nose, what are you guys going to do about it? So the nation filed a lawsuit, and I was involved in researching the area along with Bill and a bunch of other folks from Ho-Chunk at the time. And while we weren't successful with the lawsuit, we were successful in a campaign against the DNR and against Perrier, and they packed up their shop and they moved out of Wisconsin. They went to another state and opened another bottling company. That experience left me thinking, gosh, I can sit here and thumb through archives all day and all night, but a better use of me is to go out and become a lawyer and go and protect these sites head on. So just a matter of a month later or so, thank you, I went and took the LSAT, and I went off to Denver, Colorado. And why I picked Denver was that there is a Cherokee woman by the name of Kristen Carpenter. She's a Harvard-trained attorney, and she was an associate professor at University of Denver, and she was the leading expert in how Native people could use existing United States property law to their advantage to access sacred sites, protect sacred sites, do conservation easements, all those sorts of things. And so she was leading and writing these articles that no other lawyer or professor or associate professor was taking on. So I thought I wanted to work for her, which I did, and we ended up publishing a couple of papers, and I went through law school at Denver. So I have a long background in where you guys are sitting, all you THPOs that have to open that mail and look at another project and another project and write those response letters. I actually got to do that for some time in my tenure at Ho-Chunk. So that's my background. I just want to share that with you, that I was born in the city as well as born in Baraboo right down the road here. So this place is special, and this room that you're in is actually special. The Ho-Chunk Nation has a general council meeting once a year with all of its tribal members, and we try to get quorum, which can be somewhere around 1,200, 1,300 Ho-Chunk citizens from all over the world. And they come in once a year. It's kind of a family gathering, but we take care of the business of the tribe, and we have historically done it most in this building and in this room. These 2 floors are occupied with thousands of Ho-Chunks. And one year in 2015, we passed, in this very room, we passed a motion to afford the rights of nature within the Ho-Chunk Constitution, to amend the Constitution to include a Bill of Rights for the rights of nature, because the Ho-Chunk Nation cares about everything sentient beings, nature, and what people call resources, and I don't like that word because it assumes that humans have permission to consume these things, and they can be also property. So I don't like that word, but it is the word of the day. So in this room, that was rights of nature was passed. It didn't make it through the legislative process. And again, last year, General Council passed another resolution to ask its governing body, so its elected officials, to identify a resource to protect through a rights of nature law. So I see my colleagues that are on council here. That was a directive from the people. So we are in the midst of this movement. And I'm super happy and proud to say I lucked out. Let me grab the slide thing here. Oh, quick disclaimer, I'll leave that in there. This PowerPoint, by the way, is going to you. This is a product of over 80 hours of my own personal time, putting active links to actual resources that you can just, control right click and use in your communities and in your work. I'm so happy that I lucked out a couple of years back. About 3 years ago, I was contacted from a nonprofit that had been steering the ship on rights of nature. And it's a nonprofit called Bioneers. It's like pioneers, but with a B. And Bioneers is based out of, they have offices in New Mexico and California. They are social change makers, right? So they are They have a whole indigeneity program that's headed up by 2 PhD Native women. And these women have taken on the task of trying to help move the needle further towards the rights of nature and using tribal sovereignty as one of the main tools here in the United States to try to get that needle to move. So they commissioned me to come in as an attorney to pioneers and to make a legal toolkit. What is it that tribes need to know how to do, how to pass these laws, whether they're symbolic in nature or whether they're absolutely enforceable or somewhere in between? What is the legal toolkit that can apply to that? So I spent the last nearly 3 years researching, along with an intern, all of the cases where throughout the United States that would be applicable to this movement, to find out when people or municipalities or states are trying to protect a resource, how have they done it? Have they been successful? Have they failed? Why have they failed? And what was the next move? And so we've dissected, and we had a team of lawyers that oversaw our research and criticized our research to make this legal toolkit. The toolkit was finished earlier this year, and in fact, yesterday was the launch of Pioneer's first online training of rights of nature to train on this legal toolkit that we developed. So this is fascinating news. And this movement is massive. I've been stalked, like literally stalked, from all kinds of national and international organizations on how this is actually working for Indian country. Because the world is watching, and they know that tribes have sovereignty like no other indigenous group in the world. And if this is going to happen, it's going to happen here in the United States with the tribes that you all work for, right? So the world knows. In fact, I had the World Economic Forum call me last year and say, hey, we've been stalking you. I'm like, I know, I've seen you show up and I've seen some emails. And they said, we want you to come to Germany in November because we are studying the economies of the world, and this is a peer-reviewed organization. We try to come up with methodologies and formulas to figure out what is the economy. We talk about the stocks and the economy, why are the house prices right now so high? So these folks tackle on all these big issues, and one of them that has been going on for some time is a division with the World Economic Forum on property. And property is not limited to real estate. It's all inclusive. All sorts of materials and substances are considered property. And this World Economic Forum works to try to address changes in the economy that value those things. So there's the intersect, right? So the World Economic Forum says, we are running out of resources in the world, worldwide. We're running out of just about everything at alarming rates. And we wonder why construction and costs are high. We have been breaking down the methodologies of why that's the case. And we are learning that we have to assign a different way to value these things. And a lot of these things depend on nature. That's our front and foremost as property experts, economic experts. We have to look at nature. And we know this rights of nature movement is taking a foot. We are quickly working on pluralist, which means, multi-dimensional ways to value things. And we'll talk about that in a minute. But we want you to come out in November and tell our economists what tribes are doing, how they're doing it. And we want to take that information and think about those values as we create these models for what value is the tree that's right out front here of Ho-Chunk Gaming Dells. What's the value of the grass and the pines that are off to the side? How do you value those things? And this is a critical movement, I think, for tribal historic preservation officers. So I'll go ahead and jump into what is this movement. So this movement has certain principles. It's really, like I said, a global effort, and you're going to see how global this actually is. I think when I first heard about it, there was a lot of snickers. How can nature have rights? This is a joke, how can a tribe even enforce any of this? How can anybody enforce this? How can a city or a town or a region or a community or a village enforce anything? So there was a lot of snickers early on. In fact, I was skeptical because I do know the law, because it's my job to know the law, and I know it's very difficult. Environmental laws in the United States are ridiculously hard. We know because you work in them. In fact, if you're in a THPO program, you're probably part funded to try to uphold federal law. But this global our global movement is really about protecting land and natural resources and declaring that nature has certain legal rights. at essence, what it really does is it codifies traditional ecological knowledge, often through powers of a sovereign state. So it can be whatever the municipality, this local municipality here, town of Delton, town of Baraboo, whatever authorities they may have as an existing town under Wisconsin statutes, whatever they have, if they have any way to assert governance over protecting something, this is what this movement's about. What it also does is it reaffirms, declares, or otherwise expands equitable rights and relief to nature. And I'll talk to you about how that works. But the principles are pretty sound. After I've analyzed all the international, the national, the regional, the state, the municipal, and the tribal rights of nature efforts, there are certain principles that rise up to the top. So I want to just read those to you really quick. The idea right now is urgency, though. Underpinning all of these laws and actions, all of these policies, whether they win or don't win or fail or get reborn again, the urgency in the language is tantamount. Nature has an inherent right to exist and flourish and should have similar protections as humans and as corporations. For example, I can go down to the Madison, Wisconsin, where I live, and open a corporation within a few minutes, and that company that's on paper has legal rights as I do as a human being. So corporations have human rights, and I can create one at the drop of a hat with anybody in this room. And so the idea is that nature should be afforded those rights as well. There's an evolution too about modern day property and consumer rights that is not sustainable. As I mentioned, the World Economic Forum recognizes this, or working on it. We recognize it in our tribal communities. Pulling resources out and extracting constantly without replenishing is not sustainable. We are now also faced in this time in 2024 with climate change, right? We've got rising temperatures and sea levels. We get entire tribal communities that are losing their homelands because there's nowhere to live. The sea levels have encroached. We also have First Peoples that have exercised their sovereignty. We know our tribes and tribal leaders over time in different administrations have asserted rights and upheld their own laws within their jurisdictions to the best of their ability, whether they fail or not. People, like I said, what's happened even in this room where we pass laws, we are trying to exercise and flex that sovereignty as much as possible. So the idea here is that taking some of that inherent sovereignty and reflexing it in terms of nature is going to be probably one of the biggest flexes that our tribal communities will make, definitely in our lifetime. So why is there an elephant on my slide? Ooh, this is exciting. I'm really nerdy if you can't tell. I'm super nerdy. So I see things and I got to jump all in, and I don't sleep because I'm really nerdy. But key rights of nature principles continued is that we are considered as tribes domestic sovereigns. I know tribal leaders will say we are a sovereign nation of X tribe. Well, the Supreme Court and all the body of federal Indian law that I've been working in for almost 20 years says we have limited sovereignty. They've been chipping away at it. Every Supreme Court session takes a chip at our sovereignty and gives us less and less rights. So what is left for sovereignty is what we have to work with. Also, states and local governments, they also have some authority. They can also adopt and uphold and otherwise support rights of nature laws. They can also defer some of their powers to local governments, which includes tribes. In the end, we think nature will prevail. And if we don't do something about all of these changes that have us at the sense of urgency, nature will come swinging, right? She always does. Our history, you guys are all historians, if we do nothing and sit on our hands, she's coming back. So the question is the elephant in the room, what if we don't? And why I threw an elephant in here, this is our biggest, hugest step towards this calculation. So there's a peer article that was sent out about this pluralist, this multidimensional approach about valuing elephants. And elephants, when you think about all the mega herbivores that are out there roaming the world, everybody knows elephants are probably one of the most fascinating creatures because of their intelligence and how close they mimic human life, right? And we talk about poaching and elephant tusks. We all know that there's values in permits and hunting, and that was largely, for example, in Africa, a big piece of their economy. So thinking of these things, some economists went out and said, well, let's take a different approach to valuing an elephant. Let's look at some things that they do. And if you right-click on this, you will see how they've taken this multidimensional approach. Like what does the elephant do for carbon sequestration? What value does the elephant have with its family? What social and economic benefits does it have just existing and living and not dying? How does it carry and it digs wells throughout Africa and allows water sources in the most barren places for all species? There's a gazillion reasons how they've valued elephants into the millions of dollars per elephant because of all of their contributions to their ecosystems. So I'd love you to check that out and see how they're valuing, because each of those components are things that tribes can consider when they select a resource, whether it's deer, bear, if it's a watershed, whatever that may be. Think about those cultural components that the economists are looking at and taking that approach. So what is the approach that people are taking? What is the scope of these laws? What are we going to protect? Why does it even need protection? How are we going to protect it? Who's going to be responsible for protecting it? And when will it be protected? So generally, if you look at all of these laws that have been passed and or still pending or in development right now, rights of nature is just sometimes nature. Sometimes the language is just nature generally. There are occasions where you will see in the remainder of this presentation specific ecosystems that are called out and named as, like for example, a rainforest. And we also have certain lands, special sacred sites. I know you folks took a nice trip to Devil's Lake State Park and some of the mountains here. There are certain places that call for extra special protections. There's bodies of waters, rivers, watersheds. There's also food medicines that we'll talk about, and also sacred sites. So how does it work, and why has it not been our go-to for the last several generations or few hundred years of existence for the United States? Well, in the United States, nature is treated as property. In fact, women are often still treated as property. Nature also possesses no legal rights to itself. It doesn't under American environmental law. Also, current environmental laws fall short with minimal protection. For example, people point to the Endangered Species Act. I mean, think about that. The Endangered Species Act. A species has to almost be completely obliterated before the law steps in, right? And they can come off that protection pretty easily as well. So it's a minimal protection. Nature is unable to advocate for itself in a prominent adversarial system. So across the board, our legal systems are adversarial. It pits one person against the other, and they have to prove their case, and a judge or a jury will decide the outcome. In our world, we do have this concept, though, of incapacitated humans. So we think of guardian wards, right? So if you have a child, if anybody's a parent in the room, how many of you are parents? Okay, so your children, if you have any, or when they were under 18, they're considered by law incapacitated. And you have heightened parental rights during that time to take care of them as a guardian does to a ward. And until their brains have developed and they can make rational decisions for themselves, the law does not see them as capacitated human beings. They can't vote, they can't get into the army, they can't manage money or buy property unless courts say they can. So similar to those laws that we're all familiar with, we look at those guardian ward laws in each of the states and we say, is this the existing tool to protect nature who cannot speak for itself in the adversarial system? And that is really where things are spinning. What happens right now, if I was to go outside and pour some nasty chemical into the watershed here in Lake Delton, who gets the benefit of the cleanup? Let's say, when people argue these cases of environmental damage, typically it's the humans and the corporations that bring the lawsuit first, and they ask for their personal damages, right? And typically the courts award it that way. So if you damage nature, the human being who has the property right or the corporation is the one that's going to get the check. And there's nothing by law that makes that human being or that corporation go restore nature, right? They can get the relief check, the restitution, but they don't go back and fix it. It's their loss that they didn't have clean water, they didn't have this viewscape, they didn't have access to some other resource. So human beings get paid every time our environment gets damaged when it goes through the legal system. So we need to figure out, how do we make nature whole? So the shift in the law is we afford nature its rights, we advocate on their behalf as their guardians. So you have to have qualified, competent people to know what does that body, what does Lake Delton and that watershed need to thrive. And to do that then, we have to recognize the need, we have to recognize the who, what, when, where, and how. And so we delve into how things actually work. And we shift that paradigm into nature receiving things that I would, for example, go argue for Lake Delton, and then when that person who put the chemical in there, they have to pay to restore, we have to restore Lake Delton to its former glory, and that's where the money and the shift goes. It doesn't go to a human being, it doesn't go to a corporation, nature gets to enjoy that. And the reason for that, so we have to declare and reaffirm that nature matters, that they have these rights, that these are the people that are we have to name who's gonna stand up for the rights, how they're qualified. Nature has to have suffered a harm, just like you and I do. If I'm a tort, I get in a car accident, I have to have suffered a harm or I can't bring a lawsuit. Nature likewise has to suffer a harm in order to be defended. And so the role of nature shifts from a concept of property to an independent living entity, like a child, like your child, for example. It has certain inherent and legal rights, and typically the language we're seeing in these rights of nature laws, they say, this thing has a right to exist, it has a right to thrive, it has a right to flourish, it has a right to regenerate, it has a right to restore itself, it has a right to recover, and it has a right to carry on its functions in a healthy environment. Those are all the similar rights that your child is afforded, right? And you are supposed to do that as a parent. So that's all of the language that we are finding, and we've made an aggregate summary of that for you in this presentations. So then there's guardians assigned, legal counsels, experts. This can be your traditional clansmen, people that carry those stories and that traditional knowledge to know what that thing or that sentient being needs. Again, nature then is awarded the relief, not a human being, not a corporation. So in here, there are multiple layers of rights of nature laws. There's global international laws. There are nationwide laws. There are certainly state laws. There are municipal laws, tribal laws. So there's different levels of examples of all of these different governments and how they try to pass rights of nature. In this page is international global. Like I said, we kind of snickered when we first heard this movement taking a foot, but we look at in 2022, Panama adopted a Panamanian law, number 287. It recognizes the rights of nature on a national level, successfully thwarting mining activities and basing the law on the intrinsic value of nature, which appears in Article 3 of their Constitution. It declares nature as a new rights holder and recognizing the rights of nature to exist, persist, and regenerate. So that's Panama. Now, I can't leave out Ecuador. Ecuador was the first country in 2008 to pass its rights-based protections of nature in its constitution. So kudos to Ecuador. Since then, we've had Bolivia in 2012, we've had Colombia in 2016, and most people, if you're indigenous, you know the Maori did this in 2017 for their river, claiming the river as a living entity with full legal rights, and they employed 2 legal guardians, and they're native indigenous people that have knowledge about that river, and they protect that river. India as well, India's kind of going back and forth. They passed a rule, a court struck it down, and they're back scripting a new law. And then also Uganda in 2019. In terms of municipalities, you know, our non-native allies, they're working their tail ends off on this movement. In fact, they have put themselves out there, career experts, water experts, utility masters, all over the country have been working hard to use municipal authority to pass a rights of nature law. I distinctly remember, and it's not on this list, when Pittsburgh tried to do this. Their water team tried to pass a rights of nature law. Now they don't have, you know, active tribal communities near them, so they did this all on their own accord, and that got struck down. And I remember, you know, paying attention to that when that happened. The most recent one is our neighbors next door here in Minnesota, 2024. They passed a resolution that recognizes the inherent rights of manoomin, wild rice. They're seeking the government to pass legislation for the same within 2 years. And so there's the different types of models where they say this piece of nature matters, and we're going to defer to the government to make the law and figure out what and how, all the who, what, when, where, how will be deferred to the government, because that's what the government's on board to do, right? They represent districts and people, and they're supposed to balance that politic within their jurisdiction. So that's sent to government. So that's a popular model. In 2023, right here in Wisconsin, Milwaukee passed a rights of nature law supporting the rights of nature movement. That was also, had a little bit of tribal involvement, but mainly was local folks in Milwaukee. There is a statewide effort here as well, based out of central Wisconsin, and it includes tribal leaders. I sometimes make cameo appearances to help out here and there. So there is something afoot here in Wisconsin. 2022, the town of Potsdam in New York passed the rights of nature of the Raquette River, which is called Anawate, and its watershed and its legislation, and they legislate law going forward. So we're going to see how all of these things take shape. In 2023, the city of Arcata in California passed a non-binding proclamation recognizing the rights of southern resident orcas. And this is after a series of proclamations to try to save the orcas. So in Toledo just did a Lake Erie Bill of Rights because the Great Lakes are at huge threat. I mean, people in the Middle East are trying to siphon our water out and take it across the big pond because they don't have water. They can't build, they can't set concrete without water, and they have no water. So they're trying to take it out of the Great Lakes. So a bunch of lake stewards got together and created a Lake Erie Bill of Rights. It got shot down in the courts, and they're back at it. There's a new piece of legislation before the New York legislature that got introduced in 2023. So what we are seeing generally is that when municipalities or governments take the rights of nature approach and or that approach fails, the communities come back swinging. So this movement is probably not going away. Tribal rights of nature. Is anybody in the room part of any of these tribes that passed the rights of nature law? Besides Ho-Chunk? No? Okay, so it's probably very, very new to you guys. So we got the Mashpee. This is an exciting story. I actually got to be there in living color while this was all taking shape. When we were working for Bioneers and developing the toolkit and visiting the tribes, we did tribal leader and tribal community workshops. So our first one was out Mashpee offered to host us. So our Bioneers team, all of our lawyers and our program people went out to Mashpee, and we did a 2-day seminar on rights of nature. And when we left, the youth got active. They decided they wanted to protect herring, that their tribe relied on herring since time immemorial out in Cape Cod, and that 96% of the population of herring had been obliterated by actions of the town of Mashpee, the non-native town of Mashpee, and some of the federal government actions on how they were creating the stairs, the ladders for when the fish go up to the freshwater from the ocean and they spawn and they come back down, and they created concrete blocks. So the fish couldn't go up as readily as they used to when the tribe would manage these runs with sticks and natural resources. And the elders would tell us, literally told us that it would run black. That's how much fish they had. They could always rely on the herring year round to sustain the people. Now there's just a few fish there, and we watched the kids net, and they were very concerned, and they presented a resolution to their tribal council, and tribal council unanimously declared a state of emergency for herring, and that the kids are going to raise the money to deconstruct those concrete blocks, replace them with natural ladders like they used to, and keep track of the herring and take care of the herring. So this is becoming a more and more larger youth-led movement. By the time we had our first session in Mashpee for the East Coast tribes, we did one right here in this building for the Midwest. And then we had one, by the time, 6-7 months later, we went and did one out and was hosted by Agua Caliente. We had 250 individuals at that conference, and we had 92 tribes represented. And the whole front row, as I was presenting, was all youth groups. It was insane. So we are going to be having to listen to our youth. I don't see that changing as well. So the youth have their state of emergency for rights of herring. The Sauk Seattle Indian Tribe in Washington sued the city of Seattle, naming salmon as the plaintiff. So they actually went to court with salmon as a plaintiff. We were, crossing our fingers for rights of nature to see how that panned out. They ended up striking a deal and hitting an agreement where the salmon were actually being blocked from their natural pathways, and so that was afforded to them in a settlement. So it did reach a positive outcome. In 2020, the Menominee tribe passed a resolution declaring that the Menominee River was had inherent and legal rights to exist naturally, flourish, evolve, remain unpolluted, and carry out its natural ecosystems. So that's Menominee here in Wisconsin. 2020, the Nez Perce tribe passed a resolution that recognizes the rights of the Snake River, that it has rights to exist and to regenerate. And then 2019, the Yurok tribe passed a resolution granting rights to the Klamath River to exist, flourish, and naturally evolve, free from human-caused impacts. And if you have not been watching the news, Yurok and Hoopa Valley out on the West Coast have been able to deconstruct those dams and restore their fish populations. So that's super exciting. Let's not forget White Earth in 2018. They established the rights of Manuman, wild rice, and this is a case, Frank Bobo, who's a famous, reputable native federal Indian lawyer. He's been carrying the rights of nature cause with the rights of Manuman through tribal and state and federal court, and he's one of one of my mentors in this movement. So getting down to bones, why we are here, why we're speaking to THPOs, well, because nobody knows this area better than you do, in my opinion. You folks are the key for this movement in your communities. As you know, your tribes have sovereignty. You know your communities well. You know the extent of sovereignty your tribal community has. You know when it's been successful. You know when it's failed. You know the diplomacy between you and the local governments, the politicians, the state representatives. You know how strong your lobbying position power is for your tribe. You know all of these things as THPOs. So this body of federal Indian law that extends the sovereignty or reaffirms tribal sovereignty, and it goes back to this doctrine of discovery. Certainly we don't have time to go into Indian law today, but it also ironically sets up this guardian ward scenario where the federal government is our big daddy, right? And we have to listen to what United States says, and he decides what we're gonna get. He decides if we're gonna get IHS money or THPO money, right? Or any other economic development money. So we really do live the guardian ward reality in our tribal communities, and that's just the way federal Indian law was built here. But it doesn't mean that we've lost our authority jurisdiction-wise. We still have that intact today. So what are we going to do about it? What are we going to do with that? I won't go into this, but if anybody knows, and I'm sure you do as THPOs, have heard about UNDRIP, the United Nations Declaration of Indigenous Rights and for Peoples. There are numerous, and I believe there are 11 provisions within 11 different articles that address and support the rights of nature internationally. So I just kept those in here so you can reference those as well. But I will jump ahead to what can we expect to see with rights of nature? Well, this again is a re-emergence of traditional ecological knowledge and traditions over ecosystems. You will see more and more rights of nature laws are popping up all day long. I can't even keep up with them. I do this presentation and I worry that I'm not covering enough, and there's probably 20 pieces that aren't in this presentation that have taken shape. It's happening quickly. We need to be aware that there's going to be an increase in rights of nature coalition building and allyships, right? So your state and local municipalities, your environmental organizations and friends, Sierra Club, Honor the Earth, all these different nonprofits, Indian Collective, I could name off like 30 or 40 of them. They can be your friends in moving this forward. You're going to see an increase in research and development and educational resources. Right now, like I said, Bioneers is working on rights of nature. There is, Columbia is working on a curriculum that may launch yet this fall. I think there's 2 more Ivy League schools that are doing rights of nature work. So your kids, if they're not in college yet, they may have a chance to go select a school that's teaching rights of nature. So just keep that in mind. We're also seeing an increase in diversifying our economic values in nature. So that tribal economy and all of the complaints we've had about why doesn't our tribe develop anything? Why don't we have anything on our tribal lands? And it's almost impossible with Big Daddy at the helm. But that's going to come back and help us now because we didn't develop a lot of our lands. And the needle is going to be shifting economically towards nature. And tribes, thank God our land isn't overly developed because that's going to be a benefit to you going forward with this movement. We also will get pushback, right? This is not going to go unchecked. There is going to be a lot of politics, a lot of bad things happening, a lot of responses from different groups, primarily property owners and corporations. You're literally hitting them in the pocketbook with this movement. So we can expect that to happen. We will also simultaneously will need to push and be active environmental laws. So not just what the tribes are going to be doing, but we also have to be active in your state DNR. To make all of this work, you have to be strategic, you have to set the table correctly. So you want to help develop the environmental laws around you and be active in those processes. We can expect that the next generation is going to be leading this movement, because they already are, and we can expect that to continue. So my last slide here is, what does this mean for you as THPOs? I'm sure your mind is blurring, right? How many people's mind is just blown right now? I didn't blow anybody's mind today? Gosh, I should just go home. I'm gonna wrap it up. Just kidding. I should blow your mind, because this is really coming your way. So THPOs are going to be key in this movement for Indian country. You already are empowered and given all the resources. You have the back of your tribe pinning on when you come in at 8 o'clock in the morning, that tribe depends on you, and you know the weight of that burden. I know you know it, because I work with THPOs all over from different tribes. I know it's burdensome, but it's gonna get worse. People are going to need site and resource assessment from you. They're gonna need to know what are the threats to their sites and what's the imminent threats? Where is the states of emergency happening? What do we need to focus on? What do we need to focus on first, right? Low-hanging fruit. You're gonna have to be part of policy development. You're gonna have to help, transition oral traditional law into written law, declarations, policy statements to the process, right? So that's where you're gonna be needed. That's gonna be your charge. So you're gonna need to know those laws. You're gonna need to be paying attention to this movement, everything that's in these slides. That's why I made them dense. I put all my own time into it, didn't sleep. My kids are mad at me, but this had to get done because Indian country needs resources. You also know that it's always been a rising issue about accessing tribal knowledge, like your libraries at your tribal office building, records that come in, studies. You are gatekeepers, right? So you will be the gatekeeper again through the movement. So accessing traditional knowledge, but I can't say this enough, all of this really pins on diplomacy. And one thing I know about THPOs, you guys are gifted. There's a reason why you have this job. There's a reason why you wanted this job, or maybe didn't want this job, or you were voluntold, as we all are in Indian country. It's because you have a special skill set for diplomacy. And you might think you're crotchety or old or mean, but you get the job done. And so I think of the need for diplomacy in the rights of nature movement, that you can go talk to the neighboring town. You can go to a town hall meeting and you're respected, and you have friends and allies there. That is what is needed for the movement. That is what THPOs can look forward to. At the end of this presentation, I have included a list of guides and sources. And again, every single rights of nature law that's in the thing, you can control right click and find the actual source to it. There is a library for rights of nature. Again, this is quickly and rapidly taking shape. I end the presentation with a Ho-Chunk customary law, which is called Wegikade, which is loving one another. And this is a fundamental law for the Ho-Chunk Nation, and it is what underpins the tribe doing its rights of nature movement itself. And that's, certainly, and this is Teejop, this is Madison where I live, this is Lake Mendota. You can see this is a Harry Whitehorse, who's a Ho-Chunk elder who passed away fairly recently, but he was an internationally known sculptor, and he made this beautiful sculpting out of a hackberry tree that was struck by lightning. Sorry, I didn't move it forward for you. And it honors the ancestors, and it's placed over some burial mounds on the shore of Lake Mendota. So I just included some of that from our fundamental laws to really underpin how Ho-Chunk is viewing this. And I will turn this over to my colleague about what he's doing in this movement, because I think seeing things in action is how this has to go. Thank you.
Heavy sigh. All right. So I guess one reason I got asked to talk about this is because our tribe, the Ioway tribe, I was the vice chairman at the time for 4 years, ended in 2019. I kind of think different than a lot of people do. And so I was even thinking about some of the things you were talking about, law. So law, you know, this is American law, which is based upon European law that we work with. So what we do now, what we do with NAGPRA, what we do with trying to protect sacred sites, all that, unfortunately, we have ancient laws, ancient relationships, which are foundational to what we do. Way older than the monopoly game that we have to find, do not pass go, roll the dice again, see what you get. But that's the game. It's like playing cards, right? You have to play with what's dealt you. And we're occupied, we're transformed. As my friend Jonathan Buffalo says, we've been through multiple ends of the world before, and we'll be through multiple ends of the worlds to come. And we may be seeing one right now. So my tribe, we did a bunch of things. We had some land back. The Nature Conservancy gave us some land back. I had to try to figure out a way to try to preserve our land in a way that continue to use the maoshte, the mushrooms, to make sure that the medicinal plants aren't totally ravaged. And we created that tribal national park, Ioway Tribal National Park, Pakoche Motanani. We don't have a name for a park. We don't have a name for a wilderness. Those are all, it's like the word for nature. I don't know how about you guys, but we don't have a word for nature. You know, how do you have a rights for nature? It's the world. It's what the Creator made, you know. This is the artificial world. We're sitting in an artificial place at these tables in these clothes. This is all artificial. But this is the game that we have to play. So in 2021, I convinced the EC that I was a part of, I was the vice chair, that we needed to do a rights of nature for the Missouri River, Nishoje. Our word for the Missouri River comes from the water, and shoje, which means smoke or turbid or roily. You know how the Missouri River is kind of, compared to the Mississippi, is kind of smoky. It's kind of like all that sediment, cloudy in there, you know. So we did that. I kind of had to herd some cats together a little bit on that. And we all kind of took a hand at writing the resolution that we passed in 2021, May. And I guess it might be worthwhile to read a little bit of it. Starts May 19th. And so it establishes our sovereignty. And you know, you're not granted sovereignty. You cannot be taken from you. You can only give it up. And that's why even if you're beaten in war or whatever, as long as you have somebody that is out there somewhere holding on to your sovereignty, even if you get beaten, you don't have to give up your sovereignty. So that's what this is all based on. And the Creator made that, not us. And now sometimes we're stuck with the results, but so we did this because we're always getting flooded. And the farmers build up these levees and they put all the poisons in there. You probably heard about the Ioway having all that preservation stuff going there. We got nuclear plants upstream. We got I guess it's some sort of minerals used for robotics and aerospace upstream. And I was raised in Montana, so my tribe, our land was mostly taken from us, so a lot of us had to get scattered across the land in the 1930s. I was raised in Montana, and the Missouri up there is a very different river than the Missouri and Kansas, down where I live now. But it still counts that thread of home. I'm connected both ways from my ancestors and where my folks lived and where I fished for trout and drank from the river even, got cottonwood. And so I thought, you know, knowing that we see the world as alive, it's not this monolithic nature, this concept, it's a collection that we all belong to as almost cells upon this world, that we're all connected with the winds and the water and all the different animals and plants and everything, that non-Indian has created this concept called nature. This is humans, this is nature. No, it's crazy, but that's what we're stuck with. And that's why the legal system, which is based upon all these European concepts, of moot and adversarial law and all that. It's a big game. It's a big game that we are stuck playing and learning the rules to, just like NAGPRA, just like Section 106. These are all just structures, alien structures that we're stuck with having to learn, just like English, like most of us grew up learning. We're stuck with this, but that's why it's important to go back to your language. Look and see, do you have a word for nature as opposed to human beings? I don't know. I know we don't. So I got them to convince to do this, just like I convinced them to establish a tribal national park to get people at least thinking differently. To think differently, because you can't do anything differently unless you think differently. I was raised up, you know, those dogs, they had souls. You know, the house had a soul, the tree had a soul, all of it had a soul. They're all persons. They weren't human, they weren't two-legged, but they were all people. They were all persons, just like we are. And yet somehow it's the sick society that we're stuck in, that somehow we have to start making assertions. These beings, they have rights. They were here millions of years before we were. They had rights long before we even existed. So it's not about giving them rights, it's about recognizing. And then we have the society now, they actually give rights to corporations, these things of paper, these ideas that don't even exist, but they have more rights than all these living beings around us all the time, the winds and the, you know, it's just so crazy. It's hard to talk about crazy things for me. So we established that in 2021. I know the Klamath people also did that. I was reading about that they actually took a case to court in 2023. We know Pachamama in 2008, Wanganui, New Zealand. I mean, it's all over the world. Even Great Lakes, non-Indians try to give their rights to that. They got defeated. It doesn't matter because we use that word, nature, the earth. It will never be defeated. It may wipe us clean and start over again, but it will never be defeated. So what we're trying to do is not help nature, we're trying to help ourselves. We're trying to help us survive what happens. And the people that are just so crazy now, they fight over things that are, they're blind. They don't see it around them. They don't understand that we're just all parts on this larger thing, you know, this larger being, multiple beings that make up a larger being. And so, we're also trying to do that for Mississippi. Our tribe passed that, but unfortunately, when you pass that, as I begin to think about Washunshu, the way the snake moves across the earth and creates this water all the way from Yellowstone almost, all the way down to where it meets the Mississippi, these two branches, and the Mississippi we call Nitangra, the Great River. What we'd like to have tribes and nations think about is create your own resolutions to recognize those places in your own lands, those beings, those rivers. Ioways, we didn't have mountains like we did in Montana, sacred mountains. The river itself was a sacred place, and the bluffs along the river, and the place underneath the river where the water people lived. You have to get old school on this stuff. And it doesn't matter then if they beat you, because they will never beat you. They will never beat you because you're in the earth, and the earth will never be beaten. It may wipe people away, but will never be beaten. So I think we have to realize there's a distinction between your indigenous traditional ways of understanding the world and the relationships you had with your ancestors, with the earth, with the places, and all the spirits around you, and the difference between that and the layer, like archaeological site almost, this layer of rules and regulations we have to deal with. Because those ancestors, they still have rights and life in the bones. You know, I worked in Hawaii for Director of Native Rights, which is ensconced in their constitution. And they have a word called kuleana. And kuleana means both a right and a responsibility. If you have the right to something, you also have the responsibility to take care of it. And if you have the responsibility for something, you have the right to do it the way you know it needs to be done. And in this society, again, somehow you have rights for something, but you don't have a responsibility, and sometimes you have a responsibility but no right. And again, that's the artifact of language. of a foreign language. I think that's one thing I wish you would take from this. Look at your land, look at the rivers. If you're one of the tribes that are connected, 40%, that's a 30-something of our states is either connected to the Missouri or the Mississippi. Think about, from your value, from your way of seeing the world, what could you do to create a resolution, and then we can, as a confederation, as an alliance of people with our own resolutions, because tribes have a lot more say than municipalities. What can we do independently and then together to recognize the rights of either Nishoje, the Missouri River, or Nitonka, the Mississippi River? Because that's the start. And then maybe we can find a way to move forward in the thing that we see today that's winding up very difficult mental way, pretty much. So I see it's 11:45. That's the non-Indian way. I'm not gonna, because everybody likes to eat. I mean, I like to eat, obviously, right? So we don't want to mess that part up. But if nothing else, get that thinking about that. How would you do a resolution yourself for your tribe, your executive committee, that will give them tools, our attorneys, our modern day warriors, to be able to fight for you, for your children, for clean water, and for all the beings that you share your land with? That's all I have.
I think there's just a few minutes here. If people might have a question or a comment on rights of nature, I'd be happy to hear from folks too. You're just hungry? And that's okay. All right, great. Well, on the slide presentation, oh, question? While she's running the mic out there, on the last slide of the presentation is my contact information. So if you or somebody from your team wants to send me an inquiry or ask any questions, you are welcome. My cell phone number's on there, my email's on there. Feel free to reach out.
So I was trying to wrap my hands around this rights of nature idea a little bit, and I was trying to come up with a scenario. And what I'm wondering about is, let's say the government is leasing rights to timber, and somebody somehow burns down the forest. Now, are you going to say that 3 people can sue for that? The person that has the rights, the lease, could sue because they've lost the use of the wood that's there. The government could sue because they've lost the ability to have future leases. And now the public could sue because they lost their enjoyment to that woods and to the carbon sequestration that the woods itself would do. So 3 people are going to have the opportunity to sue whoever burned that down 3 times. That's kind of what I'm hearing from this, but it ultimately makes sense to me, but wow.
Yeah, that actually is the current situation. Multiple people and property owners with interests or leaseholds can sue for their loss. That's the current law. The idea here is that you'd have a rights of nature protecting the forest. And so that lease would have to be in compliance with that rights of the forest, whatever that right is. So if I was asked to drop a lease for that forest and there was a rights of nature within that jurisdiction that was binding, I would have to write my lease accordingly, that these people have rights to the forest in this limited capacity, and if something goes wrong, nature would receive the benefit. That's how that would play out. Any more questions? Back there?
Hello, my name is Eric Daly, and I just wanted to say thank you to Mr. Foster for all the stuff. I actually follow you on YouTube for the language, so whenever I saw you up there, I was like, oh, so thank you. Wari Karakike.
I'm curious if you've thought about what would be most useful on the federal level, if there were legislation that would make what you're doing easier, or if you think it really has to be at the state and local levels.
Yeah, I think if we're talking about tribes specifically, the tribes themselves have their own political status. So for example, Ho-Chunk here in Wisconsin, we don't have one reservation. We're in a public law 280 state where the tribe hasn't quite lost its civil and regulatory jurisdiction. It shares it concurrently with the state of Wisconsin. So if you walked up here and hit me over the head, the state folks would come in here and they can go right across the state line and enforce criminal law in that setting. And similarly, I say, well, why don't we take Public Law 280 as a benefit? And those same police officers will go across tribal reservation land, like this land here, and enforce rights of nature because the tribe has not lost its jurisdictional authority over this land. It just shares it concurrently with the state. And the state has the right to enforce it under Public Law 280. So why would not the state officers come in to Ho-Chunk Gaming Dells and enforce a rights of nature violation under tribal law? So it really depends for each of the tribes, and that's why, part of the reality of giving you all the tools for rights of nature, and I've told this to my client at Bioneers and said, all right, we made a toolkit, we got people fired up, people know what's going on, now what are they gonna do about it, and how can we continue to help them? And the reality is that, and most of you know, you have your own tribal jurisdiction, you have your own bar associations, your attorneys have to be and should be competent in tribal traditional law and the processes that you've set up, and some have set up wellness courts and non-adversarial processes within your tribal territories. So those competent attorneys that are barred and licensed to work in your tribal jurisdictions, those are the people that should be advising tribal council, advising THPOs, advising your environmental offices, your cultural resources offices. They should be advising you on what the political reality is for you as a single tribe, as competent council in that jurisdiction. It's not something I can do. For example, I can't advise Fort Belknap or St. Croix. I'm not members of those jurisdictions. I don't know their laws. I would be incompetent counsel. So you do have to kind of lean on your legal counsel in your jurisdiction to do the analysis, go through the legal toolkit and tell you what the outcomes, what the risks and the benefits are of passing a rights of nature law. And so one of the things I've told Bioneers is said, please go find a multi-million-dollar funder and send each of the tribes that wants to go through this process and wants to explore what they can do, give them $5,000 to $20,000 a grant, be a third-party payer to legal services so that tribal community can afford, it doesn't matter who you are, what tribe you are, if you want to do this, we want to try to raise money from Bioneers to send you that grant money so you can pay outside competent counsel to advise you on a rights of nature initiative. And that's kind of where I think the solution is right now, and we are busy trying to raise that money so we can extend those grants to the tribes, because they are asking. More.
Did I see a raised hand? No. Great. All right. Thank you both very much. That was I learned a lot. Look forward to continuing the conversation with both of you and putting some additional resources on our website. So with that, give them a round of applause. So lunch is next, and we're going to have some exciting award programming coming up. So after you get served. So thanks. All right, we're gonna get started. I realize some people are still serving, so forgive us. But keeping an eye on the clock, we've got a lot that we want to accomplish before our next session starts, so thank you for your understanding. Our order of operations has gotten very interesting. And so first, it is my humble honor to welcome to the stage President Greendeer, who wants to offer a few words.
Hey, we're joking in it's a colony na hanachini karagiwi. Hey, hamte go hoji shana, he soon kara, huamani ga wore he karashide de gawange, jeske ge jagu niki shana jigi yawan chakshane. Hey, chonina, jegi hiranji wiana, hostoyanaka, he pink strina, hey, ugijide eggy nunk eggy wine up to big shane. Ege jagu nigi shana ji ege hichunske hara nawa cheki ji gi honiki dagi jeske eske higuanach ji gi maikate hit ede gi haukshna. How we doing out there? This has been an amazing conference. I also I want to brag just a quick second here. The young lady that was before me speaking, Miss Samantha Skenandore, is my sister. Not my native sister, like straight up biological father and mother sister. We have to say that in Indian country because, you know, we are all relatives and everything like that, but I'm very proud of her, and she is a bastion of knowledge both on the cultural, legal, corporate, and I always kind of smile because I go out to these national conferences and other tribal leaders, chairmen and governors will come up and say, President Greendeer, I got someone I want you to meet. She's amazing, and I end up getting introduced to my sister. You know, you gotta hire her. I said, I can't, or I'm gonna get removed from my office. So thank you, Samantha, for sharing us this important information on rights of nature and as it evolves. The next thing I was asked to do is talk a little bit about someone that's very dear to our nation. And when I say our nation, I mean beyond the government structure walls, someone that's near and dear to all of our communities and to the region, and also his own discipline. All of you out there who have also benefited from a lot of the work and advocacy of Mr. Bill Quackenbush, Nawachekisi. It wasn't too long ago that we recognized how important our tribal historic preservation officers in Indian country are. And as you know, and probably will get enough information on, is how our burials and mound sites were threatened by development and by people that had no idea what type of how important the cultural landscape of what was remaining after colonization was. In order for us to front this protection of our national treasures here, we didn't pick up the bows and arrows and the weapons of back then. Our best weapon was education, was teaching lawmakers, decision makers, what these mounds actually meant to us and how important not only were they to our living history, but also to the future of everyone in the state. In doing so, we've already experienced the evisceration of over 90% of these treasures out here, whether it be the conicals, the linears, the effigies, the petroglyphs, the rock art. And in order to have what we have today, we had to recognize that all along the way, we have been protecting our grandmother, our Mother Earth, from total destruction. Bill led the charge for our nation on not only our regional area, but also the national area. Some of the protections that are afforded are carbon copied from the work that Bill has done. And this is not simply Bill's only claim to fame. Bill has also worked on a daily basis. As a matter of fact, he's one of the few people next to my sister I can actually say is busier than I am. Bill is everywhere. There's got to be more than one of him working for our nation, you know, which is probably why he wants more pay, but he should. We pay him more, but he's not very good with money. So, you know, That's how we keep him. So anyway, Bill is an extremely humble person, and I have a lot of experiences with Bill. And I remember, working as his boss. I was the executive director of Heritage Preservation for 3 years. We would get a call on an inadvertent discovery or a mound site that was somewhat undiscovered or untouched for a while. And I remember we'd go out to private property, and this guy would take a tribal vehicle and drive right over the curb, through a fence, over trees to get over there. And I'd be nervous as all hell. And I said, hey, we're gonna get in trouble. And he said, that's our family out there. Those are our people out there. It doesn't matter what anyone says. So to be so unconditionally devoted to our sites, to protect those, is something that runs through Bill's heart every single day. Hikaroke hara mangara ge mako hiki kanaki gaja. Jeske ge kokea hide aide shuno ge choerigi mani ge kaga hak job je hora khochnina. Eske choerigi ge mani je hiske. In our way of life, when we pass, we are given back to the earth. And that's where we are to stay. Even to this very day, when we have our ceremonies where we lay our loved ones to rest, we were told to walk forward and never look back, and never have a reason to look back and give them a reason to think that they're still needed here. So when we went out and advocated for the protection of these mounds and sacred sites, we did so under this awkward feeling that we were never supposed to go back there and try to manufacture a history that may have not been ours in and of itself today. Bill was able to navigate through the cultural tenets that we have, because it wasn't easy within our own tribe to develop strong advocacy tools to go out there and do this. So if anyone thinks that we were naturally just sworn to protect the land, there's a way and a right to do that under our cultural rules. There are clans with responsibilities and people that hold the authority to do that we may not. Bill is a member of the Deer clan as well as I am. And in our way, the earth is our responsibility to take care of. We are messengers from the upper clans. We are workers. We are the workers, so I have no problem putting that guy to work as well. And we are what colonists will call the environmentalists. So the things that don't sit right for our next generations, it's our responsibility to take care of. If there's anyone that has ever lived their clan responsibilities, it is my nephew, Bill, and he is deserving of that recognition, so please, round of applause. I would love to explain the kinship to you, and I think you'd grasp a lot of it right away. If you are not from our communities, it's a little bit different. Our mother's brothers are our Degas, our disciplinarians. And so, his mother, her brother is one of my fathers. And so I'm his little uncle, I'm his Dega. So in our way of life, the Degas and the nephews, the Chunchkes, have a teasing and joking relationship, as well as me being his disciplinarian, me lending him money every few minutes, just so he could take the kids out for ice cream today. No one gets teased more than a brother-in-law, though. So he's safe. He's not my Hee-chan. But when we do present, there's no doubt about it that you're going to see this ribbing back and forth. And as you know, in Indian country, this is a sign of love. I don't have all the time in the world to tell you all the wonderful things that Bill does. But those of you who work in historic preservation, those of you who work in cultural preservation, know that it's dynamic. You are working with government officials and educating them. You are also working with education within your own communities and teaching those things that may have gone to sleep for a little while. We always say we didn't lose any of our culture. It may have just gone to sleep. and as well, being out there as an advocate, because everyone wants to know a little bit about American Indian history. One of the great things about Bill is he's not only a great educator, he's a great uneducator. And I think you know what I'm talking about. For those of you who have ever gone out to teach people outside of your community, you've had to turn these big wheels back to get people away from the birch bark canoes and the teepees and the totem poles and all these little aggregate amounts of general and stereotypical information that it was the only exposure that they may have had. Bill has been very good at correcting some of our history and putting people back in line as well as his team. He's a fantastic leader and deserving of all the recognition that he gets. And I can assure you, a raging pit bull when it comes to any type of threat to our cultural history. So again, I want to say this on behalf of Bill as his uncle. That's about the only time you're going to get me saying something nice about him. And it took me like 2 days to figure this out. But again, ladies and gentlemen, Bill Quackenbush, thank you so much for all you do.
Wow, I don't possibly have words to follow that. But thank you so much. And second, everything that he said, of course. I have been asked to call someone to the stage who made fun of me yesterday for calling them to the stage, but I'm going to do it anyway. Diane, you're up. As last year's recipient of our Tribal Historic Preservation Award, she pulled a little bit of rank in that way and asked to have a couple minutes here at the mic during this time, and we are happy to offer that. I don't know if you noticed yesterday, Diane was wearing a short skirt and a long jacket, and that's just such a perfect representation of who she is. She uses a machete to cut through red tape, and she is touring the facility and picking up slack.
Good afternoon. Just real quick, the Montana THPOs and Fort Peck tribes, we just wanted to acknowledge the very long drive that comes over here. But the many of us believe that we never left home. Many of us are affiliated in the state of Wisconsin, and Bill has been a great host, learned so much about the challenges and the successes that he's had and that he's shared. So really happy to be here. And so the Fort Peck tribes and Montana THPOs, the rest of them could not come, but we have Tiana back there. Wave, Tiana. Northern Cheyenne. But we wanted to honor Bill and thank him for his time and know that he's extremely busy. The world's probably falling apart while he's here with us, as all THPOs, their offices fall apart when we're gone. So if Bill can come up, we have a blanket for you. Stay there. And also, the Fort Peck tribes in general, man, we try to be a big resource. I always advocate, if any THPO, it doesn't matter if you're in Louisiana or far away in Texas, if something is sacred to you, just know that you have an ally in the little northeast corner of Montana. You know, if you ever need a support, you ever need a letter of support, and because something is sacred to you, it's also sacred to us, you know. And that's how I want to raise my daughter. I don't want my daughter to feel anything about territorial battles. You know, I never want THPOs to say, we were here first, we were doing that first. It's not something that I want us to resonate in the THPO world. So, like I said, it's a long drive from the reservation that we were planted on, but when I got here, I never left home. And that's from the Lakota, the Dakota, and Nakota people of Northeast Montana today, where we reside today. But if you guys ever see in the news, like if KXL comes back, just know that you have allies that are in Northeast Montana who don't have give up in our blood. You know, as a THPO, we'll always be fighting. If the KXL ever did come back, come up and visit us. You know, I have template letters for support or development projects that I know we're not the only ones that had existed in Northeast Montana. You know, and I have much to learn about other tribes that were there before. You know, so if you ever find yourself coming through Montana, stop in and see us. You know, we'd love to host you and share knowledge about what's important to both of us in cultural resources. So with that, in short, I'd just like to thank Valerie for creating such an award, and I definitely utilized that award. It probably got a little bit big, the head got a little bit big in 1 year, but I use it as an advantage to agencies to listen to what I had to say. You know, that I deserved a small piece of voicing and advocacy, you know, and that you should listen to this one thing that I have to say, and then it's more than just passion, because my dad raised me this way. So with all the thanks and the recognition and being someone that encourages me, because I know that other THPOs were so hard on ourselves. You know, it's so hard to look in a mirror and say, you're doing a good job, and you don't have leadership, or you don't have grandparents that maybe raised you this way. You know, so you have to depend on cultural resources. You have to depend on Creator listening to, being out there with sacred sites to tell you that you're doing a good job, because the humans sometimes don't tell you or make you feel like you're doing a good job. So I just want to say, stick it out. All of you that have crying behind closed doors, that you're struggling in the field, you know, that if you have personal hard times in your offices, I hope that you stick it out. You know, we need you. We need all of you. We need your children to be THPO fighters, advocacies, and that I'm a living legacy of a THPO who said, I need my child, I need a future that's going to be passionate about this THPO way of life. So I'm a living prodigy of that, and I just want to thank you all for all of your hard work. So we want to present Valerie with a star quilt as well. Thank you.
I'm going to keep it on for a little bit. Diane, you're too much. I'm so touched and honored and humbled to have the opportunity to do this job every day. So thank you all. And so now we're going to move into the NATHPO Awards. And for that, we have Board Chair Emeritus here. He flew in just for this purpose. Thank you, Reno. Many of you know Reno Franklin. He is also Chairman Emeritus of the Kashaya-Bandapomo tribe in California, and just rotated off of the Advisory Council on Historic Preservation. I believe he was the longest serving member on the Advisory Council. Yeah, a long time. Big shoes to fill. And so he's going to present a couple of awards for us virtually. So hopefully, folks, our AV is on the spotlight there for our first two awards. And I'm going to turn it over to Reno. Thank you so much for coming in for this.
This is like the only time I get to follow somebody and I don't have to move the mic up. Thanks for that, Valerie. I was going to warn you guys that when you get those blankets, if you touch each other, technically you're married, and I think Lisa would have something to say about that. So made sure they were appropriately spaced. This is what friends do for each other. So, what? Multiple wives? God, these people. There's a weird echo, so I'm not sure if anybody else hears that, but can you in the back, y'all in the back, can you hear me okay? Yeah, okay, good deal, good deal. Well, let's start this right. En maya iwa, to shishima emta Reno Keoni Franklin, emta tau winama bake yachma. So, hello, I'm Reno Franklin. I come from the people on the top of the land, and otherwise known as the Kashaya Pomo tribe, in beautiful Northern California, and right on the ocean. So it's kind of weird being in the plains. Kind of weird's not the right word, but different for me, because when you grow up in the oceans on your left and the mountains on your right, you pretty much know where everything else is. So I get out here and I'm just lost instantly, which leads to some fun adventures. So I get the honor and privilege today to present a couple of awards, and the first one is going to go to somebody whose name is mispronounced and told incorrectly more than anybody else I know. And I think he's on the line. Is he? For Ira? Yeah. Okay. So Ira, if you can hear me, wink. Ira Matt. I just want to say it's not Matt Ira. And anybody that calls him that, shame on you, including myself. For an entire year, this man, just the amount of patience that just to do what he does is amazing. But to allow me to call him the wrong name this long, I don't know how you did it, bro. I don't even know how you made it through working as the head of the Native American programs at the Advisory Council for so long. But I was asked to come out and present some awards, and as soon as I found out that Ira was one of them, I was thinking, okay, it's deep into fire season. If anybody knows me, my schedule's nuts and then nuttier. But there's individuals that you make time for. And I served on the Advisory Council on Historic Preservation for 12 years. I think 7 of them as an appointee. Was appointed by President Obama, served through Trump, and served through the first 3 years of Biden. And myself, being a former THPO, I was the 5th THPO in the state of California. Now we've got like 100 of them. And in nationwide, I believe I was in the first 25. And so, THPO program has changed so much. It's kind of started off in a good way, and it's in a better way now because of a lot of you all, because of the guy on the screen right there, Ira. And there was a real clear shift when I got the appointee, and about a year and a half, 2 years later, Ira was hired and came on board. And it marked the first time that the Advisory Council and the director of the Office of Native American Affairs were both THPOs. And our understanding of the world around us and historic preservation deeply conflicts with the non-native theories that exist. And Ira and I decided, I can still remember, we had a meeting, we sat down, built Dancing Feather. We just kind of looked at, this burial policy sucks. It was written by people that were not Indian. It's not for us, it's for them. But yet, it deals with our ancestors, not their own. And we targeted that first. And then we thought about this traditional ecological knowledge terminology came up. In Kashaya, my tribe, we would call it Kashaya Tawi. It's the cultural rules that exist around the nature and environment around us. Every one of you has your own version of this. Every one of them is as beautiful as the other, and they also define who we are as tribes to ourselves. But that was the problem, is that it defined who we are as tribes to ourselves. Ira and I had these conversations about this and kind of, pitter-pattered inside of their conversations about his favorite fishing holes and how he was going to disclose to me and take me on fishing trips on his reservation, and we're going to frolic about and have fun and eat fish and hunt deer and elk and all these things. But in the end, we decided we were going to go after traditional knowledge. And so the TK policy first started. But the Carpenters Union stole that from us. These white people can't let Indians have anything for ourselves. So we changed it to the Indigenous Knowledge Policy. It was Ira's idea. I can't even spell that word. Probably could, but I may not know where an E goes, and an E doesn't go at the end of that word. But the decision was made, okay, the White House wants to call it that, we'll call it that. And so Ira and I set off on these two journeys, these parallel tracks, where he was doing the hardest part in the legwork, and I was doing actually an equally as hard part to try and get federal agencies to sign on to these policies, which is tough. It's really tough. And at the end of the day, when Ira left office and when I was not accepting a Biden appointment, we kind of looked at each other and we had this last conversation, Ira, and we both decided, damn, bro, I don't know what else we need to do. There's always work to be done in Indian country. People before me did it, people after me did it. People before Ira did it, people after Ira did it. And we'll continue to do it. All of you, every single THPO in this room at some point is going to leave that position. And the question will be, what did you do to set it up for the person that's behind you? The whole point, the whole reason why I get to be up here today to present this award to what is not only a good friend, what is not only a damn good Indian man and father and husband, but also somebody who clearly took the time, made the effort to not only make his tribe proud of him and myself proud of him, but to make what should be all of you proud of his work as well. Ira is an example of leaving it in a better place than what you found it. And if the standard for what Ira did as a federal employee of the Advisory Council on Historic Preservation has been set by Ira, good luck matching it. And I can't wait to help the next person to do that. Ira, it is my pleasure, my honor to present you virtually, which is weird, with the Federal Changemaker, the inaugural Federal Changemaker Award for your work on the Advisory Council on Historic Preservation, putting up with my very stale jokes and keeping me from cussing 3/4 of the time. Only 3/4. Ira, thanks, brother. Love you, man. Super proud of you. And I'm gonna drive this to you. I will be giving you this blanket myself, and you will take me fishing. Ira, thank you. It's all you, brother. Do you want to say a few words?
Lemlems, Reno. I hope everybody can hear me there. And I heard that I'm on a screen, which that's just unfortunate if I'm up there on a giant screen. Yeah, so my forehead's even bigger. Thank you for that. My children were just commenting on it the other day. So I want to start off by apologizing to everybody for not being there. I didn't want it to be this way, but as Valerie knows, there's just a lot of battles to fight right now. And as I think we've just been hearing from everybody out there, it's hard for THPOs, former THPOs, to let these go. And whether it's Indigenous knowledge, whether it's funding out there, I just wanted to be available to continue to help the tribal people. And that's where I want to say, Lemlems, thank you to all you out there, whether you're in the tribal community, the federal community, the fact that you've allowed me to be able to support these efforts to help preserve and protect culture. These are such sacred, intimate components of your lives, and to be able to have that opportunity to work with y'all, to learn from you all is great. And I will say, letting Reno call me Matt for a while, you do that because Reno tends to be a bit of a big, intimidating figure, but it's one of the reasons we got so much work done. Reno and I were a great team. I mean, he's just the best leader I think I've ever got a chance to work with. He's somebody who put himself on the line, personally, culturally, physically. He was willing to take on any challenge that there was so that we were able to advance any of the efforts out there to help tribal people, Native Hawaiians, other indigenous people. We tried to help as many people as we could when we moved forward for the time that we had to be able to do it. And I think we both look forward to helping whoever follows in our footsteps to make things better so that they can succeed and do better than we ever did. But I look forward to being at NATHPO next year. I know we're on a tight timeline and there's some folks that got to get some awards. So just lemons to you all. Thank you so much. Thank you, Valerie. I appreciate you all.
Always humble, always humble. I told Ira once that he is the start ski to my hutch, that I am the Wookiee and he is Han Solo. And there are several other names that came up, but man, I'm glad I'm your friend, brother. Can't wait for you to take me fishing, and don't ever think that I won't forget that. So, okay, our next award is, the opening is gonna be done by this, I'm trying not to cry, Valerie.
I got this, I can do it. Can we get ready on the pin over there? I have not been able to figure out whether this person knows that they're getting the Excellence in Tribal Historic Preservation Award for this year. And unfortunately, she's not able to be here so I can see her face. I think she probably knows now. And also, Diane let us know that there might not be a peaceful transfer of power. Might be one of those Miss America situations where we end up tussling over the crown, but we'll figure that out. This person hired me in this job and will always hold a special place in my heart. And she is also the tribe's environmental director, in addition to being their THPO. Because THPOs don't have enough jobs, and that's partly the reason that she was not able to join us here this week. And we miss you very much, Shasta gone. And we wish that you could be here in person to accept this. I don't know. I don't have words. There's that face. Yeah, we have a good time. I think I'm also able to keep Shasta from swearing in the ACHP meetings, but it is far less than 75% of the time. I feel like we have a good thing going, and it is my honor to serve with her every day. She's the world's best boss, and yeah. I think the reason that one of the reasons you're getting this is that you're so dedicated that, okay, I've used up all my words, Reno. Everybody knows Shasta. Her emceeing skills are obviously sorely missed this week, and her passion for the jobs, and dedication and good humor get all of us through many moments, and it is our honor to present you our THPO award this year.
Hello, Shasta. How is it that I flew all the way out here and you're not here? I've heard the story. So Shasta went to jail for attempted murder, and that's why she's not here. That's the rumor that we're going to spread, but the reality is that sometimes that work that we have back home in serving our communities, for every one of you, your job is to support your community first, where you live first. Everything else comes after that. And by community, that starts with family. And so the fact that Shasta has made a very difficult decision to take care of business back home is a part of why she deserves to receive the award for excellence in tribal historic preservation. And so Shasta, I don't know if they kept that secret from you, but I certainly did. I keep lots of secrets from you. But congratulations on winning this award that is very, very much well-deserved. And a couple of words about Shasta. When I first met her and she was getting into this space, then she became the chair of NATHPO. And she reached out early on knowing that I was a former chair of NATHPO. We had some good, meaningful, healthy discussions on the direction that y'all's organization should be going in and how that, she was going to accomplish that. And, initially there was several staffing issues and, she was fortunate to bring Melinda Young on and then eventually to have settle on a permanent right-hand lady. I don't know what else to say, lady, but it is what it is. And that's how Val came on. And so the direction at that point was hire some Indians, please. And they did. They worked on it. And they call on me frequently to go back to DC to testify. And it just shows that the people that you have representing you will do everything and anything they can. And I was about 5 minutes away from jumping on a plane and going to visit Shasta as she was in the hospital because she was exhausted. And, she does so much, not only for her tribe, not only, through historic preservation and environmental protection, but, for NATHPO as well, on the national level, where the sharks are at. She's there handling business and has been. And anytime we've needed her, she's stepped up. And the one time that she's getting an award, she has no color in her hair like normal. There's no reds, no purples. But you look amazing, my friend. And I'm sorry that you're not here, but I'm extremely happy to be out here presenting this award to you. Shasta, thank you. We're going to allow you to say a few words, but I need you to give me about 10 seconds so that I can hit the beeper for when you cuss, which you inevitably will do. Shasta, please, the floor is yours.
You all have just blown my mind, and you did keep it a secret. I had no idea, and I just don't even know what to say except thank you. And just to say also that it's not easy to do this job. Everything that Diane said is 100% true. But for me, the fact that I am allowed to do this on behalf of Paula and then to do this work with Valerie and NATHPO and be with Reno and Ira on the ACHP, I am not a Native person. My ancestors came from Europe, and yet here I am with the privilege and the honor of a lifetime to be able to help you with this work. Diane said, in Wisconsin, we know that we're home, it's all the same. What's sacred to you is sacred to me. And that's true for me, but they're not my places. So the fact that you all allow me to be a part of this and accept me and give me the privilege of doing this work with you, I will forever cherish the experience of knowing all of you and doing this work and hoping that I can continue to do the right thing. And please always know that you can come to me and tell me if I'm doing something wrong or if things need to be done differently. I will use my white privilege to knock down those doors, or those silly 3 letters that Valerie and I both have behind our names, that PhD, when you get to say doctor, there are certain people who are going to listen to that because they think it's important. It's not. But if you can use it to make people listen to you, that's what we do. So I'm so sorry to be missing you all. I will forever regret that this ridiculous solar project that's going to shit, there's my word, Reno, I had to cuss at least once just for you, that I had to be here to manage. That's the reason I'm not there. But virtual hugs to everybody, and I am beyond honored. And thank you so much for everything you do.
Thank you. Big round of applause. Come on.
Yeah. So I'm going to make the announcement now. Shasta asked me actually earlier if I would announce that because she's not here, if any of you see her in public and remind her she didn't show up, she will have to buy you a beer or a coffee or both. So Shasta, thank you so much for that. I'll be reminding you of that on behalf of all these people all the time.
Reno, why do you think I color my hair and shave my head? It's so that you don't recognize me.
Please do, shave your head. Can't wait for that one. Love you, my friend.
Love you. Thank you.
So I will also point out that she only loves me. Well, I was like a lot younger once, and I had just come out of fire. I was, firefighter and savage. Where's Audie Nanio? Audie, are you here? Stand up, Audie, please, just for a second. You guys forget, this man, not only is he the best fire captain, field management officer, hot shot that ever lived, not only has he saved Indian communities from burning down, but he's made a difference in a lot of people's lives. And so I just want to personally recognize you, Audie, for being one of my mentors, although you never could beat me in basketball. That's just the way it is. So Audie, thank you, brother. I also want to acknowledge one other person before I move into this next award. Sarah Thomsen is here from Lac du Flambeau. And I couldn't figure out how these pens work, and I kept on pressing the top like an idiot and then twisting it and took the top off. And Sarah got up and they're all cocky-ish and just went, oh, you just... So, Indigenous knowledge goes to pens too. Thank you, Sarah. Appreciate you. And Lac du Flambeau. Clap, people, it's amazing. So my notes for the next award are here. These other people got all this writing, but it's here. So about 2004, they sent a group of just special Indians over to FEMA, and they asked us to evaluate their FEMA tribal trainings and their hazard mitigation planning for tribes. And so we did. You probably should have put on the flyer that beers at that place are $3 a pitcher, because that's important information for certain Indians. Not me, but for this other guy named Bill Quackenbush, it was important. So my first introduction to Bill Quackenbush, oddly enough, was through FEMA, not through historic preservation. And it ended with 5 Indian people, 3 of us which became tribal chairmen, including myself, and one of the greatest THPOs to ever live from White Earth, and then Bill, who also became a THPO as well, as you all know. And we all met and did some karaoke. They entered a karaoke contest with all these police chiefs and fire chiefs from across the country in this big, huge campus that is the FEMA campus in Emmitsburg, Virginia. And so somehow they convinced us to dress as the Supremes, Diana Ross and her crew, and complete with wigs and mini skirts. And so somebody took a photo. And the problem for me is that, as former chair of NATHPO, National Indian Health Board, and presidential appointee and tribal chair and all of that, I could never let that photo be released if I ever wanted to win another election. And for the other 2 chairs, it was just unfair. So unless Bill gives me $100 by tonight, I'm gonna release that photo. So come up here. Dr. Quackenbush. I love that people are doctors, but yet if an Indian has 15, 20, 30, our entire lives dedicated to our knowledge of our tribe, we're just called that guy or monitor. They never use the term doctor for us. So if you ever hear me in public, I always refer to elders like Bill as doctor. And it's just a recognition of the fact that they know so much. So 2004 moves on. And then next thing you know, we're both at Lac du Flambeau. You weren't in the car, but I got pulled over on the reservation for speeding. Typical Indian on different res speeding. Thank God for PL 280 and paperwork. And then we ended up, where did we go after that, Bill? We did the Roundabout traditional tour. Yes. Yeah. And so one of the things that we've always done is when we're on other tribal lands, and this is for you younger or newer THPOs or THPO assistants or cultural resource staff. When you're out somewhere, hey, get out and explore. Go be a part of the culture that you're being introduced to. Remember that for those of you that are cultural people, and myself being one of our roundhouse captains, and anywhere that I go, I bring that culture with me and I exchange that culture. And Bill and I, we've done some pretty fun little tours over the years doing exactly that, going and exploring and understanding, taking bits and pieces of that culture and returning bits and pieces of that culture where they belong, and exchanging. And it's a beautiful thing. And it's the way that our tribes all used to be. We weren't always enemies fighting over gaming. There was a long time when people just were and are. And the need to get back to that should start from tribal leadership. And the traditional definition of tribal leadership includes the cultural people, includes the people who can interpret sacredness. And that's a big and very important thing in Indian country, is that Bill and I have been watching over the years and commented frequently on the number of people who are starting to interpret sacredness and who gave them that authority. And it's troubling. And I think that what you all should know is that you have an entire group of people that will support you in this. And I bring that up because for a number of years now, I've been tasked with providing comments to federal policy, challenged with changing federal policy that hurts us, reviewing the COVID policy on the washing of individuals who have recently passed, and trying to save lives along that route with the National Indian Health Board. And every single time that I get one of these tasks, my first call is to this guy standing to my right. Every single time that I need prayer, my first call is to this guy standing here to my right, Dr. Quacky. I remember that we had a good brother of ours, who was another THPO, who had had some problems, and our doctors called me up and said, "Come over here, we're gonna help this young man." And as soon as we got over there, Bill came with us. And it was interesting because, I know how our doctors work, and I know my place in that ceremony. And they asked Bill, they asked you right away to jump in. And he did, and that cross-cultural exchange was felt there. And when Bill had to, and I think he spilled the beans on that really cool story, but when he had to go and bring some of his ancestors home, you get used to seeing this dude, and he's pretty much the same guy, you're like, all right. But he had this thing that was hanging on him, I could see it. And it was, it's like, that's my brother, and I love him. So I took him to our place where we heal. We went out to the ocean, and it was a sacred moment for both of us as he caught his first ocean fish, and we were able to kind of bring his spirits back, get him recharged to make it back here to his beautiful lands. And he caught his first fish at the ocean. It was a big deal. And so, like a true Kashaya man, I had some herbs ready, and we fired it up, cooked it up right there on the spot for him. And as I was waiting for my piece, I sat and watched him eat the whole thing just to himself. Didn't even save me a bone. The whole thing was gone. Yeah, I think it's the only time I've ever seen him be semi-selfish, but I think that fish was just so good he couldn't resist. Yeah, so it's been years. It's been years of friendship that turned into a brotherhood. And his wife, who was my sister, and his kids, who are my kids, including his wonderful daughter-in-law. All of you. And so it all culminates in what does Bill Quackenbush represent, not only to his own tribe, but to each one of you and your relationships that you have with him, and how is he able to tease you so that you feel like you're in the right place. This guy told me earlier that I was eating my muffin wrong. He criticized my muffin eating skills in a group of people and didn't even have the guts to tell me. He sent over Ira, his hitman, who's sitting right there in the green. Ira, I love you too, brother. So it's rare. I'm busy. I do what I do for a living, and so I'm not often able to come out places. But Val said to me, "Hey, we need you to come and fly to Wisconsin and present Bill with a Lifetime Achievement Award." And so I said, "When is it?" "Oh, it's your birthday week." And I was like, "After you turn 50, like it's a birthday month, but I'll interrupt it for him." And so I jumped on a plane, and here I am, presenting my best friend with a Lifetime Achievement Award that is very, very due, and that he deserves. So ladies and gentlemen, I just ask all of you to please stand up and give a huge round of applause for 75-year-old Bill Quackenbush and his 60 years of service to Indian country.
All right, everybody please sit down first. And I don't know who they worked with, but they actually spelt my name correctly in the Ho Chunk way on there. Nawachukki knocks down fence. I mean, it took a lot of work, because every time I see my name, either my Quackenbush name is misspelled or my Ho Chunk name is misspelled, so I'm pretty appreciative of that. And that said, Rian only told part of that story of our FEMA days out there. And I add a few more illustrious little stories to that, but I definitely am going to have to give him $100 by the end of the night here, for sure. And this guy is, although he's, talks eloquently and he speaks across a broad range of ideas and knowledge out there, he's humble enough to know that, he stays well within his wheelhouse. And I've always looked towards that with him. And that trip, I explained that trip just yesterday when I had that little piece of red thread over there, and I gifted it out there at the Culture events there. And when he fired up that, and cooked that miniature little fish that he expected to share with the whole world, I guess, out there. Well, my trip out there, I posted one photo on social media, and it was me holding up this fish. I'm pretty proud of this little striped, I don't know what kind of sea bass or whatever like that. And I told you guys, I didn't think there was going to catch a fish in there. There was kelp laying all over, and there was no way we were going to get our baits back. But this guy managed to put me on a fish out there too. Incredible. I thought I'd have to go all the way up north to find a real tribe to do that, but no, he did it. So, but that trip, I needed that, that straightening of my mind, and that's how we did it. We went from Los Angeles all the way up north to meet with my brother out there. And I really appreciate that. So, thank you, folks.
All right, so again, on behalf of Bill, I just want to say that drinks around him, whether it's water, soda, beer, tea, probably take the beer out. If you just ask him, he will buy it for you. So thanks. Hey, Bill, good job, brother. Love you.
I'm officially out of words, so that's a wrap. Thanks, Reno. So we're gonna go to a 15-minute break. That concludes our awards lunch for today. Thank you, everyone, for staying with us. And please come back at 1:30 to start our afternoon sessions. Please come back at 1:30 to start our afternoon sessions. 1:30. Thank you. gonna start coming back now. I've got, is it my slide or?
Your slide, remember you told me?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. They'll do it when I start. Yeah.
Then I'll stick around here.
Yeah, yeah. That'll be after.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna go ahead and get started. Can I get my slide up there? No. Oh, no, we're gonna skip that. We blew through that. We'll have to do that at the end of the day. Is that okay? We're gonna do cultural exchange at the end of the day. Do you have the slide that I gave you? Okay. So I was going to show a slide that my computer, I don't know, they said that I gave them that, but I didn't have your presentation on my computer. So my computer's micromanaging me today poorly. So it's a slide that I show in many presentations that I give, and it's got a bullet point list of the challenges, some of the challenges that are systemic in the framework that THPOs operate within under the National Historic Preservation Act. And funding is one of those. They get an average of one staff member funded by their one dedicated source of federal funding. They're not able to use it for all of the duties that they perform, including NAGPRA. They have no dedicated federal funding for that. And there's more THPOs each year as 5 to 10 more new tribes go through the Park Service application process to establish a THPO. The dedicated federal funding doesn't keep up with that growing number of THPOs. The number of reviews increases each year and has done so and will continue to exponentially with the influx of infrastructure projects and spending, broadband build out and renewable energy. You'll see why I'm using it in quotes, segueing to our session here. And none of that has come with additional funding for THPOs to do, THPOs or SHPOs, the reviews that are required as part of these projects. As if they weren't up against enough. They've really outgrown the framework that created them. And so along with that slide, I had been using a picture of a protest sign from the topic of this session. And it's about a lithium mine, and I've described to you my entire slide now. I wanted to show that because I try to keep it fresh in everyone's minds and make sure that people are aware of what this is. And so it's our honor to feature this panel with you here today. And Michonne, especially, I'm only gonna introduce you and let the rest of you introduce yourselves. Michonne holds a special place in my heart as well. She was on our board and was the first person to call me when I got this job and say, congratulations and welcome, and you need to understand a few things about what this job is. Y'all know Michonne. And she was right. And so I'm gonna turn it over to you guys, and I'm so glad that you're here doing this panel.
Thank you, Valerie. Well, good afternoon. We have the crazy hour because it was after lunch, and I know you guys ate a bunch of fry bread. So and so just bear with us. When I see you guys sleeping and nodding off, I'm gonna say, hey, wake up, everybody stand up and stretch around, and get livened up again. So thank you, it's such an honor, and thank you to the Ho Chunk people for bringing us all together. My name is Michonne Eben. I'm from Reno, Nevada. So therefore, I'm the littlest, biggest THPO in the world. And I've been a THPO all my life. And I always say that, but yes, all my life. Because I grew up down with my mother's people, the Tampisha in Death Valley, California. So I'm Western Shoshone, and my father's people are Kuiuipa. Speaking of all the lakes and fish, that's Pyramid Lake Paiute. So I'm Pyramid Lake Paiute and Timbisha, Death Valley, Shoshone. So right on, I'm really glad to be here today. I'm really glad to share with you guys. What we're gonna do today is gonna be a little different. As we were leading up, we're gonna continue on of Rights of Natures, we're gonna continue on as Sacred Summit, we're gonna continue on, but we're gonna give some dispatches of what's going on in the old wild, wild west of Nevada. So like I said, I'm from the Reno Sparks Indian Colony. We are one of 28 tribes and bands in the state of Nevada, and the Reno Sparks Indian Colony represents our members and descendants of Washoe, Paiute, and Shoshone. And we'll talk a little bit about that, but I want my colleagues to introduce themselves.
So I know everyone has made comments about the bright lights, but I just found myself there with the bright lights descending upon me. And it was worse than if I was gonna die. I was gonna public speak. So bright lights help me speak well. My name is Will Falk. I kind of wear two hats in what we're gonna talk about today. You're gonna hear a lot about our campaign to try and stop the Thacker Pass lithium mine. At the end of 2020, my dear friend Max Wilbert and I heard about this mine, knew it was in an area that we were in love with, and naively or not, we decided that we were gonna go stop that mine. We knew that the laws don't work for us, so we knew that it would probably have to happen on the ground. So we set up a camp in Thacker Pass on January 15th, 2021, the same day that the Bureau of Land Management issued the final permit for the Thacker Pass lithium mine. One of our first goals was to raise awareness about it, and through raising that awareness, I was introduced to Michonne, and it's the love affair of my life. My second hat is as a lawyer. I'm a self-hating lawyer. You'll hear why throughout this presentation, but I represented the Reno Sparks Indian Colony in two lawsuits against the Bureau of Land Management for the mine. I also represented the Summit Lake Paiute tribe in our second one, and you'll hear a lot more about all that.
Mahu ha'e, inat niat Bethany Sam, ne Colville Waita, ne Wichina Dakota, ne Kutzetica, ne Washu, ne Zupani. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bethany Sam. I'm a proud enrolled member of the Standing Rock Sioux tribe. However, I'm from Colville, California, now residing in Reno, where my father is a Paiute. So I grew up in Paiute territory, but I'm an enrolled member of the Standing Rock Sioux tribe. So it's really nice to be here. I liked what, I can't remember her name now, but she stated, this is part of our ancestral land, so it's really nice to be here. I am a public relations professional. I do public relations for the Reno Sparks Indian Colony. I'm also the chairperson for Nevada's Indian Territory, which is a tourism organization where it tells our stories. But today I'm here just as Bethany. I also was at the camp and I'm now being sued by Lithium Nevada. I'm a defendant in the case along with Will and 5 other people. And we'll be here talking about that a little bit more, but it's an honor to be here. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So let me figure this out. And so.
The top is forward.
Yeah. I am pushing the green forward. There we go. I'm impatient. Sorry about that. So we're going to get off a little bit and tell you a little bit about the state of Nevada. I don't like the lines because, as you guys all know, we don't have those fences, boundaries, and lines. That's made up. We didn't have that personal property, stay out, no trespassing. We knew where our places were. We knew where our lands were. So the state of Nevada has, and I don't know if you can, whoops, I didn't mean to do that, but for the state of Nevada, we do have today, for the state of Nevada, we have people of the Northern Paiute, the Western Shoshone, and the Washishu people, and the Southern Paiute people. But I don't want to forget, I don't know, can you see if I do it this way, does it show my, I know, right? Burning you, Superman. Okay, anyway, so I want to go north of Nevada. We don't forget about, we are the Great Basin people. The Great Basin is made up of part of Idaho, Utah, California, as well as Oregon. And those are our relatives as well. So on top of the map, the northern section of it is going to be, we don't forget about our Burns Paiute people. Those are our relatives from Oregon. We don't forget about our Susanville Indian Rancheria people, they're our relatives, and all the way down to the eastern Sierra tribes is Bishop Paiute tribe, Big Pine Paiute tribe, and my relatives, the Death Valley Tampisha people, as well as our Utah people. So we have our relatives all around this great state of Nevada. And so kick back for 10 minutes, and we're going to show you guys and to get started with what we're doing, what we want to talk about with you guys today.
Radio check 20 miles.
Aloha, minani. My name is Karyana Kailani John. I am from Reno, Sparkton, and Colony, Reno, Nevada. This is my 3rd time being here, and I don't really want. I don't want to have the lithium mine to come here. Because it's our sacred land, not theirs. They don't know our history, we do. And if we keep continuing to teach others, then they will probably help us.
Let me just say the reason we're here. As you know, we faced a lot of issues as Native Americans protecting our sovereignty, especially our homelands and our resources, water, our animals, our plant life, our religious rights, all those different things. And you know, what we face today across the nation is this almost like it's a push against us that's coming. Here in Nevada, I was reading some of the statistics. There's 18,000 claims in the state of Nevada for lithium. There's 74 proposed mines in the state of Nevada. Now, where those are going to be, you know, that's what we want to talk about. But I think the primary issue is to protect our land, to protect our earth, our sacred sites, to protect where our ancestors are buried, to protect where our water sources are, you know, and so that's what we're facing. And so, but we have to be united, you know, and we've seen where with one tribe kind of goes against what we're doing, then it makes it real difficult to kind of stand. And the question is, what do I have to lose, or what does my tribe have to lose? Not too much, really. I mean, when you think about it, we have to stand for sovereignty. I think they expect us to stand for sovereignty, you know? We can't just say it. We have to actually do it. And if we're afraid because you think that you're not going to get your appropriations or something like that, well, you know, that's too bad. I mean, our children and our ancestors and everybody passed before us, they're saying, fight the fight. Forget about being afraid of, you know, going into battle. You know what I mean? So that's what we have to do. And so that's why we're here today, and we're gonna do our very best effort and go into battle, and wherever it lands, but I think our ancestors want us to do the very best we can in fighting the fight. So thank you.
ya yeshi taba uhagat ya yeshi dini shasutuhe bisa martuku himani hani yakun asutuhe ni anak upuha banana subuget bisa yo asutuhe ya sunami kita kaisi shuhauni anak kuito aja.
The Biden administration has trust responsibility to the tribes for meaningful consultation, especially when there's detrimental projects that impact the way of life of our people. We're asking that the President and the Secretary of Interior come to Nevada, to our region, to listen to our tribes and our concerns, because that's their responsibility, and we hope that they will do that.
I've seen that film a bunch of times now in the year or so since it was made, and yeah, it still hits pretty hard. It's hard to see the construction. They've been out there building the mine for the last year and a half, and Bethany and I, because we've been sued and there's an injunction against us, we can't go back up there. So Bethany can't go pray for her ancestors that were murdered up there. And it sucks to see, but I will rally myself. I guess that film is a little over a year old now. So just to update you on a couple things that the film wasn't able to cover. We did, the end of the film mentioned that finally, after 2 years of us submitting the information to the local BLM field office about 2 massacres that happened in Thacker Pass, or what Paiute people call Pihimaha, they finally, without agreeing to delay any construction to consult, they finally acknowledged, oh yeah, I guess there was a massacre here. And this is despite them having records of the massacre in their own survey records. So they had records of the massacre there, and they never put them in any of the EIS documents. And when we presented them to them and pointed that out, they wouldn't agree to delay construction. So we brought a second lawsuit that you saw the one filing in that lawsuit in June of last year. It was only a couple months. It only took the federal judge a couple months to dismiss our lawsuit. So all the lawsuits have been thrown out by the federal judge. And so because of that, because we had no other legal options for challenging the mine, You saw the prayer action that was there. There were several prayer actions there that went out there for people like Bethany and Michonne to pray for the ancestors that were being disturbed. But we ended up, a few of us, as Bethany mentioned, being sued by Lithium Nevada Corporation, a corporation that loves to talk about how friendly they are to Native peoples. And we are in the middle of that litigation. We face potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars in contracts that we apparently forced Lithium Nevada to break by praying out there. And of course, we have that injunction out there, so we can't go back. So that's where things stand right now. The mine is being constructed, and this is all despite BLM not actually consulting with any tribe about the project. This is despite BLM overlooking 7 publicly available sources describing at least the 1865 massacre in Thacker Pass, and despite them completely overlooking all of that. So that's where things stand with Thacker Pass right now.
And I want to talk a little bit about the massacre. So there was 2 massacres out in Thacker Pass, which we do call Pahimaha. And if you see, so this is, we don't like this map because this is the construction, well, not the construction map, but the map of area of potential effect, the APE, and the direct impact. The NEPA process happened during 2020 when it was COVID. They only sent 3 letters to 3 tribes, meaning BLM, and knowing that Paiute and Shoshone people were all connected. Just because we're over here at the Reno Sparks Indian Colony and there's 28 tribes, we've been, and I do have to say this, I think that Nevada was the last to be colonized. All the miners and the settlers were heading to California for the gold. We were the last because they came through Nevada and said, they called us diggers. Oh, those Indians are staggering around out there. Well, they didn't realize there was all this water and all these great resources for us and a lot of food. So when they realized what Nevada was, they came back to it. And so we've only been in contact 200 years, our Paiute and Shoshone people over there. And so this map is what is showing as the two red triangles you see down in the right. That's where non-native archaeologists say, oh, that's where the massacre occurred, so it's outside the APE. And we're saying no, during our oral histories, as well as a survivor, Sam, he survived one of the massacres that when the cavalry attacked in 1865, and that he ran, you think about it, this is what non-native archaeologists were saying, was that, oh no, the massacre just occurred right here. It's like, no. The massacre lasted a long time. The cavalry attacked from both sides, and it lasted several hours. It was early in the morning when they attacked. People come out of your hut and they ran. They don't stand there and say, oh, wow, we'll just take it and get shot. Everybody, the women, the children, and men scattered, and they ran up and over through the project process. And because of the EIS being faulty, the environmental impact statement, so no tribes reviewed, responded, or even had any input to the environmental impact statement, the cultural resource inventories, the memorandum of agreements, or the historic properties treatment plan. There's something wrong when you have 28 tribes, as well as the Great Basin tribes, not commenting to an EIS like that. But we're going to talk a little bit more about that, because this is driven for renewable energy, and Paiute and Shoshone territories are the sacrifice zone for the new critical minerals.
Thank you, Michonne. Again, my name is Bethany, and I'm just here to talk a little bit more about the camp, Oksam Camp, or Nui Momomogotni Nakuatan. That means Oksam Indigenous Women's Camp. And the reason why we went out there, or why we named it Oksam, is because he was the one survivor. He ran through Thacker Pass, jumped on a horse, went through the Montana mountains, and ended up at Disaster Peak. And there's written accounts of him and his survival, what happened at the massacre site, and which proves everything that we're going to be talking about is wrong. My my last name is Sam, but I'm not, as of right now, I'm not 100% sure if I'm related to Oxam. Because of the colonization and the way our names are, I'm a Sam from Yosemite or Mono Lake area. That's where Kutzeticas are at. But when you look at the map, like Mashawn showed, you can see that there's a direct line that we probably traveled up there, one way or another. And so how I got involved in this is obviously I'm the public relations officer for the tribe. And learning from Mashawn, Will, Max, and former Chairman Melendez, I couldn't deny what was happening in our homelands and breaking the colonization thoughts. So really looking at a decolonized point of view on how our ancestors migrated throughout our areas. And the Sam grandmas, we always we tease each other because there's 3 Sam sisters up in McDermott, and me and my sisters were 3 Sams from Colville area. So we got to get to know each other really well and had a lot of fun with that. And a fun fact is that even one of our chiefs he was called Captain Sam. We're not sure where he's buried at. And when I showed them his Indian name, they said they had a grave up there that had the same exact name. So there's possibilities, or we know in our hearts that we know we were traveling to and from. And so as I learned about what was happening as the green energy, the massacre site, decolonizing my mind, wrapping my thoughts around everything, I couldn't deny the facts. And the facts are, this is a place where our ancestors thrived, where they lived. There's eagles, our Thomsen medicine, choke cherries, wild onions. There's all kinds of resources in this particular area that's really sacred to all of us. And it's a place that they lived. And even though it looks like a desert, it has all this stuff there. And, they have, and then the massacre happens. And that morning, the first morning that we were there, it was so beautiful. We got there before the sun rose. And I just remember hearing all of the birds singing. And I'm sorry if I get emotional because it was really a special moment for all of us. And, you could just see the massacre happening out there. I don't know how else to explain it, but seeing that sunrise and thinking about soldiers coming and have their guns and our ancestors running and trying to find places to hide out there, it was just really sad. And so it's a burial site to us. Nipple Rock, it has all kinds of obsidian there because of the volcano area, and that's where all the lithium's going to be found. Like I said, our non-human relatives are living there, our plants. And this is just the first mine out of many. And we already have experience with the gold mining industry out in Nevada. And the companies there make billions and billions of dollars, and just the Shoshone tribes, they probably get maybe 100,000 a year out of those mines. And as former Chairman Melendez said, the mining companies and the government are taking advantage of our poverty. And so knowing all of this information, knowing that green energy isn't green, the process, mining, all of it, our water's at stake. Our grandmas, the Sam grandmas and our elder Dean Barley's asked us to go out there and perform a ceremony for those ancestors that are laying out there. And so that's what we did. I couldn't deny that with all this information, I asked myself, Creator, why do we have to know all this information? Why are we the leaders in all of this? But that's our job. That's what our ancestors prayed for. They prayed for justice and peace, and that's what we're here trying to educate everybody about. And so when they asked us to go out and pray for them, that's what we did. We knew what was at stake. We knew, this was a construction zone, and we knew that, there might just, the police might come or something, but we wanted to be there with our elders to pray for that, for our ancestors that were massacred. And so that was in April of 2023. Okay, and then, I just went there not only to stand up for our ancestors, but also to document, because that's what my job is to document, see, share with the rest of the world what's happening, get the education out there, and to ensure that Ms. Shawn, as our THPO, had a chance to share that with the rest of the world. Thank you.
We're going to have more pictures, you guys, and I forgot to mention at the beginning how we're going to do this presentation because we want to talk to you guys about a lot of different things. So we talked about the massacre, and this, we did write, I call it the dissertation, because no archaeologist, no anthropologist during the EIS did an ethnography, so the tribes had to do our own ethnography on our own time and our own dime. Will did a lot of the writing, but we created this 108-page ethnography after the fact, and because BLM would not do this ethnography because they knew that we had all the evidence of a massacre occurring out there, and so we wrote this 108-page determination back in February 3rd, 2023. Handed it in to BLM, and BLM has yet to give this ethnography to the keeper. So we do know that this is a scandal happening to us out in Nevada. And so when we have all the evidence pointing to don't put a lithium mine over our dead relatives, you have to understand that this is that's too much for us, and you're breaking our hearts. But that just hasn't taken place. I'm showing just last week, this is the mail that comes in as a THPO. You guys all know that. All the THPOs were talking about it while they've been up these last couple days. Last week before I came, I knew I had to review and respond to 4 projects happening in the Reno area. And when we review and respond, I'm being a nice little THPO, reading cultural resource inventories, reading environmental impact statements, reading comprehensive projects, reading natural resource documents, and I'm reviewing and I'm responding, and I can write some good letters. But I just feel like I'm twisting and turning, that these federal agencies, they're regulating me, and it's time to change it up, and that's what we want to talk about more. And looking at all these letters, this is just from last week. I know there's TCNS in there. There's half of that is gold and lithium mines coming our way. These are all letters that are going to be pertaining to destroying our sacred summits, our traditional cultural landscapes, our traditional cultural properties. And I'm getting pretty tired of it because I've been doing my job at the Reno Sparks Indian Colony going on 20 years, and I feel like I've gotten nowhere, but I can write some pretty good darn letters, help adjust and write ethnographies, and it's time to change it up. So what we're doing, just like some of the tribes in Wisconsin and in Montana, was really good to hear Diane from Fort Peck talk about. We're bringing our people together. We started a tribal cultural resource management working group from all the tribes getting together to talk about what we need to do. We've been breaking down the laws. We've been breaking down each and every NEPA, NHPA. We're showing these laws are not preservation and protection. These laws are destroying our culture, and I'm really tired of being out in the field and reviewing and responding to things that are destroying our culture. Our culture is the first to be mitigated. Our culture is the first to be dug up and taken to a side and taken to a federal territory. It's time to change things up. What you heard earlier was in the rights of nature was, yeah, the world is looking at indigenous people, and I don't think they're going to look at us as we continue to review and respond.
So you see why I'm in love with Mashawn? Okay, so many times, throughout the last 3.5 years, we've told this story, and people seem shocked or surprised somehow that this happens. Of course, many of you, I don't need to preach to the native choir, though I will preach to the non-native choir, and especially our friends in regulatory agencies. How does this happen? Why does this happen? And the first thing that we have to do is we have to ask, as Mashawn just talked about, what exactly do regulatory laws and regulatory agencies regulate? Well, the first regulatory agency in the United States was the Interstate Commerce Commission. And that was formed to regulate the railroads. And you might not believe this, but many railroad executives actually supported regulatory agencies. And this man, Charles Francis Adam, a director, and then became president of one of the most powerful companies at the time in the United States, the Union Pacific Railroad, was going around talking to his rich buddies, trying to convince them why regulatory agencies were so important. And he said, as you can read, what is desired in a regulatory agency is something having a good sound, but quite harmless, which will impress the popular mind, us, with the idea that a great deal is being done, when in reality, very little is intended to be done. And that's exactly what we got, something having a good sound, but quite harmless, that doesn't really interfere with corporate or capitalist interests. Of course, we're all here primarily because of the National Historic Preservation Act. But the National Historic Preservation Act doesn't preserve history. It doesn't protect sacred sites. It only requires that federal agencies review destructive projects and then tell us how those projects are going to destroy historic properties. Yes, the National Historic Preservation Act requires tribal consultation, but of course, consultation is not consent. There's more laws that have a great sound, but are really quite harmless. The National Environmental Policy Act, NEPA, it's not the National Environmental Protection Act, as I hear so many people say. National Environmental Policy Act. NEPA is the same thing as the National Historic Preservation Act. It requires government agencies to review projects that would destroy the land and then describe that destruction in documents like the Environmental Impact Statement. The way I say it is that laws like NEPA and the National Historic Preservation Act, it's the government telling us how they're going to screw us and how they're going to screw the land before they go and screw us and screw the land. Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Act. Protection is a bad word in there. NAGPRA does not protect Native American graves. It allows for the destruction of the land where those graves are found, and it provides for a process for trying to find out who to give the remains to, but it does not protect graves. Even more laws having a great sound, but quite harmless. Pihemaha is home to threatened and endangered golden eagles, greater sage grouse, a very rare snail. And people hear this and they say, well, what about the Endangered Species Act? The Endangered Species Act doesn't allow you to kill endangered species unless you have a permit. And they give out those permits like candy. They're called incidental take permits. You're allowed to kill endangered species as long as you're not just killing them, but you're killing them for something like a mine or a pipeline or a clear cut. People hear our story and they always want to talk to me about the American Indian Religious Freedom Act. The American Indian Religious Freedom Act, all that does is tell government agencies that whenever practicable, you should allow Native people to access their spiritual places. It's not practical when you have a whole agency that's made all these promises about green energy, and they decide that they need all this lithium for that, and they need to destroy native sacred sites. So they don't have to give people access to their spiritual places under the American Indian Religious Freedom Act. Mashawn kind of already said that. So to answer my question, what exactly do regulatory laws and regulatory agencies actually regulate? To me, and in my experience with the law, the answer is us, the public, tribes. And here's what I mean by that. So many times, and especially in a conference like this, we think about how would we stop the destruction of something like Pihemaha or other sacred sites. And our minds immediately go to something like Section 106 consultation. But during Section 106 consultation, if it's not happening on reservation lands, how many times is the federal government coming to you and saying, we want permission to destroy your sacred site? We want your consent before we destroy your sacred sites. They're not doing that because they don't have to. And in fact, Mashawn's going to talk about a major law in the West, the 1872 General Mining Law, that makes it so they cannot deny mining permits on public lands, even if those valuable minerals that they locate are under the most sacred places in the world to Native Americans. The government has no discretion.
So the 1872 general mining law, I forgot to tell you that the state of Nevada, we have the most public lands managed by Bureau of Land Management, and probably the other federal agencies, 8 million acres. And so here comes the 1872 mining law. This mining law, I think what was going on was this, they had to create something because the United States government was broke after the Civil War. The Civil War took place and it was broke. They were broke. And so in the meantime, while the Civil War is going on, all these terrible massacres are occurring throughout America. You think about all the Native people that are sitting in here today. Think about all the massacres that occurred when ours was taking place in 1865. Even before that, the big major, they call them battles, but they were massacres. And so in 1872, they needed to change, they needed to do something because by then, Nevada, California, the gold rush, all the gold was coming and the silver. And here the 1872 mining law came about. If you see on the left-hand side, it's handwritten. We got a copy of the handwritten 1872 mining law. And then the first section says, all valuable mineral deposits in lands belonging to the United States, both surveyed and unsurveyed, are hereby declared to be free and open to the exploration and purchase, and the lands in which they are found to occupation and purchase by citizens of the United States. Well, when were Native Americans? When did we become citizens? This is a discriminatory law. It's still on the books, and this is still happening today. We just became citizens 100 years ago in our own country. My great-grandfather down in Death Valley, he staked a claim in the early the late 1800s and early 1900s, and he couldn't stake that claim because he was not a United States citizen. This is the law of the land, this is the law of the books. And so, I'll change the next one. What's really scary is right now, because we're all after this critical minerals for solar, for this renewable energy, for wind farms, for electric vehicles. We're looking and we're trying to push fast. America's pushing fast and telling the people we need to get off of fossil fuels and we need to get onto more electric vehicles and put that out there in the United States, and we are buying it. We're buying it as American people. And so not only is the 1872 mining law so horrific for us, is that no matter what law comes along, the NEPA, the NHPA, the 1872 mining law, it's the big gangster law of the whole United States, and this is what is hurting us as Native people, especially in Nevada. If you think about it, every state that you guys all came from, I bet you there's some type of mining going on in that state. It's gonna amp up, and we're gonna tell you why. Also, the Mining Regulatory Clarity Act, that's happening right now. So you have the 1872 mining law. You see that the Nevada mines that are owned by pretty much Canada corporations, all those mines, they're starting to realize that our people are straightening up and figuring things out, and that we are rampaging around about the mining law. Well, now they have US senators introducing laws that are going to help the 1872 mining law. So right now we have the Mining Regulatory Clarity Act of 2024 was introduced by Nevada Democratic Senator Catherine Castro-Masto. I get her name mixed up, I'm sorry. And then that is happening right now. It was introduced again today, well, not today, this year, by congressmen, so it's in Congress and Senate right now. This will just terrorize the lands. It's helping the 1872 mining law. It was going to remove a provision in the 1872 federal law that mining companies, they don't have to show that there's a mineral deposit in a certain area, and if they don't find minerals in a certain area, they could still mine that area or use that area for their waste. That's a terrible law. Also, what's happening is the Energy Permitting Reform Act that's just been introduced by Democratic Senator Manchin from West Virginia. So we have a lot of Democratic senators that are introducing critical minerals to the United States and to Congress and to the Senate, telling them that we're all being told we're in this climate crisis. Yes, we are, but we're only focused on one thing. We're only focused on fossil fuels. We're not focused on the annihilation, the environmental hazards. We're not focused on that. We're not focused on the consumption. We're not focused that 5,000 cars are on one transportation lane and one person driving that car. We're not focused on other things. We're only focused on mining right now. And then the White House Council just Tuesday is having the White House Council on Native American Affairs. They're hosting tribal consultation listening sessions for the last 3 years about critical minerals, and they want to base what they want to do is base they want to base BLM Nevada's field office as being the model for the whole United States. Bad idea, because that's what we work with, and it's not working for us over there. Go back. Okay, right here, these are the minerals that we need across the United States, that we're going into this clean, green energy. So for solar, wind, hydro, geothermal, nuclear, EVs, if you read down the list and what these need, copper, cobalt, nickel, lithium, chromium, zinc, all of these critical minerals are needed. Look what the electric vehicle batteries and storage needs. They need copper, cobalt, nickel, lithium. They need a lot. Wherever you guys are, and you're in a mining state, and that's why our Apache brothers and sisters are fighting a very sacred area, important area, because copper, they need copper. The Wallapai Nation, our brothers and sisters down in Arizona, they just filed a lawsuit against DOI Secretary and BLM because of lithium mining. You guys, this critical minerals, yeah, we do need to save the earth, and we need to rethink about what we're doing, but I don't think mining to save the earth is to destroy the earth is just not a thing. So be aware, critical minerals are needed and mining is coming. These are all the mines that are happening over here in the Great Basin. It is going to South Dakota. 70 mines, we just heard that. It could be up to 130 mines in the Great Basin to mine lithium. I want to tell you guys that since the Inflation Reduction Act was passed, we have to pump up critical minerals. The Department of Defense needs that. We need war. We need bombs. And that's what critical minerals brings. We also, you see that all these lithium mines that are coming in, 140 lithium mines, 3, 4 getting established right now in one of the driest states of the region, in the country. We don't even know how to process lithium. Nevada is the only state that knows how to extract. Right now, we're currently sending lithium over. We extract it, and it's being sent to China. China processes it, and then it's sent back. That is not national defense. We have to be educated about this stuff. So tribes can't say no to the 1872 mining law. I guess that's my point.
So I'm going to take a deep breath. That's a lot of heavy stuff. Yeah. It's going to get a little bit heavier for a second before we talk about at least one idea for what we can do. So another thing that people always approach me about is about going to the United Nations. We got to go to the United Nations. The United Nations is going to find that the United States violated Indigenous people's rights, and somehow something is going to change. I believe Samantha in her presentation on rights of nature talked a little bit about this. If part of the problem is that the American government doesn't offer Indigenous peoples power of consent, then one of the things that Indigenous peoples need is the power of consent. And in fact, I think that we can't really claim true sovereignty. Federally recognized tribes can't really claim true sovereignty until they have the power to say no to destruction on their ancestral homelands. The good news is the idea of a right of consent for Indigenous peoples is not very new. Many of you probably know about this. The United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, UNDRIP, has this whole idea of free, prior, and informed consent. And the way they define it, they really mean it. They mean if a government is going to pass a law or is going to approve a project that has the possibility of disturbing Indigenous peoples' ancestral homelands, they have to go and get consent. And what that really means is if those Indigenous people say, hell no, then the government can't do it. It means hell no. So why, if the United Nations has already passed the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, have already said that Indigenous peoples should have the right to free, prior, and informed consent, why doesn't that apply here in the United States? Well, if you've ever tried to go to the United Nations, you understand that the United States has never actually adopted the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. It's not enforceable in the United States. You can't go into court and tell a federal judge that your rights under the UNDRIP, under the Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, have been violated, and have a judge even look at that argument. They'll throw it out real quick. And we often think of international law as somehow overpowering federal law. It doesn't. The United Nations can't come to the United States and force the US to do anything, because the United Nations doesn't have military capacity. The United States can overrule international law, and when they don't like policies drafted by the United Nations, they just won't adopt them. And while they sound great, they're not actually enforceable in this country. So we're really, really far away from something like a right of consent for Indigenous peoples. And Mashawn was kind of talking about that a little bit. I mean, I remember the gentleman earlier today was talking about how we're here in an artificial room. And I love that point, because if we look around, do we realize that not just are we in an artificial place, but everything that we see around here comes from land that was destroyed to bring this here. The metal on the ceiling, the metal in these lights, the electricity that's been created in these lights, the wood on this stage, that's all destroyed someone's land somewhere. And that's how the whole global economy is even possible, is by destroying land. Now, when I hear that, I don't want to just give up and quit. I don't want to just say, oh, because we have this big bad global economy that's destroying the planet, our only home, that we should just say, well, there's nothing we can do. All we can do is consult and beg the federal government not to destroy more stuff. We have to start somewhere, and we have to start fighting back, because of course, this is our only home. This is just an idea that I've started to come up with. It's something that I would love to talk with more people about. This idea that I'm going to present or talk a little bit about, it comes right from Section 106. So the National Historic Preservation Act has a clause, and I'm sorry I didn't cite it specifically, but it says that federally recognized tribes can negotiate for stronger rights with federal agencies than Section 106 currently provides. So my idea is, what if a bunch of tribes, what if 20 tribes, what if 100 tribes, what if NATHPO and all NATHPO tribes got together and drafted a model memorandum of agreement, I hate that term, a model contract with federal agencies that asked or demanded for something like the right of consent. And if not the right of consent, at least stronger consultation rights. What if we publicized the hell out of the fact that tribes were doing this? We made sure the media understood that this was happening. What if we publicized the hell out of it when we approach federal agencies and say, look, you know, you like to say that there's this whole thing called tribal sovereignty. You like to use these really lovely words like meaningful government-to-government consultation. What does that mean? We want the right of consent for that to be meaningful. Of course, the government we talked about snickering in rights of nature, and I know many of our friends in federal agencies would snicker at an idea like this. The government's not going to grant tribes the right of consent. But the thing is so many people don't realize how racist the American government still is. People don't understand, non-native people do not understand that this is the law. And so we have to show some way to teach them that. We have to force this into public consciousness. We have to say, look, yeah, maybe unlike in September 12th, 1865, when federal cavalrymen surprise attack a peaceful Paiute camp and murdered 31 Paiute people, at least 31 Paiute people. Maybe that's not exactly happening, but the federal government is authorizing the destruction of the First Nations people's lands that existed here, that governed this continent for over time immemorial, and governed it in a sustainable way, I might add. And they're approving projects that we couldn't even dream of in 1865. So in that way, I do believe that the American government is even more racist than it ever has been. And because it's so bad, I feel like we have to take bold action to try and change this, to try and get people to start talking about a right of consent. And again, I know that probably sounds pretty crazy, but I feel like somebody's got to want to try this, and I want to try something like this. And I was thinking about this, being real nervous before talking about an idea like this, and I was listening to a journalist who covers the genocide in Palestine, and somebody asked him how he keeps doing this despite the fact that, you know, it's not stopping. And his response I thought was awesome. He said, "I don't fight fascists because I'm going to win. I fight fascists because they're fascists." And I'd like to twist that onto the kind of work that we're doing. I don't fight racists because I'm going to win. I fight racists because they're racists. And I think we got to do something, because more and more land is going to be destroyed, and we just can't keep doing the same old things to stop it.
Yeah, but Sean has to make sure. Thank you, Will, for all of that information. So as the public relations professional or marketing professional, it's my job to listen and try to tell the story to the greater public. And right now, really what we're dealing with is greenwashing. Greenwashing is the act of providing the public or investors with misleading or outright false information about the environmental impact of a company's products and operations. With the world looking to decrease fossil fuels without causing harm to the economy or reducing all of the modern conveniences, all indigenous homelands are under threat. Sorry, and I should say, especially in the electric car industry. The Biden administration alone plans to eliminate fossil fuels as a form of energy in the US by 2035. That's 11 years from now. Well, really 10 years from now. And I'm not sure if that's really possible. And there's three things that we really have to look at. There's a political portion of this. You guys are the first responders as consultation. So there's a political realm. You have to build relationships, try to change people's way of thinking. I think Lance said that earlier, so I loved that quote. We have a lot of work to do. So building relationships with our political partners, federal, state, and our local governments. And then we have a legal component where we need to raise funding to be able to hire attorneys that think like us to be able to protect our Mother Earth. And on the third point, we have public opinion, and that's where I come in. Public opinion, we have to get the broader public, the people, to start thinking differently. And I'm just going to read this. So, for centuries, scholars have debated the question, what is public opinion? Or put differently, what is the will of the people? And for nearly as long, they have debated how best to measure it. The great political scientist, V.O. Key Jr., defined public opinion as those opinions held by private persons which governments find it prudent to heed. And while there have been many ways of addressing and measuring these opinions, held by private persons across the ages. And right now, you'll get them daily as those political polls or the opinion polls that you get by text messages. And that's how our government sees the persons and make decisions on what political opinion is. And the one way we can do that is by advertising, by doing press releases, by our social media accounts. There's so many different ways to go about that, but that's one way we can get people to start thinking and supporting the ideas of indigenous peoples, because they don't know any better, and we just have to face the facts for what they are. So public relations, just to give you a little, I'm sure all of you know what it is. Public relations is a strategic communication process that builds mutual beneficial relationships between organizations and their publics. And the slides that Michonne's showing, you can see it, we're surrounded by it everywhere. And that's the #1 rule of marketing, is surround your audience. And that's what we're being forced, and everyone around the world is being forced to look at this and agree that green energy is good for us. And that's just not the facts. So now we have to really take the time to see how can we address that with the broader public. And like I stated, we have owned media, so your tribe. Use your tribal council to be influencers. Use your newsletters or your newspapers to share this information daily, weekly, monthly, whatever they come out. You have your social media pages. Create videos. Everybody loves videos. Do this so that way you can reach out the broader public where you're not having to go face to face every single day. And, you know, just going back to, because I know we're short on time, is the green energy transition is really about national security and economic development. Michonne stated, you know, we're in a deficit with the United States right now. I think I was watching a news station the other day where they said every second we're going $88,000 in debt daily. Every minute that's happening. So we're trillions and trillions of dollars in debt. And how are we going to make that up? They're going to use the green energy push, because now we're using resources right in the United States. We're not paying for shipping, we're not doing customs. There's so many things that we don't have to pay for if we do it right here in the United States. And on the other side, we have national security. You've heard it over and over again. We're trying to not be dependent on China. But if you look at China, you see what they've done to their rivers. They're all concrete. They're not going back into the earth. If you just look it up, we don't want the United States to look this way. And throughout all of our process with Michonne's working groups, she's brought in universities to talk about other solutions. And all the geothermal, solar, all these other solutions, it's still mining and it's still gonna hurt our water. Or contaminate our water.
Thank you, Bethany.
Yeah.
All right, we're getting the cutoff sign. See how we just jumped all over and had to do it all, but that's okay. I just want to talk about a few last things. So President Biden came, I voted for him, but man, when I met him, I really wanted to take him and because our chairman begged him to come to Nevada. If you're coming to put in 40 lithium mines, true government to government consultation is you and the DOI secretary. You come meet with us in Nevada and you tell the 28 tribes and bands that you're bringing in 40 lithium mines. That's true government to government consultation. So right here, he held Bethany's hand for 20 minutes. He did, the White House called our tribe to please meet him at the tarmacs in Reno and to follow him around. And I said, no, Bethany, because what might happen is I might tackle him. And because he's not been listening to us, but right here it does look like right. But he did talk to us the longest. We were able to give his staff a letter, and I was telling him right here as a THPO, you know, you guys have been changing and amending your memorandum of agreements on government to government consultation and your sacred site memorandums. And he said, yeah, I did that. And then I was quiet and I go, well, it's not working here in Nevada with your federal agencies. We need to amp it up. And then his staff came forward. So I was like, okay, I'll shut up. What does that mean? What do we do? So we have Lithium Nevada Corporation is suing my relatives here. That's wrong. They're from Canada. They're suing our own Indigenous people for praying and being out on our lands. So we're asking several things. We're asking, we have pro bono attorneys working for us, but we do have to pay a Nevada attorneys to follow the paperwork. So please go to protectthakerpass.org. We are asking for donations for the legal fund, but we're also asking, now that we know and we have each other, let's, instead of me just working with the Great Basin tribes, I want to go to Fort Peck and work with the Montana tribes. It's time for all of our tribes to converge and come together like in the old days, because when we continue to stay separated, oh, that's those Paiutes, we don't need to go help them. Oh, that's Ho Chunk's problem. Oh, that's Miami's problem. We can't say that no more, my relatives. We need to work together and come together and make these agreement documents. We need to come together as tribes. We need to educate our communities about the concerns of renewable energy. They're destroying our geothermal sites. They're destroying our sacred sites. We have to tell, we have to educate. We need help making commercials. Where we come from, the Reno Sparks Indian Colony, we're not a rich tribe at all. And so we need help. We need help, not just the tribe, but for our defendants. And that's why I'm here with our relatives today. We need rights of natures. Why is it that the National Park Service and the U.S. government and Congress is only sending me $100,000 every year to run the THPO program when they're sending $2 billion to Lithium Nevada Corporation to destroy my sacred sites? There's something wrong with that picture. And I'm really getting sad about it, and I'm really getting hurt and emotional, and so we have to close it down right now. We're gonna be around for the next couple days. Please come and talk to us. And I wanna thank you guys. Thank you, my relatives, Bethany and Will. We're triplets. Picture of you guys behind us, so stand up like rock stars. One voice, one prayer. You okay there? Yeah, I'm okay. Wow. Thanks, y'all. Thank you very much. We brought some of our Team NATHPO to the Indigenous Media Conference a couple of weeks ago, and there was a session they called Green Colonialism, and that's what this is. It's not just happening in Nevada, it's happening in a lot of different places with a lot of different kinds of quote-unquote renewable energy. And so thank you for sharing that with us, and I know I feel moved to action. I hope that everyone does too. We saw a question come in the chat: how can non-tribal people help? And I was gonna read that out, and then Michonne answered it. Okay, our next session is not happening, but we have some fillers. Ira Matt was gonna lead that for us, and it just wasn't gonna work with him doing it virtually. So it means it's not the time and place for that conversation. It really would have flowed from this conversation, but it will happen when the time is right. And in the meantime, Ted, can you come up? Is Ted out there? There you are. We have a couple of videos we're gonna show, and then I'm gonna pull our last session, the spotlight on some of our grantees. It's the end of the day. I'm gonna pull that up into this session as well. We don't really have time to burn anymore, but we skipped the cultural exchange earlier, and I do want to do that at the end of the day. So thanks, Ted.
as I told Michonne, she's a hard act to follow, especially coming from more, should I say, limited approach that we sometimes have to take. I know many of you are very excited about the increase in recent years on THPO funding, and that has meant a lot. And I just want to say that that increase was the start. That is not the end. And Valerie and the rest of the NATHPO team is committed to increasing the amount of funding that is going out to THPOs. When Michonne talked about the $100,000, we make that point very clear to lawmakers that amount is not fulfilling the trust responsibility, to be very clear. And furthermore, we also understand the importance of pushing for those changes in federal policy that Michonne and the rest of the team were discussing there. That it's not just about the money, but it's also about those changes in federal policy. I think we have a video teed up from Congresswoman Sharice Davids. She is a congresswoman from Kansas. She is also an enrolled member of the Ho-Chunk Nation. We had reached out. We're hoping to have her here for the conference, but she informed me that she's coming, I think it's next week for the powwow. So coming to Ho-Chunk Nation twice in 2 weeks was a little more than her schedule allowed, but her staff, she wanted her staff to sit down so that she could record this video. And I think we've got this teed up. Am I correct in that? Because I can't see the screen.
Hi, everyone. I'm Sharice Davids. I am Ho-Chunk from Wisconsin and currently represent Kansas's 3rd District in Congress. Although I wish I could be there with you in person, I'm grateful for the opportunity to connect with such a dedicated group of leaders. First of all, I want to give a huge shout out to the Ho-Chunk Nation for hosting this year's National Association of Tribal Historic Preservation Officers Conference. It is always great to see Ho-Chunk Nation leading the charge on these important issues that matter so much to all of Indian country. I also want to take a moment to recognize the incredible work you all do as tribal historic preservation officers. You are the ones who make sure that our histories are protected, that our sacred places are preserved, and that our cultural resources are defended. The work you're doing to safeguard what others have tried to destroy is not just important, it's essential. You're standing up for our communities and our ancestors and the generations yet to come, and I am so grateful for that. As some of you may know, I've been working on legislation to uncover the full truth about what happened in Indian boarding schools across our country. It's crucial that these stories of folks who went through those schools are heard and acknowledged. And your work as THPOs is a big part of that. You know, you're making sure that our histories are told accurately and with the respect that those stories deserve. What you do matters so much, not just for preserving our past, but also for protecting our future. You're keeping our cultures alive and vibrant, and that is something that we can all be proud of. Thank you for everything you do. I'm excited to keep working with you. Together, we can keep moving forward and protecting what's sacred and making sure that our stories are passed on for generations to come. Thank you again for all of your work, and I hope to see you all soon.
We have that next video. Is Alex, are you out there? Do you want to introduce this or? Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. Again, request from one of our members to show a video, and happy to honor that.
Wow, yes, the bright, I'm in the bright lights now. Thank you for the opportunity to show this. I've shown it once before to a statewide audience, so to show it to a national audience is a great privilege. I'm Alex Ostobin, THPO of the Karuk tribe, coming up to my 10th year anniversary in January. And I'm based in Orleans, California. It's 400 feet above sea level in the channel of the Klamath River. You can see up the mountains to the east there. They go up to 5,600 feet. That's more than a mile in elevation. And that's where the recent fires have happened. This video is about some of the recent fires. Last year's fire, actually, the Perch fire, which was right above the town of Orleans. The administrative center of Karuk is 50 miles north in Happy Camp. And during that incident, it became called the Lightning Complex. The incident management team was based in Hoopa for a time, and then there was a large spike camp in Orleans, and then that became an incident in itself called the Lightning Complex, and it incorporated the ones right above Orleans. So in this sort of eastern mountains, there are three drainages. There's Perch, there's Boise, there's Red Cap. This was in the Perch Creek, directly threatening the town of Orleans. And this video is about how the Karuk tribe used its expertise and cachet with the Forest Service and the administrative agency to actually adopt some traditional methods of fire management within a Type 1 incident management situation. Type 1 means the most complex, biggest kind of incident management team that there is. And it doesn't feature my work at all. I was actually signed up in Happy Camp at the time, but my colleagues, Vicky and Leaf, and the film was made by Stormy, who's shown briefly with her little kid looking up at the fire in the mountains. It's very crucial to know that this input into incident management included buy-in from the community, and the Karuk tribe has that ability to reach out to the community so that the community members know what is going on. Since 1994, 28 years now, the Karuk tribe has had an MOU with the Forest Service, which includes the position of a tribal representative, which is somebody who can work directly with the incident management team and participate in that planning. And on certain small incidents, I've been in that position, but usually I'm in a lower down position, though I have had a red card for nine years now. And when you're in that position and you're surrounded by the ops chief of the Type 1 team and you have all the branch directors around you, you have 5 minutes, literally 5 minutes to get your point across. Those people have taken that time off the fire to be with you and to listen to what those concerns there. Their main directive has to be protection of lives first, then property, then other values. This film will illustrate how you can actually protect those other values also while fulfilling those first two goals. If you have 5 minutes to talk with them, you don't have a lot of time to unload your heart or your ancestral collection. You have to say, we have to go this place rather than this place for this reason, and your recommendation has to work for fire. But within that, this film does illustrate how those conversations were had at the top level, at the incident management team, and at another level as well, with the community more broadly. And I will say that is one of the things that I'm also an archaeologist. We try and permit thinning projects to happen, landscape management projects. They can take 9 years to permit. Well, in this kind of expedited consultation situation, the lines go in the right place the next day. And that is actually a very fulfilling thing. If you know that you've had the right conversations with the right people who have the cultural knowledge and know that fire can be held there. That is fulfilling, that you can actually do those things and have this team put those lines in the right place the next day. Thank you very much. Can we start the video, please?
We live in a fire-dependent system, and fire's been part of this landscape, whether it be culturally started fires or natural ignitions, for thousands of years. And with the more Western influence of fire suppression over the last 100 years, we've kind of got things out of kilter.
Canoe people have been burning for over 10,000 years. The outcomes of those burns are something that they depend on for their survival and for their personal well-being.
You know, we're trying to burn off these areas so they don't burn later. We're not trying to like defer the risk into future years.
Over time, I've come to realize that in a lot of cases, keeping a fire perimeter as small as possible, which we define as success, wasn't always successful.
I think what this incident shows is that given the right conditions and the communication that happened during and the right folks involved, that you can successfully pull off an incident of this magnitude and of this type.
So this year, we weren't sure what kind of fire season we were getting. We had a very wet winter, but we had a really dry and hot late spring and summer. We had a big lightning bust come through in the middle of August and got hundreds of fires started across the North State.
Since there was a lot of local fires already going on, like in Happy Camp and on the Six Rivers, it wasn't like we were getting a bunch of resources. And this kind of was the case for maybe the first week or so. So I remember like going to the briefings and hearing what the fire's doing and then coming and meeting with the neighborhoods and the community liaison program.
True to form, the town stepped up, as this town does. You know, neighbors looking after neighbors, and we came up with a plan pretty quickly of what needed to happen there. We just didn't have the resources to do it.
The different local crews were starting to work on the hand lines that eventually kind of became this like, okay, we're gonna probably have to come to a point where the fire gets closer. We're gonna start burning off these lines to like put a buffer between neighborhoods and the fire. This team eventually started getting a spike camp over here in Orleans.
So as we were looking at our response strategy, we were implementing a process, and that process was the ISAT process, strategic risk analysis process. And when we were talking with our teams that were coming in, we were including our partners in those discussions, our key partners, and the tribes are our key partners in that. We bring all those relationships that we had before into play, and we worked our way up to a place where we have a memorandum of understanding in place. And it's a process for when we do have these events, we bring in some of those folks that are really knowledgeable. And we were looking at what opportunities we had and what challenges we had and what was being threatened in terms of values. It's kind of looked at as shared stewardship and shared risk taking. The chief's letter of intent really looks at a number of things, and one of those things it looks at is not deferring risk. So here was that opportunity for us that allowed us to keep people safer, but it also allowed us to suppress the fire, but it's just not in the same way as you normally would in terms of trying to go direct.
It was the safest thing we could do for the values that were at risk and the firefighters. The least risk is when you're not exposing people to direct fire operations.
Our community, we're not afraid of fire. It's like you were used to fire. We've been doing this for a long time, thousands of years actually. And it's like, if any place where we can do fire and bring fire into the community, it's gonna be this community right here.
When we did the firing on the perch, and when that happened and it was like things were a lot safer, people in the neighborhoods were like, when we do more firing, like people were asking for it. People were just asking for it. And what made it possible was the fact that this community and this area were already like prepped socially in a way that they also wanted this. And then of course it was like, this is like burning weather now. We should take advantage of this.
We understood what the common practice was culturally. The difference was we had a large workforce that could do it at a much larger scale.
Okay, John, just sitting here next to us.
One of the bigger challenges that the incident command team faced was the hero mentality, or the we're here to save the day, or we're here to put this fire out and go home. It's their foundational belief system, right? And so you don't just break that down overnight.
Part of the trick here was getting our own workforce to be accepting of this. We're built to put in and trained to put fire out as quickly as possible in as small as a perimeter as possible. That's the culture of fire suppression. The shift in thinking that's required to do this is difficult when you have a whole bunch of people that have been trained more or less the same generation upon generation.
And so one of the big challenges was helping to get the message at all levels of the organization so that everybody understand the why behind what we're looking at and how we're looking at achieving that. And so that was one of the things that took us a little bit longer. We would have likely been able to start implementing a little bit sooner if we were more effective and ready for those types of conversations.
It was the right group of personalities and people to be able to move from thinking about suppressing fire to actively managing fire on the landscape.
What everybody was able to capture was, a prescribed fire-like fire behavior and fire characteristics, because that really was our goal.
Many of those ridge lines hadn't seen fire for 100 years, 125 years. And so a few of them got hot on the ridge lines. But it turns out you still have a green canopy. We got good fire on the ground. It's more than anybody's pulled off around here in a very, very long time. We can do a lot more than that.
If we don't take advantage of situations like this to get fire in a managed setting, to reduce the current and future risk to these landscapes, we're not going to address the wildfire crisis. I guess if I was going to give any advice or any encouragement, be inclusive. Bring people that know and understand that landscape. Bring in your partners.
When you have managed fires, whatever you would like to call those types of fires, whether it's confined, contain, less than full suppression. It needs to be a piece of our toolbox between our good old-fashioned suppression incident and prescribed fire and then managed fire. It's a multiple-pronged attack that we have to get more good fire back on the landscape. And if those environmental conditions are such that we can be a little on the aggressive side as far as getting good fire back in the landscape, I think, yes, we're going to have to add that to our toolbox more so than we have in the past.
We can't just say we've had a season ending or season slowing event, in August, and so now we can manage this fire differently. What if that kind of year only happens once every 20 years? You're still spending most of your time going in the wrong direction. So we just have to figure out how to talk to each other, because if you're talking to each other and creating conflict, you're not going to get to doing. But if you can figure out a way to talk to each other in a way you can say, oh, that makes sense, then you can get there.
Over time, being back to the same place I'd been in the past and just watching the old fire perimeter that I was on threatening the same community, the same town, and realizing that I could have been involved with firing a very low intensity fire where I would modify the fuels between that town that was at risk and my old fire perimeter, and just realizing, you know what, I missed an opportunity. I transferred risk into the future. I'm back here again, doing the same thing. Maybe I need to think differently about how I do it.
Opportunities are always going to be there? No. But even on years where, you're not having such good burn effects, where fire danger is a lot higher, a local team can still manage and still take advantage around the corners and around the edges. There's always opportunities. Being in a position to take advantage of those opportunities is what it's about.
Thank you. I would like to say that unfortunately that movie was made quite recently, about last year, and it's now out of date. There is in the next range along, the Boise fire is happening. Just yesterday, it made a very large run, going from 4,000 acres to 7,000 acres in an area which hasn't burned in 100 years. It's being held right now by strategic firing on Antenna Ridge. A lot of the same people are there. Vicky and Leaf, who are featured here, are on that fire right now. I'm likely to get assigned to that as soon as I land. It made a massive plume of smoke, which made all the local North Coast news. It was a gigantic orange plume that went up 16,000 feet. One wag called it the orange creamsicle of the apocalypse. It just seemed pretty remarkable. Anyway, thank you very much for your appreciation of that film that we made. Thank you.
All right, everybody. So we've reached the afternoon session here. So right now we'll take a 15-minute break. Just a couple of quick reminders. Please continue to visit the sponsors and exhibitors off around the water fountain, which is on right now, the waterfall. Also, I was asked to make note of a really special initiative that we have here in Wisconsin with the Wisconsin Department of Transportation and their dual language signage, which has been rolled out over the last year. Please stop and visit with those folks at WisDOT as you make your rounds. And with that, get some caffeine, keep plugging away. Thank you for being patient. Thank you for being awesome. We'll come back at 3:30. Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna start coming back. And our first presenter in this one is virtual, is Greta Swanson on the Zoom.
Am I on?
Okay, great. Hi, Greta.
Hello, everybody.
All right, so this is yet one more thing we're trying different this year. I'm calling it a lightning round, a little longer than spotlight session. And this stems from my inability to say no to people, and that extends to proposals I received. So we're gonna see if we can get through these. I know everyone's kind of burnt at this point, so thank you for your understanding and patience. And with that, I'm gonna turn it over to Greta. We're excited to be a part of this project. You heard a little about it last year, and so looking forward to the update. We can see your presentation, Greta.
Excellent. So thanks so much, Valerie, and thanks to everyone for letting me present this opportunity to talk about ELI's state and local government to government consultation project. And thank you to the Ho-Chunk Nation for hosting the conference. I want to thank NATHPO especially, Valerie and Melissa, for your support, and to our other current partners on the project. And thanks also to our team at ELI, including Jesse Marioli, who's been invaluable. I'm going to go through very quickly some updates on the study of tribal consultation in California. This was looking at the effectiveness of two California laws that require consultation, SB 18 and AB 52, from the perspective of tribes. How well do laws help tribes advance their interests, including protecting cultural and environmental resources and their sovereignty? One of the challenges of subnational tribal consultation is that there isn't necessarily a trust relationship between states and tribes, or localities and tribes, but some states are passing laws to require consultation, such as California, in the case of cultural resources. Our study included interviews, case studies, Indigenous health indicators for one tribe, a tribal survey we conducted this year, and we developed recommendations based on all of this information that we collected. We received responses from 23 tribes on the survey, which I will talk about next. Some trends in the survey were that most tribes expressed goals for consultation that included a whole host of things related to cultural resources, preserving and avoiding their disturbance, documenting the resources, cultural management of the resources, protecting cultural heritage, and creative mitigation of impacts on the resources. Other tribes also pointed out that they sought protection and ecological restoration of ancestral lands, restoration of cultural sites, repatriation of ancestors, and promoting tribal sovereignty. A positive result of the laws, we could say, was there were increased opportunities for consultation. 80% of the people who responded, tribes responded, said that they had more opportunities. However, there are definitely limitations to effectiveness. We saw a minority of tribes saying consultation was more effective as a result of the laws. For example, about a third reported improvements in the ability to change projects to mitigate impacts. For a small minority, the laws promoted resolution of issues and healing for tribal members. And only about a fifth of the people who responded said there were no improvements as a result of the laws. We looked at a number of key issues in the survey. This touches on a few of them. The laws do not explicitly provide sanctions for revealing confidential information, and tribes reported that they cannot always trust that an agency will protect their information. And that can relate to relationships. Almost every tribe we contacted stressed the importance of good relationships. About a third reported that the laws helped to improve the relationships. There's great variation, though, among agencies and among local governments. Tribes reported fewer positive relationships with local governments, which doesn't mean that local governments cannot be positive partners. Next slide. Other issues we looked at were notification. The timeline for notification can be an issue. About a third of tribes reported that they're notified about projects early enough to make an impact on the outcome. And consultation timeline is another challenge. For 2/3, conversely, the laws did not provide sufficient time for consultation. We didn't see agencies reaching out to work with tribes on procedures very much, but the survey there was limited. That may be happening more, but it has been a recommendation that agencies and tribes work together to develop protocols. Tribal knowledge and expertise is another really big issue. 2/3 of the tribes reported that their knowledge is not given sufficient weight in decision-making, and most said that non-native expert information is weighted more heavily, even though the laws do not preference non-native information. As for mitigation, a third reported better protection of tribal resources. However, options are often limited, such as to having a tribal monitor during construction. Accountability measures are not explicitly part of the law, though they can be put into CEQA decisions. About a fourth of the respondents said that decisions were not fully carried out, such as construction firms may not be fully informed of the decisions that were made during consultation. We'll have the full report and recommendations available soon on the website, which is what I'm going to talk about next. So the second part of this project has been to develop a tribal consultation digital hub. Phase 1 is a free online resource of tribal consultation policies, laws, executive orders, regulations, and the like. It includes policies across the nation of tribes, states, federal government, agencies, and some local governments. In our phase 2, which is coming soon, we'll include consultation resources to include best practices, training webinars, and the real results of our research on tribal consultation. We also have overviews of consultation in Washington and Colorado, and have been looking recently at climate-related consultation in Washington and are interested in that topic. The procedure that we've followed for including policies of tribes specifically has been to search the public websites of U.S. tribes. Where we found policies, we emailed tribes about the project and gave them the option to opt out. We did not include policies where tribes said no or raised questions about it and didn't give permission. And we've also sent the information for rescinding permission to publish the policy at any time. Each of the listings for the policies includes a title, a policy abstract, the link to the policy or resource, and for most state and tribal policies, a PDF. So to conduct a search, this is what the search page looks like. And I'm going to segue to a video that shows how to conduct a search.
Welcome to the Tribal Consultation Policy Hub. The database includes documents from tribal, state, and federal governments that guide consultation as it pertains to culture, land use, and natural resources. The database is free and publicly available for use. When users navigate to the database, they'll be able to search policies by 6 search parameters. Down below, there are in-depth instructions for searching. Users will be able to search by keyword, jurisdiction, level of government, type of legal instrument, subject of consultation, and by year. Both the keyword and the jurisdiction search fields are text fields, so users will have to input the keyword that they were looking for. For keyword, users will use keywords to search the titles and abstracts of the resources included in the database. For jurisdiction, users will enter keywords or terms for that specific governmental entity or entities desired. It is important to note that while you put in a state or state of jurisdiction, you'll also get policies of tribes within that state, but that does not mean that the tribes are under that state's jurisdiction. For level of government, type of legal instrument, and subject of consultation, users will be able to select from the dropdown the tags provided. When using the tags, users can select one or more, but it is important to note that using the tags will pull search results of either or. So policies will be searched with the tag executive order or law. When users search by year, if they wish to search between a select date range, they will choose their earliest date, such as 1980, and the latest date, 2000. This will pull all search results within that date range. If users wish to pull from a certain year, they'll have to use the same date for each, say 2024, 2024. This would pull all policies within that date. Now, when we are referring to dates, the date will refer to the date that the policy was enacted and is probably still in existence now. When users find the policy that they are looking for, they'll be able to see all of the tags within the database, and they'll be able to view the PDF on their web browser or view the website that the source has come from.
Okay, thanks. Thank you very much. So you can access this website either through this URL or the QR code. And we're really interested in people's feedback on this project. We want to hear from people who might be using it, what's helpful, what we should change, and what we could add to the website to make it more useful to tribes, to you all. So there's an email address. You can email us questions and feedback on the website, and my contact information is listed below. Thank you again for your time.
Hi, everybody. I'm going to stand here if that's okay. Ooh, except now I can't see the slides because I'm too short. Oh, now I can see them. Go to the next one. Okay. Ooh, no, the last one. There we go. Here we are. My name is Nicole Graybo. I'm a preventive art conservator working at the Midwest Art Conservation Center. We're a regional center for a nonprofit organization for conservation and preservation based in Minneapolis, Minnesota, the homeland of the Dakota. And a shout out to my Ojibwe neighbors to the north too. Hey, I know a few of you are here. I want to talk today not actually about my work, but about the work of a group that I'm involved in, the Pesticide Contamination and Repatriation Working Group. And I just want to thank Valerie and NATHPO for creating, kind of a little bit of space here. I'll try not to take up too much of it, but I'm white, so you guys know that's hard for me. But this group is made up of over 70 members all across the country, the nations, including THPOs, some tribal members, art conservators, conservation scientists, and industrial hygienists. We meet quarterly via Zoom. It's a volunteer group, and what we're doing is we're collaborating to facilitate safe repatriations. I'm not sure how many of you here are familiar with the issue of pesticide contamination on collection materials, but ancestors and ancestors' belongings that have been in collections may have been treated with pesticides at some point. And this is a significant piece of information to know through repatriation, particularly with respect to handling and close contact with those materials. So there's a slide here of a feather that has some insect damage. Bugs like to eat things. They get hungry. We all get hungry, right? And it's pretty typical for when people start to collect more things than they can use, they tend to have areas of their collection that they don't visit a lot of the time. And that's when the bugs can move in and say, oh, hey, that looks tasty. They like to eat the parts of things that they can chew easily with the feathers. Often we see this type of damage where they're eating the little hooklets that go in between the barbs that help the vein to zip up together, so that after a feather has been chewed on by a bug, it tends to be a little bit frayed like this, and it doesn't hold its shape as well. So pesticides in collections became very popular in the 18th century and were used up until about the 1980s. Their use was ubiquitous, and a lot of different types of pesticides were used. Many collections don't know their own pesticide history. Sometimes these pesticides were applied through facilities or housekeeping and not necessarily through collections management. They may have been applied as a powder, as a spray, or as a fumigant. This is a list of just some of the more common pests. I've highlighted some of the ones that I've personally encountered in red: arsenic, DDT, methyl bromide, naphthalene, and paradichlorobenzene are mothballs. And what we find is that a collecting institution, and this happened throughout not just museums, but also in private collections. Private collectors would routinely treat material with pesticides. Museums don't necessarily know what their pesticide histories are, and there's a kind of a lack of awareness even within the museum community about just how prevalent these toxic compounds are. And when we don't know, these are kind of the sort of general safety guidelines. I am not a medical health practitioner or specialist, and I really can't speak to the toxicity effect of these pesticides, except to say that it varies depending on what the pesticide is and the dose, and also the specific medical history of the people who are coming in contact with it. These general guidelines are provided kind of like as common sense. I do like to recommend that people assume that there might be something hazardous present unless you know otherwise, just for your own kind of personal protection. And particularly with a lot of native collections, we sometimes we learn about them and we want to share them and teach them in ways that involve like touching them and smelling them, handling them with our bare hands. And we want to be able to provide our community members and our culture keepers with that experience. But I just want to let you know that there may be some dangers associated with that kind of use, and to if you yourself are someone who might be handling things, just to be really careful. Gloves are, a way to kind of put a barrier between you and the material that can help to protect you. Some of the pesticides that I see the most are heavy metal pesticides, so arsenic, mercury, lead, and bromine. And the primary risk of contamination is through skin contact and through ingestion. Those things are pretty heavy. They drop out of the air pretty fast, so there's not as much of an inhalation risk with those. And they can be washed out of clothing relatively easily. There have been studies done by various conservation labs, in this kind of work. But to just be mindful that there could be hazards on the surfaces of these materials, to protect yourself, to keep your working area clean, keep food and drink away from the materials if you can. And if you have concerns about exposure, to contact a doctor or a toxicologist. So the goals of this working group is really to raise awareness about the possibility of contamination with toxic pesticides, which is, part of why I'm here today, is to, share this information. We want to support institutions in developing pesticide histories. So, I'm speaking now to like the Wisconsin Historical Society, the University of Wisconsin, University of Minnesota, all you folks who have materials in your collections. We can kind of help to provide some tools for helping you figure out what your pesticide histories might be. Even if pesticides were not applied in your institution, if you've brought anything in from a private collector or private collection, they may still have been treated with pesticides in that collection. So part of the work the group is doing is also creating a list of pesticide testing facilities. And where I work, the Midwest Art Conservation Center, we are one of them. We do limited pesticide testing. So it's quite complicated because there are so many different pesticides to test for, and our expertise really lies, we're pretty good at arsenic, and we can do mercury, lead, and bromine as well, and some of those heavier metal pesticides. But if there are organic pesticides like DDT, then we need to bring in a partner to help us with that analysis. But so the group is developing a list of these testing facilities, who can do what kind of testing. And we're also working to establish consistent protocols for pesticide testing. That's part of the work that I'm most closely involved with. Using the technique that I use is called X-ray fluorescence spectroscopy. Some of you may be familiar with it, XRF for short. That's a photograph of the instrument itself, which is a surface technique. We can travel with the instrument, we can bring it to the surface of materials. We're also working on protocols for taking surface samples and having those samples sent to us and tested. Please be aware, whether you're a tribal community or a non-tribal organization, that permission from the tribe is absolutely necessary before doing any kind of testing. And that is something that we take very, very seriously, and we're not going to do any testing until we know that that consent has been obtained. And then we are developing some online education resources for tribes, and that is coming soon. The first of these is going to be a free webinar hosted by Connecting to Collections Care. I don't know if you guys are familiar with this, this organization, but Connecting to Collections Care, and that's their website down at the bottom, connectingtocollections.org. They develop free online resources for collections caretakers, primarily at small to mid-sized institutions. So I've spoken to a few of you over the last couple of days who are excited about starting a cultural center in your community. And so I definitely encourage you to go to Connecting to Collections Care, look at their website. They have all of their old webinars archived. You can watch any of them. You can search by topic. There's a wealth of information there. They've been doing monthly webinars for about 10 years. So it's a very, very deep resource. And they're hosting a free webinar on November 12th about the work of this group, the Pesticide Contamination and Repatriation Working Group. It'll be a 1-hour webinar. Registration for it isn't open yet, but it will be, I think, in a few weeks. So check back with connectingtocollectionscare.org. It is a free webinar, but you do need to register in advance. And then coming early in 2025, they're going to host a course. That's going to be 5 sessions. I think they're going to do it 1 session each week over the course of 5 weeks. That's going to be a much deeper dive into this topic, and there is a $150 fee for that course. But I wanted to make you guys aware of those resources that are going to be available soon. This Connecting to Collections Care project is part of the Foundation for Advancement in Conservation, and it's made possible through support by the Institute of Museum and Library Services. Thank you, IMLS. And then lastly, I just wanted to share another resource that is being kind of workshopped through this working group. And this is thanks to Melody McAdams. Thank you, Melody, who was kind enough to share it. She developed this. And this is kind of a, it's an in-progress flow chart for navigating contamination through repatriations. And it's intended to be, a guide for tribes. So, how am I doing in time? Okay, I'll just go through this a little quickly, but first, obtaining and reviewing the contamination profile from the museum. And keep in mind that depending on who the museum or what institution it is, they may not be entirely familiar with what their pesticide history is. So push and ask questions, and just because they don't know doesn't mean that pesticides are not there. And if there are any known or likely pesticides or toxins present, then you can kind of proceed to step 3 and think about what you want to do with the cultural item. Think about handling, reburial, or other types of things. And then I'll let you guys kind of, take a look at this and kind of work through those. And if you would like any more information about this or want a copy of this flowchart, you can come find me. I'm sitting over by the coffee on the far wall. And thank you. That is what I have for you today.
Thank you very much. And our next speaker, did you have slides? Did you send them to me? Did you send them to me? Oh, Monday, I was on the site. So, did you give them to AV? Why don't we? We're going to change up the order a little bit while we get, oh no, there it is. You had it? Okay. You sent it to the right person after all. Don't listen to me at this point.
Okay. Buju and Dawan Madok, Anastasia Indigena Kaz, Migizi and Dudem, Gamis Quavagan and Dun Chiba. My name's Anastasia Walhoft. I come from the Red Cliff Band of Lake Superior, Chippewa. I'm here with Shannon Cowell, and we're going to talk a little bit about what we do. Yeah, how do we change the slide? Oh. Okay. So we work with Archaeology Southwest, which is a Tucson, Arizona-based nonprofit organization. Our mission is preservation archaeology.
We are on year 6 of a cooperative agreement with the Bureau of Indian Affairs. We're a collective of law enforcement agents, archaeologists, allied with tribes to help protect and preserve cultural sites and heritage places. We provide support to tribes to protect archaeological sites nationwide, so don't let the name Archaeology Southwest fool you. We're available to anyone and everyone. We really want to change the culture of disrespect and neglect of cultural sites. So our goal is to eliminate archaeological resource crime from tribal lands and really emphasize that looting and vandalism are not victimless crimes.
So the goals of this ARPA assistance program that we have with the BIA is to detect cultural resource crime, respond to it, and investigate it effectively, prevent it through education and outreach, restore sites that have been damaged by it, and then of course, collaborate with tribes so that we can keep doing all these previous goals better and better.
And we work with everyone in this room, tribal historic preservation officers, land managers, law enforcement. Our resources are available to pretty much anyone, and we're open to discussion, and we can provide technical assistance.
So archaeological resource crime, what does that mean? There are over 4,000 instances of looting and vandalism reported on public and tribal lands from 2009 to 2018. Over 70% of cultural items sold at overseas auctions were affiliated with Southwest tribes. Almost 90% of archaeological sites in the Southwest have been looted and vandalized. You know, these are really staggering statistics, and I don't want to list them all because we have a lot of information in this in this slideshow. But I do want to emphasize that over 90% of ARPA cases do obtain a guilty finding. So that's something to keep in mind. If we get people into court, we can get them with a guilty finding.
One of the biggest barriers to effective prosecutions is detecting these crimes early, right after they happen, and relaying information to the correct authorities who can investigate. So a big part of our mission is identifying ARPA and NAGPRA violations, both on sites and online. We monitor 27 sites on 3 tribal nations locally in Arizona, and we also can help develop site monitoring programs and online monitoring programs, including support with trail cameras, condition assessments, surveys, and even kind of on-the-ground site visits.
We also can help with detection through the community. So we have on our website, which is savehistory.org, we have a web form that someone from the public can fill out if they see an archaeological site that has been looted or vandalized, damaged, or if they would rather give us a call, they can give us a call at our tip line number that's posted there. It's 1-833-END-LOOT.
Our goal is to be a hub for a nationwide network of ARPA-trained professionals. So we provide investigation assistance. We work really closely with the Bureau of Indian Affairs Office of Justice Services Cultural Resource Unit. There are 3 special agents dedicated to this exact issue. We help conduct and assist damage assessments at sites. And we also provide ARPA trainings in collaboration with the BIA Indian Police Academy. So these are accredited training sessions for law enforcement and archaeologists. And we can also provide customized ARPA trainings in person or virtual.
So a big reason why people loot archaeological sites or vandalize them is there's this idea in the general American public that these are victimless crimes, which we all know that that is not true. And so a big part of what I do is trying to change hearts and minds and change some culture around this. So we have the National Outreach and Education Campaign to end archaeological resource crime. So once I end all of archaeological resource crime, I guess I'll have to find a new job. But I think I might be safe for a while. So in our Save History campaign, we have website, we do outreach events, we have lots of print materials that I'll talk a little bit more later in this presentation and that I have available for folks to look at if they want to. But essentially, we're just trying to get that message out that cultural resource crime is not victimless, it harms ancestors, it harms present and future generations, as well as just telling the public how to identify these crimes in order to better report them. Additionally, so with savehistory.org, we have a blog where we talk a lot about this crime, as well as connecting archaeological sites to modern Indigenous communities. So we really try to focus Indigenous voices through our education resources. So this is Deanna Bird, and I have to update this because here it says that she's the NAGPRA coordinator for the Choctaw Nation. She is now at the Harvard Peabody Museum, but we have a lot of different resources with that mission, educating the public about that message. So Lyle Belenqua, we have a video of him talking about his connection. He's a Hopi archaeologist and his connections to sites in the Southwest. Additionally, savehistory.org is a resource just for the general public to learn a little bit about archaeology. What the heck are archaeological resources? This is a place where you can learn a little bit about that. How to visit sites respectfully if you're a member of the general public. We have a lot of print materials, and I have the children's book, the one that says Save Indigenous History. That's a children's activity book. I have an example if you want to look through it. You can request copies of it. I have some of these stickers. I have only a limited amount, but you are welcome to come take some stickers from me. We post ads. We had some radio ads going, so we try and go all over. We're on social media. as well, so Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, all those things. And if you're interested in posting on social media about archaeological resource crime, but you're not sure how to communicate it, we have resources for that as well. We have a digital toolkit. So if you're curious about, talking about archaeological resource crime on your tribal lands, you want a little bit of assistance on how to craft that message, we can help you do that. And then you want to talk about this one?
We also do a lot of restoration projects, and that's something that's been a priority, especially the last couple of years. This helps remediate the harmful impacts of archaeological resource crime and protects sites from future damage, preserving them for future generations. So to me, this is a really important part of our program, being proactive and repairing these places. We do some backfilling and stabilization projects, spray paint graffiti removal, and we can also facilitate fencing projects, signage, and ceremonial treatments as well.
And then lastly, the tribal collaboration is such a central part of what we're doing. Tribal communities, ancestors, these are the people who are most directly affected by these crimes. And so the whole point of us to do this is in order to get better and better and better and better serve you. So we really prioritize collaborating with tribes, doing trainings on tribal lands for tribal staff. So if you're curious about this stuff, get in touch with us and we can set some training and talk a little bit more resources and how we can assist you to do your job better and better protect your sites. Oh, if you want to get involved, you got to explore savehistory.org. And you can follow us on social media. This is all of our handles for all the different things. We do have free educational materials. If you follow this QR code, you can request any of these items that I have posted on the slideshow, and I have examples of them so you can actually see what they are, because I know you can't read that. But we have educational materials that are public facing, like for children, for just people who are interested in archaeology, don't know anything about this. But we also have resources for professionals. So if you are an archaeologist, or you are a THPO, or you have conservation wardens or law enforcement officers who are going out there trying to record these crimes and you want some resources to help better do that, we have those available too.
So we work really closely, like we said before, with the Bureau of Indian Affairs, and we're fully funded by them. So in a lot of ways, we're a conduit for resources and technical assistance from BIA. And we're nimble. Since we're a nonprofit, we can get these resources to you quickly and come out to your site and help on the ground. We can provide damage assessment assistance, investigation support, customized trainings, tools to protect and monitor sites, and any of this, you can just get in contact with us or your BIA regional archaeologist to request these materials.
And then we have our business cards, but if you'd rather just take a photo, you're welcome to do that. As I said, we're always trying to get better at what we're doing and better serve your communities. And so if you think there's something that we could be doing better, we have this QR code goes to a survey just to get some of your thoughts. So I encourage you guys to fill that out. We shortened it, so it hopefully shouldn't take longer than like 5 minutes, because I know everyone's probably asking a lot on your time. But if you really have some strong thoughts about how we could better do this program, we really want to hear about it. And I think that's it. Okay.
Thank you.
Hey. Oh, wait, back. All right, hi, good afternoon. My name is Maria Peraza Rose, and I'm a journalist reporting on Indigenous affairs. Today, I'm here to talk about some of the investigations I've been working on over the past year and a half, one in particular called Misplaced Trust, as you can see, and how the data sets that have come out of these projects might be helpful to you. Before I get too deep into things, I'd first like to thank the Ho-Chunk Nation for hosting this conference and for being stewards of such beautiful land. This is my first time in the area, and I'm really happy to be here. I'd also like to thank Valerie and Matt and Melissa and the NATHPO team for allowing me some time to share this information, and of course, thanks to you all for being here. So to start, The issue at the heart of these stories that I'm talking about today is the ongoing dispossession of Indigenous land, what that looks like, how that transfers wealth, and how it impacts the climate crisis happening right now. I'm going to talk about 3 stories. First, an investigation published by High Country News in 2020 called Land Grab University. I didn't personally work on this project, but I have used its data, and it's inspired me to start learning more about this issue. This piece looked at how 52 colleges and universities around the country built up their institutions through bad faith treaties and violent seizures of Indigenous land. The second investigation, Misplaced Trust, was published this past February for GRIST, and I led the data reporting and mapping for it. This piece follows up on the first investigation, looking at how land ownership policies in the 1800s, specifically through things called state trust lands, benefited land-grant universities and facilitated industries that contribute to climate change now. And the final investigation, which I think has particularly useful data for folks interested in land use, looks at the presence of state trust lands, state-owned lands, on reservations. The first part came out this past spring, and we have a second article coming out in a few weeks. We've been able to gather information on land use and specifically who is leasing the land to do these activities. I'm not going to go super deep into the data sets right now in terms of how to navigate them, but I'll be around today and tomorrow if anybody wants to talk about it, and you can email me whenever. Also, I'd like to acknowledge that many of you are probably quite familiar with many of these land policies and structures. I'm going through them today just to connect the dots of how we came up with our reporting questions and the logic behind it. Of course, if anybody has any feedback or suggestions or thoughts about the data, if there's anything you think I should think about as I do this work, or if there's anything you want to know more about, please tell me. I have 2 goals in this reporting. One is to better communicate these issues and histories to a wider audience, and the second is to make this information accessible and useful to people who can utilize it for more powerful impact. I've seen how powerful spatial data can be as a tool, especially for land rights, and I'd like to make sure it's in your hands. So let's get ready. Let's get started. Are we ready? We're ready. We're going to get started. We're going to start with the Land Grab University project led by High Country News. Again, this piece looked at 52 colleges and universities around the country that built up their institutions, not just on Indigenous land, but with money generated from selling or using Indigenous land. This land transfer was done through an old land policy called the Morrill Act, which Abraham Lincoln signed in 1862. It distributed public domain lands to raise funds for new colleges across the nation. And the story that land-grant universities have usually told about the Morrill Act and other land grants is that they were ways for the federal government to provide free land for universities that they could sell or lease out to support the greater good of American development. With these funds, the end goal was to provide education for the masses and fuel economic growth. But as you all know, that land wasn't free. Overall, the Morrill Act redistributed 10.8 million acres, which is about the size of Denmark, and those lands were taken from more than 250 tribal nations through over 160 violence-backed treaties and land seizures for the benefit of these 52 colleges. Altogether, when adjusted for inflation, the land grants were worth about $500 million. In 2020, High Country News' team of researchers, investigators, journalists, cartographers mapped and located over 99% of the acreage redistributed through this act. They also added the important context of the original Indigenous caretakers and owners whose land had been taken and given away. This way, they were able to compare how much money universities made off of those lands against the very little that had been paid to tribes. This showed the enormity of the wealth transfer that the Morrill Act entailed. They summarized their findings and methods in articles, built a website for readers to visualize this data, and then published a full data set identifying the nearly 80,000 parcels. And this should play. The website has a lot of functionality, and I encourage you to check it out. One of the most powerful elements in it is the interactive map, which you can see here, which lets us look specifically at things. So we can see the lands in Wisconsin given to the University of Wisconsin, and you can see the tribes associated with those lands. And we can also look at this from the tribal perspective and see all of the Morrill Act parcels within Wisconsin, stolen from 5 different tribal nations, and how they're connected to universities that benefited from them. There are 30, mostly located in the east, as you can see. We can also see the financial information here in the original worth and when adjusted for inflation. So for the tribal lands within the state of Wisconsin that were redistributed to universities, the US paid $2.3 million to tribes, and then universities made about $60.8 million off of those lands. Now let's dive into misplaced trust. The Morrill Act was just one part of how land-grant universities were able to establish their full financial portfolio. We followed the same logic applied to the investigation here on Morrill Act parcels to another piece of land legislation, and we found that state trust lands represent another piece of that puzzle. So to start, what are state trust lands? When territories were granted statehood, the federal government gifted them large swaths of land in their enabling acts, which was the legislation that formally brought them into the Union. This was mostly in states west of the Mississippi and worked as a kind of financial structure where states could use the land as a source of income to build up their institutions. So when you fly over the Midwest and see those grid-like lines on the ground, those patterns reflect the parceling out of these lands. And contrary to what I thought when I was a very small child, these lines didn't just appear on the land. They reflect very orderly decisions about land development and ownership. And here's what those lands mean. To organize land, Western states created townships, 6 by 6 miles, and split those tracts of land into smaller square mile sections, which you can see here. That's a 6 by 6 plot, and then smaller. Typically, sections 16 and 36, which are highlighted, were designated for K-12 schools or universities. The rest of the 34 sections, states could choose any of the beneficiaries they wanted, and that would be public institutions like hospitals, penitentiaries, asylums, and other state departments. So when we pan out, what we saw was Washington State, the trust lands there, and the orange parcels, all of them were all of the state beneficiaries. The ones that are highlighted right now are just the ones that benefit universities. This is the main difference between the Morrill Act lands and state trust lands. These millions of acres from the federal government given in the form of state trust lands to newly formed states supported more than just higher education. And rather than all of this land being given in a single land law, it was taken from tribes and given to state governments through enabling acts. Again, the legislation that turned a territory into a state. So we looked at these state trust lands and took it a step further by figuring out how these lands are being used. Sometimes states would sell this land and give the money to beneficiaries, but as we'll talk about later, many states didn't sell these lands. And today, they still raise revenue for university beneficiaries and many others. They're often leased out for resource extraction to make money off the profits. And to be clear, when I say beneficiaries from here on out, I'm talking about the entities that receive this money. These are some examples from different states, hospitals, penitentiaries, asylums, the Bank of North Dakota for some reason. So in short, states and their institutions, like universities, are kind of like the original NAGPRA babies of the federal government. In this investigation, we narrowed our analysis to look just at state trust lands benefiting land-grant universities so we could clearly build on the theoretical work that the first piece established. By focusing on a subset of these trust lands, we tried to illustrate the impact this particular land policy has and had and still has. So we found 14 universities profiting from 8.36 million surface and subsurface state trust land acres taken from 123 tribes. And between 2018 and 2022, those lands produced $6.7 billion in revenue for their associated institutions. And for all of these state trust lands and the resources they've extracted and revenue they've generated, Indigenous nations were paid in total about $4.7 million when adjusted for inflation. And to be clear, that accounts for all of the payment made for land cessions, including when Indigenous nations were never compensated for the theft of their land, like almost the entire state of what is currently Arizona. So here is a view of the map for the second project on our website, which you can interact with and explore. Here you can see the orange lines lead to the state parcels, and they go back to the universities that benefit from them. And when we look at this in a video, maybe, when we look at this in a video, you can see not just as they're connected to the university, you can look it up that way. We're looking here at the University of Wisconsin, and specifically some of the parcels there. You can look at the land activity that's going on with a specific piece of land, whether it's a surface or subsurface acreage. And then you can also look at this information from the tribal nation perspective. And here we're looking at the lands associated with the Lac du Flambeau band of Lake Superior Chippewa tribe. And you can see it, subsurface parcels and surface parcels. So we figured out how all of this land was being used by joining the spatial data to land activity data sets collected from different state agencies. And we found that many of these universities benefit from extractive industries that contribute to climate change. For example, nearly 25% of all of these trust lands are designated for either fossil fuel production or the mining of minerals like coal and iron-rich taconite. In comparison, lands set aside for renewable resources were just 0.25% of all the acreage. Looking at land use and the revenue generated helps us get really specific about the wealth transfer that continues to happen after the initial dispossession. So we're gonna take a closer look at timber extraction in Washington. Timber harvesting has a relatively small footprint in our data, but we identified how over time it was a significant revenue source. From statehood in 1889 to 2022, timber sales on Washington trust lands sent $1.1 billion to Washington State University when adjusted for inflation. And for that acreage connected to the university, the associated tribal nations were paid $520,000 when adjusted for inflation. So this look at land use activity and the resources taken brings us to our third story, where we're able to expand our reporting beyond universities. The second half of our third project, which comes out in mid-September, examines state trust lands, the same lands, again, granted through enabling acts, on reservations and the revenue they produce to support non-native institutions. As we did this analysis for misplaced trust, we saw a few instances of trust lands on reservation land, which we thought was odd. How did states come to own lands within the boundaries of tribal nations? And what exactly was the impact of these state-owned lands on reservations? And we did a lot of research. We talked about the Allotment Act, of course, as one of the main culprits in this situation, but that policy doesn't fully explain how states came to own and profit from these lands. So this is an example of state trust lands on the Uinta-Nure Reservation. They're kind of small, but they're there. These are state trust lands sending revenue to land-grant institutions, which in this case was Utah State University. And we saw this specific thing happening on a few other reservations and wanted to learn more. So I worked on a story with a colleague of mine, Anna Smith from High Country News, to explore this. We expanded our scope to find any and all trust lands with any beneficiary. So that means beneficiaries like K-12 schools, hospitals, and other state institutions, not just the universities. And we looked at where these lands overlapped with reservations. So here's a second look again at the reservation with all of those surface and subsurface trust land parcels, totaling 512,000 acres of subsurface and surface. Ultimately, in the Western US, we found 2 million surface and subsurface acres that overlap on 80 reservations. The really powerful thing about what we've been able to do with this follow-up, similar to the misplaced trust piece, is gather information on land use and the lessees. So here, like with the other maps, you can see state trust lands in orange, those parcels there, within reservation boundaries. And when we publish, and you'll be able to see, you can pan to the different reservations, and you'll see the land use changing in the bars on the left there, how much acreage is dedicated to things like fossil fuel extraction or grazing or others. So we were looking at the Ute Reservation, now in Standing Rock, and then we go to Leech Lake Reservation, and again, the bars of land use activity change on the side. So with this lessee information, we've been able to find a few interesting things, and I just want to share 2 quick examples. First, because we have information on what specific entities are leasing land, we can identify things like the top 3 lessees doing oil and gas activity in states that have oil and gas production. So this is a snapshot of the current leases and lessees in these states. And as a journalist, this is helpful for me to have these specific receipts and details, like company names, when we're pursuing impact and accountability in our reporting. Another thing that was strange that we saw was that there were some tribes leasing state trust lands in their own reservations, nearly all of which are being used for agriculture and grazing. So this was a point that we brought up in our article as an example of tribal jurisdiction being violated. And even though we can't explain right now exactly why this is happening, it can help us develop sharper questions around patterns and uncover information that's kind of hidden in plain sight. All of these data sets are or will be open source and publicly accessible, and we have spatial data for folks who want to do GIS work, and we have spreadsheets that are much more easy to navigate for folks who don't want to do that. And if there's anybody who wants to use the code and is interested in data processing, all of this is available on GitHub, and you can replicate the data, querying and adapt it for your own needs. Of course, I know as THPOs, you're all very busy, so if you don't want to navigate these dense data sets but do have questions, let me know what you're interested in and I can help pull things for you. So, how exactly is this information useful to you? Honestly, I have no idea, and that is why I am here to learn. You all will be able to see things that we can't and engage with this information in ways that we can't even dream of right now. So really what I'm saying here is that we want to know how you're using data like this or how you might want to use data like this so that we can better inform our reporting and research in service of tribal sovereignty. I have this quote up here from Chris Stainbrook, who is the president of the Indian Land Tenure Foundation, when I was speaking with him about this issue of state trust lands within reservations. And he was saying that the public needs to learn more about this issue to generate momentum for meaningful change, and that's what we're hoping to do. Two last things. First, I want to acknowledge that we had 24 people credited on the Misplaced Trust project. Any project like this always takes so many people to pull it off, and it's a privilege to be able to work on a story like this. And I'm very grateful to have been a part of a big team. And second, over the next year, I'll be working on a project that focuses on tribal climate, relocation, and adaptation as yet another issue of Indigenous land dispossession. So I'll be creating a data set that uses a lot of the data from the stories that I've talked about here, as well as information on climate vulnerable lands from the Climate Vulnerability Index, information on the long-term impacts of land dispossession from the Native Lands Research Initiative, reports from Tribal Climate Resilience Awards, and the FEMA funding allocation database. My goal is to shed some light on the federal climate assistance distribution patterns while also looking at the impacts of relocation projects on community and environmental health. So if anybody has any thoughts on this or knows of any relevant projects, I'd be very grateful for any help. And I just want to share one last thought, which is that most Western journalism doesn't cover topics like this in this way. And so we're using Indigenous journalism practices to guide our reporting. I believe that as we examine history and untangle the mythologies that have created the foundation of this country, we can start to think more critically about what justice looks like and how it's achieved. And when done well, I think journalism can be a useful space for creating tools that benefit everyone and that questions authority in support of people fighting for change like yourselves. So I'd love to hear what you're working on and thinking about. Thank you for your time.
Yate. Hi, my name is Judy, and I'm Kiani, the Tarring House clan, and I'm born for the Totsoni, the Big Water clan, and my paternal grandparents are Trapaha by the Water clan, and my maternal grandparents are the Red Painted Cheek clan, and that's how I'm a Dene woman. And I'll be sharing my story about my grandmother. She told me this story about the long walk of the Navajo. And many I know in here are familiar with forced removal of Native Americans from their lands. And this is one of those stories. But in this story, oh, I forgot, I'm supposed to be clicking here. Okay. And it's about my grandmother and how she escaped the long walk, and she survived with her 2 children in the San Francisco peaks for 4 years, and I'll be sharing that further, go into detail about that story. And anyway, let me go to the next slide. And this is a bit of an outline of what I'll be talking about. And also, I would like to add preserving Native American languages. And I'm starting to add the Navajo written language into a lot of my presentations now. And this is a map of the Navajo Nation. I understand about traditional homelands, but for the sake of GIS applications, I created this map, and just to give you a location of where the Navajo Nation is. If you don't know, probably do. And I'm going to show you a couple of maps. There's another map about when I was doing this research about the Long Walk and how even way before the Long Walk occurred, about probably 8 years prior, there was already expedition by a lot of expeditions and surveys through Navajo country and other native tribes in the area. And usually in our history books, they tell us that the Navajos were constantly harassing people or raiding, but a few of the slides that I'm going to show you shows that there was a lot of already what the military was going to already do and what they had planned for tribes prior to the Long Walk. And here's another slide of where the different expeditions took place, and I highlighted in red, but it's not that distinct because it's a huge map and I had to try to narrow it down. But it just gives you a little bit of details, but different generals that went through the country surveying of what were different routes they could take during the campaign against the Navajos. And Hueldo is the Navajo Long Walk, and it was a displacement, and also it was a traumatic experience for a lot of our tribal people, including my family, but we didn't go on the long walk. And this is just a picture of a nice depiction of what may have happened to the people during the Long Walk. And the other three pictures, the black and white pictures, are actual documentation that I acquired from the Library of Congress and of how the people suffered there. And I'll go ahead and share you my story. My grandmother told me this story, and she started off telling me that our family, your great-grandmother, did not go on the Long Walk. She escaped with her 2 children. And the story goes that our family camp was raided by the American soldiers right at dawn. And they attacked our camp, and there was too many blue coats that our uncles and fathers couldn't fight off because there's too many of them. But she did say they did fight well, but they ended up killing all the males and burning our homes and the hogans. And that's where she was captured, and she was taken along on the march. And during the march, she witnessed a lot of horrors that were done to our people, especially the women. How she told me about they were violated. A lot of the young ladies were violated, and the elderly people were killed because they couldn't keep up. And at this time, during the march, they would take women aside to violate them, then kill them. And she said one of the soldiers took your grandma and took her aside, and she knew what was going to happen to her, but she went along with it. And finally, she was a little bit in back of, they were a bit back at the column, in the back of the column, and they were kind of alone. So she, at that point in time, she thought this is the only opportunity she had to get away. So she always carried a knife in her moccasins, and she pulled out the knife and she slit the soldier's throat and threw him off his horse. And she rode till the horse died on her. And she butchered a little bit of the horse and took some of the meat home, or to meet with her. And she walked or ran. At first, she took the horse. It died on her. And after that, she ran for a few miles, but she knew it was too dangerous to be traveling during daylight because there were still a lot of shoulders and other people that were looking for Navajo women to either sell as slaves to the Mexicans or just to turn them in, because there was a price on our heads. If you turn a Navajo woman in, you would get so much money for them. So definitely we're basically being hunted. So, but she made it, she said she traveled for a couple of days during at night, using the stars to guide her home. And right before our camp was attacked, she had 2 young kids that she had hit in an alcove. And so she hit those kids during the attack. And when she was in captivity, she was thinking, I need to get home to see my kids. So my grandmother was telling me that she literally wanted to run home, but she couldn't. But she had to travel in a safe manner so she wouldn't get caught again. But she made it home, and the first thing she did was she ran to that alcove to see if the kids were still there, and the kids were still there. They were hungry and tired, and thirsty, but they were still there. And she gave them the horse meat to eat, and she prepared a small meal with that. And she knew that she couldn't stay there. So what she did was she gathered what she could carry, and she took one of this pot. It's a Navajo, we call it in our home, Navajo survival pot. It's a utilitarian pot, and sometimes it can be used for ceremonial use. But basically, what's unique about the pot is it's a little bit concoil at the end, so it gives you a faster. Basically, it conducts heat faster, and also it can be used for musical instruments by placing a hide over it. And this is the only thing she carried, one of the main things she carried with her when she left the home site, and she headed for the San Francisco Peak, which is in Flagstaff, basically in Flagstaff. And she lived there with her family for 4 years. And she said during that time up on the mountains, she said it was difficult, but the Creator took care of her. And one of the main points at this time, my grandmother was telling me that she made sure that her kids had a good pair of moccasins. And these are descendants of my great-grandmother, Assan Bach, and that's what she later earned that name, means angry woman. And also, I can't point to it, but the first picture on the left, that is my great uncle. He was a Navajo Code talker, and today is Navajo Code talker on the Navajo Nation, and we're celebrating that day today. And to the left is my great grandmother, Astan Hasba, who told me this story, and the rest are the descendants, my nieces and nephew. And why I tell you this story is the importance of protecting home. And currently I'm doing some GIS research on communication towers and viewshed analysis. And I understand we do have landscape protection in some of our tribal documents or tribal rules and laws, but I just wanted to narrow on the viewshed of what we can see and what we can't see if we're looking out a window or from our home. And this is one of the analysis I did on communication towers and views from Hogan. I digitized a lot of the Hogans, and it was kind of hard to find Hogans in this huge map that I was working on, because sometimes things there was water towers or water containers that were round. I'm thinking, is that a hogan? No, that's a water tower. So I had to just really really look for the hogans and make sure. So I placed dots on those. Those are the red dots. And the green dots are the communication towers. And so I did an analysis where if they conflicted with the view shed of the view from the hogan, and the darker blue is where there was some conflict, where the communication towers is right in front of people's homes. And why I find that really important is that, because if you go to big cities and affluent neighborhoods, you have these laws where they have building codes. You can't build this high because you're gonna mess up our area. And I don't understand why we don't have, why in tribal areas, communication towers, or people that own those towers tend to just place them where they want, because it's like we get the best signal, which is true. However, that they really need to be more mindful of putting in front of people's view shed. And also I did some work in drones, and basically this was just to monitor erosions and damage to the landscape, and also even to monitor cultural sites. But we have to be careful about what we show and what's permitted in viewing to the public. And here, it's just mainly how what I found is the trails that the cows made, and how deep when they go through the sites, they tend to create more ruts deeper into the ground, and sometimes it causes the water runoff to sometimes go into your site. So you got to be careful. I try to monitor that a little more. And this is my future work that I'm working on right now. Basically, is to create a 3D analysis of the view shed. And when I mean about view shed, is like just pretend that's a hotel right there, and you're looking out the window. You don't want to see a cell tower, especially if you own the hotel. You want the best scene so you can charge more money. But here, what I was focusing was the stars, how in our tradition, how the moon, a lot of planting and certain ceremonies are conducted in accordance with the moon phases, and just sun, and just different sunrises and that. And also I found a lot of maps when I was going through trying to map where the military went. And this is just a few that I'm going to be sharing with you. And this was interesting in that since Arizona was a Spanish territory way back in the 1500s, I went to the University of Mexico's database, and I found some maps that pertain to our area and our region. So if you're looking for data, that's a great place to look, is at the University of Mexico's database. And I shared a link there of where you can find it. And also, you can also find maps pertaining to this area in the English databases, because sometimes we only look in the US databases, but I just thought it was interesting when you go into the England's database, and also the French databases. I just wanted to share that with you. And also, when my grandmother told me this story, she told me that sometimes life is difficult at times, but you learn to overcome adversity and to keep hope in everything you do. And I know people here, we battle a lot of things, regulations, and trying to protect our land. So I just want to encourage you, keep going, because it is important what we do, and we do matter. and you matter. And I just want to thank the National Association of Historic Preservation Officers and the Ho-Chunk Nation. And I just want to thank Pima Community College for letting me use their software. And just thank you for letting us be here. Thank you. That was it.
Wow, thanks everyone. That was amazing. I really appreciate your understanding and patience with being jammed into a session together with. So yeah, if it seemed like those sessions weren't particularly related in normal panel format, that's why. But I think it's a sort of perfect representation of all the many hats that THPOs wear. And so can we get a round of applause for our speakers one more time? We have on the agenda that we're going to feature some of our grantees. I really can't see from up here. All right, is Michonne here? Where are you at, Michonne? There you are. Come on up. I'm going to ask for all of your patience just a little bit longer because we did say that we would do this, and I think it's really important to do this. And we are certainly happy to offer the mic to any of our grantees who want to talk for a few minutes about what they have done with our modest grants that we will be continuing this year and hoping to grow in the future. Thanks, Michelle. This is the grant.
Yeah. And then, no, I'm just kidding. After I was already up here ranting and raving. So yes, Valerie asked me to speak about last year. Was it last year? Yes. Okay, you were doing the preserving grant. She called me up and said, hey, we want to give so many THPOs $5,000. I said, yes, bring it on. And what we used, the Reno Sparks Indian Colony used the money for was to, I wanted to purchase backpacks, it was the extra funding, and hiking shoes for the youth, the Reno Sparks Indian Colony Unity group. We have about 30 members, they're teenagers. The little girl that you saw in the video, she's part of that Unity, that's Cariana, really a powerful young little lady. And she always wants to be in Unity, but she's so little, she's not old enough, but they still allow her to, and she always wants to raise her hand to run for the chairperson of that committee. She's funny. But anyway, we purchased hiking boots, and I didn't have enough to purchase for the backpack. So Patagonia, who has a big distribution center in Reno and who are friends to the Reno Sparks Indian Colony, gave them backpacks. And then I took the youth, which we need to start doing is taking our youth, and I know a lot of you guys do. We took the youth out to Pehemaha, Thacker Pass, and that was one of the pictures we showed a couple hours ago was the youth were dancing around out there. We were circle dancing. We do round dances at powwows, but the circle dance is something different that our people did all the time. Our ancestors did, and they would do it at a different way of dancing. And the old people tell us today that when you circle dance in sacred places, you don't see their feet on the ground, that you see them, they're floating as they dance. And it felt like that's what we were doing every time we were at Pehemaha. And so the young people, we took them to Pehemaha. They marched with us with their hiking boots on. There was a picture where we were marching on the day of the oral arguments in the federal court. We marched a couple hundred people marched from the Reno Sparks Indian Colony about 4 miles to the federal court building, and it was dead winter. I don't know if you saw the snow, but all the kids were up in the front, and they would pass the Reno Sparks Indian Colony sign, the Burns Paiute sign, making sure that our people were aware. The city of Reno really helped us and guided us through that, meaning that the city of Reno Police Department really closed the roads for us as we marched. First he was saying, oh, oh, okay, you guys can march on the captain police said, you can march on the side on the sidewalks when I was I go, yeah, we'll do that. We will do that. They were trying to not let us march or not want us to march, even though we have great relationships with the city of Reno. And then he showed up and he saw the people standing there getting ready to march. And they blocked the roads, they stopped the roads, and we marched on. And so the young people were in that. I also taken them to the Paras, which we call, it's above Reno, where thousands of petroglyphs, hunting blinds, rock circles, and the kids, we take them out there to teach them and about the culture. And right now, we are hoping that Congress is going to pass the Truckee Meadows Public Land Management Act. So along with not only buying hiking boots, Will, who was up here with us, the attorney, we start introducing them to the laws. And you can't tell the laws, okay, to young people, this is NHPA and this is what it does. We had to do it in a very creative and fun manner with them. So we're trying to teach the young people the laws, buying them hiking boots and getting them up into these areas that are above Reno. And when we went to Thacker Pass, so that's what we used that $5,000 for, was to purchase hiking boots and to march and to visit our important sites. So thank you for that money. Keep sending more.
Here, here. You told us you needed a bigger vehicle for next time, so we're working on that. I see Crystal back there. Come on up. Thank you. So we're just going to do these two ladies for now, and then we're going to do a bit of cultural exchange.
Dos basic ne dana Crystal Seabearing Nasina Nanana Hanana Ase Nanane. Hello, all my relatives. My name is Crystal Seabearing. I'm the THPO for the Northern Arapaho tribe. This was our second grant we received. The first year we received it, we got 2 college interns for the summer that helped out in the office with oral histories, genealogy, just different projects we had in working with our elders and being good role models for our youth. The second year that we got it, it was for our administrative assistants and our staff in the office. So like what was shared before with all the piles of paperwork we have in our office, we wanted to get organized. And so we used that money to purchase updated computers, scanners, a lot of filing supplies and tabs and folders and all of that, and came up with a real good filing system for our office where we could understand what was coming in, how we could track it, and then to digitize it because we got our own server finally within the tribe. And so digitizing that, putting it on our server. I'd like to recognize my staff. If you can stand. They're my well-oiled machine. And so there's Salem Yanostrosa, he's our GIS technician. Donna Littleshield is our NAGPRA coordinator. Alvania McElroy, she does everything. She's our receptionist, administrative assistant, and she runs the office. And then we have Melvin Longtime Sleeping, he's our JS coordinator. And so we're all able to come here. I just want to thank, NATHPO, Valerie, and the whole team for allowing us to get our office in somewhat of an order and figure out what we're doing and how we're going to use that data, how we're going to, all the information that we receive, how we're going to use it to better our office and to help our tribal members. And so that's the goal of our office. I know there's more work to be done, but I'm so happy, and I just want to thank the Ho-Chunk tribe for hosting us, the wait staff. You guys are here all the time, 24/7. Thank you. Ha-ho.
Thank you, ladies. And as I said, we will be running a slightly bigger version of our grants program for this coming year. As soon as we get back from here and catch our breath, look for that opportunity from us. We do ask that THPOs be members of NATHPO, and we feel like that's not too much to ask. We have to keep some member benefits. We try to offer our services as broadly as possible to the entire community of THPOs, whether they're members or not, but we do that with these grants. And we've tried to make the application and reporting requirements as minimal as possible because I frequently remind everyone that I can the survival and triage mode that THPOs are in, especially when Congress and historic preservation partners like to talk about all these wonderful sources of competitive grant funding that are available, and that is wonderful, but it could be a burden to apply for and report on that stuff. You guys need non-competitive base operating funding, and that is a trust responsibility, and advocating for that, and Congress is our biggest thing that we do on the advocacy front, and will continue to. And in the meantime, we are so pleased and honored to be able to offer a supplemental source of funding, and additionally, it's important for us that you all be able to use it for what you need it for. As I mentioned earlier, the federal funding that there is, you can't even use it for all of the hats that you wear, and until we get that changed in law and regs, we're just so pleased to be able to be in the business for the first time the past 2 years of getting money directly to you, and are going to continue to work on that so that we can grow that program in the future. And thanks to our friends at the Wilderness Society, the Wilberforce Foundation, and this coming year, Tennessee Valley Authority, for making that all possible. So let's give a hand to our grantees and to our funders to make it possible. And now I know Bill is out on site, so you'll have to forgive me if I don't get this right, but we're going to do a little bit of cultural exchange, and I have no idea who the last person was. Are they in here? Are you getting up or excusing yourself again? Okay. Yay, thank you. Wonderful.
Siho negad galielik jiketo udayala dawato taligwa janel asan digadayos digega jalag ayeth gadohi ani gatia dagil awis teho. So the only thing I brought today was a corn bead necklace, which what turkeys always hear growing up is along the trail where our ancestors cried, these would grow. And so the reason I brought it today is because there's been 2 times in my life that, 2 events in my life that have led me to the trail. The first was in 2019 when I was chosen to be a Remember the Removal bike rider. So for months, I was training to ride a bicycle along the northern route of the Trail of Tears, or DGG Lustana, when they were driven like cattle. The second time is right now. I just got a job. I've only been with my THPO about a month now, and I've been learning about Section 106 and seeing all of the events that are on the trail. And so seeing that my life just keeps coming back to the trail, these seeds mean a lot to me. And then the second part is on the box is actually Cherokee. It's a name that they give our department. It's land, and then it says they guard it. And so that's what they called our department, or the rough translation of our department. And that's important to me is because I'm actually going to school for language revitalization of Cherokee. And so, yeah, that's my gift. Nicholas Kager.
When they're not in the room. Yeah, do you? Raffle style?
I'll just do that.
Okay. Got to be here to win, I guess. It's also a test of perseverance.
And then I got a blank one. Raylyn Williams.
Okay. Skugdash, Anianapchigik, Raylyn Williams, Monkey, Gila River Indian Community, Arizona. Good day, everybody. I'm Raylyn Williams. I'm from the Gila River Indian Community. I work for the Tribal Historic Preservation Office as the Cultural Resource Specialist, but also the interim Tribal Historic Preservation Officer. If some of you know Mr. Barnaby Lewis, he was the Tribal Historic Preservation Officer, the first for the community. He retired back in June, and so we're waiting for our community council to appoint a new THPO. So I guess we have to tell a story about our gifts. So I was thinking about it all day today, and the way my uncle talks about the past, he always says, when man possessed nothing, it was the creator, Suha, who we refer to as creator, brought man food. He placed food on the land and water and the sun, the moon, the stars. He brought everything to our people to live off of. And so today, what I brought from our community is two separate types of beans. Their English name is, they're white temporary beans and or brown temporary beans. The brown is called swam buff beans, and then the white is stotoa buff. Right, Darius? Yeah, okay. So that's what I brought with me today. They are grown within the community by a tribal member, Ramona Farms. Some of you may have heard of Ramona Farms out of the Gila River Indian community, and her family has kept the tradition of agricultural farming and have brought back a lot of our traditional foods to the people, and she shares it across the United States. And it's we're very grateful for her family to continue growing our traditional foods and making them available to our community, but also sharing it because it's important to us, and it's very delicious. So I guess I gotta pick a name. Ted Monosom. All right. So these are yours.
And I get the mic.
There you go.
So you've seen me up and about before, and you've met a bunch of you. I am not native. I'm a Jewish guy from New York, and my item is, interestingly, a beer can opener from the 1950s, and it is, the story behind it, well, kind of goes back to Bill Quackenbush's stories here ago. We were on a video call, and in my office there are a couple of figurines behind me, and Bill asked, we were planning the conference, and Bill asked what those figurines behind me were. He's like, what's going on behind Ted there? And I explained to him, my grandfather, who was first generation American, his parents immigrated from Ukraine. He worked as an executive, a beer marketing executive for a beer company, Peel's Beer. And kind of the classic story was he was very good at it. But the problem was he got people to try the beer, and only for them to discover that Peel's Beer was not particularly good. But it was, if you remember the old Bartles and James ad, it's kind of famous because it was the soft sell of advertising, where instead of just telling someone to buy something, you kind of have a little skit, and he had Bert and Harry Peels. But my grandfather was kind of important to me. His story is, so his father was a butcher in Brooklyn, and when he was about 5 years old, his mother had a stroke, and his older sister, who was about 10 years older than him, ended up pretty much raising him. And then he later ended up helping raise one of her sons when he had a drug problem. And my father is not much, and my grandfather similarly stepped in. And good man, he would be a few years over 100 now. So, but that is my item, and kind of the story behind it. Kathy Bowden.
That's cool. That's really cool. All right. So some of my family roots are in Scandinavia, and if you Google Nydam boat or Nydam bog, it's a place in Denmark that they discovered a bunch of Viking era ships. Nydam is my mother's maiden name. So one of the things that I like about Scandinavian culture is their design aesthetic, metalwork and furniture especially. And it wasn't very feasible to bring a piece of Danish modern furniture here for this. So what I brought was, it's Norwegian pewter, and it is from a dining set that we have at home. This is the serving set that we haven't used, but it has little Viking designs on the handles. So that is what I brought. Ooh, Joy Waldschrift. Jay Waldschrift. See, I bet I butchered that.
Thank you very much.
You're very
This is
welcome.
going to be a great addition to our silverware set.
Well, there you go. Yeah, that's right. There you are, sir.
Awesome. Thank you. Guten Tag, ich heiße Jay Waldschmidt. Meine Familie kommt aus Deutschland, denke ich. Good day, my name is Jay Waldschmidt, and my family comes from Germany, I think. Because I was adopted at 5 weeks old. My parents started the process. So I've never known anybody else's parents, so I am taking their heritage, pure and simple. Family is something that's very important to me. And as Bill said, it doesn't have to be something big, it doesn't have to be something expensive, but it should have a story. And what this is a film canister. And inside it are some ashes. And on the outside it says, may the ashes you move from campfire to campfire enkindle the spirit of scouting. One of our traditions is that with scouting, and it's typically a pack tradition and a Boy Scout troop tradition, it isn't with everybody, but at each campfire, the scouts all have their canister and they dump their coals that they have in there into the fire. We mix it up the next morning, you take some out. These ashes have probably been to over 50 campfires, which means they've been to over 50 campfires times 50 campfires times 50 campfires times 50 campfires. So it is not necessarily to just scout camps. I've taken these everywhere. So it's just something neat. And I'll tell you, the best times in my life have been those times where I've been there with my boys. Both my boys are Eagle Scouts, so that means they were in it a long time. And I was in it a long time, and I was in it after that. So it's something that is incredibly important to me. But the times that I've spent with my boys and watching them grow up have just been incredible. So this does mean a lot to me. My hope is that whoever gets it will continue the tradition with this and take it along with them when they go to fires or they go to a powwow or something like that and put their coals in the fire and take some more out and take it with them to the next place they go. And just keep on spreading this and enkindling the spirit of whatever spirit you may have. Chantel McKenzie. You're welcome.
And with that, I think we're going to wrap for the day. So you will be first next time. That's a wrap. Hang on. We're going to tell you when and where.
All right, just give me 90 seconds of your time. Everyone's been a real champion this afternoon. Thank you for hanging with us here. Real quick, couple housekeeping items. The culture night will be starting back in this room at 6 o'clock. We've got a lot of delicious food. If you're interested in hanging out and watching that cooking process, there's an open fire. There's about 8 different pails. We went out, Bill Quackenbush and some of the folks here went out and cut down the trees. And so you're welcome to hang out there, just visit. There's been some folks out there all day, so that's been pretty cool. You don't have to. You can go back to your room, chill out, do whatever you got to do. 6 o'clock, we're back here. We're going to be having some interactive games. So for this afternoon, let's just be more casual. I know I want to get out of this sport coat. Everyone's been looking really sharp today, so this afternoon, feel free just to rock a t-shirt, shorts, and jeans, do what you got to do, but we really want to make that less formal for everyone. Have a good time. The games that will be played are traditional games you'll find in the woodland territories, not just by Ho-Chunk, but our Ojibwe neighbors and friends and relatives. So it's interactive, so you are encouraged to participate. The instructors will teach you, show you, encourage you to play along with the game. So that's all I got for now. See you later. Thank you. The cooking is, if you go downstairs, you want to go that way. There's conference rooms. Keep walking through the conference rooms. You'll be in the back of the property where the fire is. So if you can't find it, ask. They'll point you in the right direction. Thank you.
I would also like to ask one last thing. If we could get some love, appreciation, and a ginormous round of applause for some of the most important people who make all of this possible with their support of me and their patience and their love and everything. This is Vivian. We have Matt over there, Anderson, Matt's parents, Carolyn, Paul, Pearson. They're going to join us for Culture Night. Important people.